You are listening to Of Fire and Fate, The Dragon's Flame, Book 1, written and narrated by Karen Hunter. This is the unabridged audio edition. Copyright 2026 by Karen Hunter, all rights reserved. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real persons is coincidental. The ebook and printed versions are available on Amazon worldwide. Links are in the description. Content warning. This book contains depictions of mental and physical abuse that some listeners may find distressing. Please take care of yourself while listening. This book contains explicit intimate scenes between the main characters, depictions of past domestic abuse and trauma, not gratuitous but present, violence and battle scenes, miscarriage and child mortality, themes of healing from trauma. This book deals with mental and physical abuse in the main character's backstory. While the romance is healthy and consensual, listeners should be aware of these themes before diving in. Dedication. To the voices in my head, thank you for the stories. Prologue. Seraphine. The pain is familiar. It sits under my skin, steady and constant, making every breath a decision. But tonight, something has changed. His anger is louder, sharper, and he wants the submission I have never given, the submission I will never give. He leads the community. They call him the Prophet. Our stone house is meant to be a place of faith and peace. People say I am blessed, chosen. We live far from any town, and after dark, only firelight fills our rooms. Lamps, candles, the hearth. Electricity is forbidden, a modern temptation. The others see only his friendly smile. They never see his fists, or the bruises I hide under long sleeves or the forced smiles. I remember the first time, even though I wish I could forget. It was 3 months after our wedding when I let my guard down. I laughed at something the baker's wife said, a real laugh, the first in weeks. In the crowd, he grabbed my elbow, his fingers pressing hard through my sleeve. To everyone else, he looked like a caring husband. They didn't see his thumb digging into my arm, or hear the warning in his soft voice. Careful, my dear, your joy is unseemly. That night, he explained in his ever so calm, patient voice how the prophet's wife must be dignified and reserved. He reminded me that my parents had given me to him as an offering, a sacred trust, and that any happiness not focused on serving him was a betrayal. When I tried to argue, saying I was only being polite, he looked at me with cold grey eyes and said the words that would haunt me every day after. You belong to me now. Your thoughts, your words, your very breath, all mine to shape. The bruise on my arm lasted 2 weeks. I learned to stop laughing in public after that. That day, it started over nothing, a conversation with a farmer in the square, asking about crop rates. As his wife, as the prophet's wife, I must be polite. Yet the moment the oak door clicked shut behind us, his accusation was a venomous stream. His voice rose, each word a shard of glass ripping through the small, dim parlour. Then his hands followed. The way he touches me has never been a caress. It has always been a brand, a possessive stamp intended to eliminate any trace of me. He calls it wifely duty. I call it an endless frozen hell. The mere thought of his skin on mine turns my blood to solid ice. Everything blurs with fear. A brass lamp falls, breaking the silence. A chair scrapes across the floor, and then the real noise starts. His shadow towers over me, smelling of oil and anger. My body moves instinctively, driven by the need to survive, searching for anything to stop him. My hand closes around something heavy, smooth with age and weighted with iron. Time fractures, fragments of awareness slam into me in rapid succession. The weight of the candlestick in my palm is heavier than I expected. The metal base is still warm from sitting near the hearth since day's end. My fingers cramping from gripping it so tightly, recognize its shape from hundreds of evenings spent polishing it, maintaining his household, playing the perfect wife. The sound of my own breathing, ragged and harsh, like an animal's. When did I start making that sound? His shadow, vast and solid, blocks out the lamplight. I can smell him, but underneath it all, that cologne the community women cooed over. "The prophet always smells divine," they'd say. My body moves before my mind catches up. Some ancient part of me. The part that existed before I learned to flinch, before I taught myself to fold smaller and smaller to avoid his notice. That part surges forward. The candle holder rises in an arc that feels both impossibly slow and blindingly fast. I see his eyes in that final moment, not afraid, surprised. As if, even now, even as I'm fighting back, he cannot believe I would dare, can't conceive of a world where his property might resist. My arm keeps moving, and suddenly I know this is the moment. After this, nothing will be the same. Either he stops me and I face whatever punishment he chooses, or I'm free. The word echoes through my mind like a prayer, like blasphemy, like both. Free, free, free. I swing. Crack! A sickening thud vibrates up my arm, through my chest, and then silence. The world narrows to the floorboards, to the dark pool spreading like ink across the wood. He lies sprawled, motionless. His face is mercifully turned away. The candlestick trembles in my grip, slick and heavy. I can't look at it. I can't look at him. He isn't moving. The community. They will never believe me. They won't see the years of terror, the bruises, the way he systematically broke me down after my parents offered me to him as tribute. They will only see the prophet, the martyred torchbearer. They will only see the ungrateful wife who dared raise a hand against their God. They will say, I am cursed. I can't stay. My chest is tearing apart. My vision is a wet mess, but instinct drives my legs towards the door. I don't grab clothes. I don't look back. If I look back, I will become a statue of grief and shatter right here. To them, he was the one they revered. To me, he was the one I feared. I run. Chapter 1. Draven. The wind whips past my face, cold and sharp with the scent of pine forests and ancient stone. I make a hard left turn, wings slicing through the morning mist that clings to Montview's highest peaks. From this height, the kingdom spreads below me like a living map, granite fortress carved into cliff sides, The silver thread of the serpent river winding through the valleys my ancestors claimed millennia ago. And far to the north, the contested borderlands where wolf territory presses too close. Flying in full form is the only time I really breathe anymore. Here, in the remote mountains of Montview, where humans rarely venture, and those who do dismiss us as eagles or atmospheric tricks, my dragon revels in the freedom. The wind screams past cold and sharp. This is what we were built for, not the suffocating politics of the council chamber, not endless desperate meetings about dying bloodlines, but this: wild sky, open air, limitless space. In human territories, I would never risk this. We're careful, centuries of being cautious, to remain hidden. A dragon seen in full daylight near a city. That's how entire kingdoms of shifters are exposed, hunted and destroyed. We fly only at night near human populations, only at high altitude where we can be mistaken for aircraft, and never ever where we can be photographed clearly. But here I can be what I am without fear of exposure. I spiral higher, letting the sun catch my scales. From here I can see the migration patterns of the mountain elk, the smoke rising from breakfast fires in the lower villages, the training grounds where our young warriors practice aerial combat maneuvers their children may never master, if we have children at all. The thought crashes through my euphoria like a stone through glass. I tuck my wings and dive, punishing myself with speed, with the rush of descent that borders on reckless. The mountain face blurs past rock, pine, snow. They blur into one, and only at the last possible moment do I pull up, talons scraping stone as I land on the private balcony outside the council chamber. The shift ripples through me, a sensation like fire and water combining, neither painful nor comfortable, but wholly necessary. Bones compress and reshape, wings folding into the muscle and sinew of a man's back, scales receding beneath human skin that never quite loses its golden undertone. The transformation takes seconds, though it feels like stepping between worlds. I stand on human legs, chest heaving, still chasing the freedom of the sky. The formal clothes I'd shed before the flight wait on the bench, because even a king must maintain appearances, must play the part of civilized ruler, when all I want is to burn the whole cursed system down and start over. But I can't, because without the system, without the careful balance we've maintained, my people will die even faster. I dress quickly and push open the bronze door. I'm suffocating. Not from lack of air. The high ceilings of the Dragon's Council chamber at Montview ensured excellent circulation, but from the sheer, crushing weight of failure. It wasn't boredom, it was the suffocating predictability of desperation. The chamber itself is a monument to our fading glory, carved from the very heart of the mountain. The walls are polished black obsidian, streaked with veins of molten gold that refused to glow. Sunlight, filtering through the massive arched window depicting a triumphant ancient dragon, should have filled the space with light. Instead, it casts a dull yellowish pallor, illuminating the weary certainty on the faces of my elders. The air is thick with the faint, cold scent of dry ash, the smell of a fire that hadn't, in actuality, burned in generations. I sit in the king's chair, a throne of blackened iron, cold against my back, surrounded by the same faces, the elders and my advisors, forging the same solutions from the same cold, dead iron. Are you even listening, Dry? Of course I'm listening, I bite out, the sound a low rumble in my chest. Gealdric leans back in his chair, the ancient wood creaking under his weight. His dark eyes, more teal than blue, like deep ocean water, study me with the particular brand of exasperation only a lifelong friend can muster. You could try pretending to look for her at least. Maybe attend one of the gatherings without glowering like you're heading to your own execution. The eligible females are starting to think you're actively repulsed by them. I'm not repulsed, I mutter. I'm just hopelessly devoted to a woman who exists only in fragments of a broken prophecy. Gealdric's voice carried across the chamber with deliberate volume, making several elders shift uncomfortably. He's the only one that can speak to me like this. The only one who remembers when we were both young and stupid, before crowns and responsibilities crushed the lightness out of everything. Gealdric. Theron's voice cuts in, gentle but warning. Perhaps we might— No, let him speak, I say, waving off the elder's concern. He's going to anyway. Might as well get it over with. Gealdric grins, sharp and unrepentant. I'm just saying, Your Majesty. He loads the title with affectionate mockery, that moping around about a pair of eyes you saw in a dream 10 years ago isn't a viable succession strategy. The elders are too polite to say it, so I will. At some point, you're going to have to consider that maybe the visions are just done, finished, dead as last century's hunting traditions. The words land like physical blows, even though I've thought them myself 1,000 times. But hearing KL say them out loud, here in the chamber, with its weight of history and expectation, makes them unbearably real. The visions aren't dead, I say, my voice dropping to something dangerous. They're dormant. There's a difference. Is there? KL challenges, leaning forward now, his earlier humour evaporating into genuine concern. Because from where I'm sitting, dormant looks a lot like extinct. And we, he gestures to encompass the room, the kingdom, everything, don't have time to wait for the dormant to wake up. I run a hand over the scruff of my jaw, a nervous habit I just can't break. But what do you want me to do? No vision, no instinctive pull, no perfect mate. I can't force the destiny of the species. My chest tightens, a sudden, familiar, agonizing ache. Dragons used to be the dominant shifter species in the world. The undisputed masters of the high peaks and deep valleys. Now, we are an endangered secret. A flutter stirs inside my chest, a small, desperate heartbeat of my dragon. He is restlessly unfurling his wings within, unwilling to give up hope, yet warning me nonetheless. It is custom that every dragon shifter receives a clear vision of their true mates on their 21st birthday. This vision is a personal guarantee, a glimpse of the person destined to be their perfect match, to share their fire and secure their own lineage. The king's vision of his queen, the promise of the flame, is simply the strongest among them. But the vision stopped generations ago. The memory hits me without warning, as it so often does during these interminable meetings. I'm not in the council chamber anymore. I'm standing in a different room, 5 years ago, watching everything fall apart. Queen Alara, my predecessor's mate, chosen through genuine affection, if not by destiny, had carried the child to term against all odds. 9 months of careful monitoring, of protective spells woven by our eldest mangers, of prayers to gods who seemed to have stopped listening. I was only 27 then, crown prince and not yet king, but I'd been summoned to witness what we all hoped would be a miracle. a viable heir. The room smelled of medicinal herbs and fierce sweat, and the midwife's hands shook as she worked. "The baby's coming," she whispered, and for one crystalline moment hope blazed so bright it hurt. The child was born silent. A little girl, perfectly formed, with her father's golden eyes and her mother's delicate features. She took one breath. I heard it. We all heard it. A tiny gasp of new life. And then it simply stopped, as if the world itself had deemed her too fragile to exist. The Queen's wail of grief had echoed through the mountain halls for hours. The King, my uncle, had stood frozen, staring at the tiny body as if he could will her back to life through sheer force of royal command. She'd lived for 3 minutes, 3 minutes of hope before the curse of our failing bloodline claimed her. "The fire wasn't strong enough," the senior healer had said, her voice hollow. "Without the true mate bond, without the prophecy to guide the pairing, the children, they simply cannot sustain themselves. The magic that once made us strong now makes us brittle." 3 minutes. We'd lost everything in 3 minutes. I blink, forcing myself back to the present. Theron is speaking, his aged voice carrying the weight of too many similar memories. "We understand the pressure, King Draven," he says carefully. "The visions were our compass. When they were clear and complete, we thrived. Our collective fire weakened, the visions became fragmented, showing less and less until they showed nothing at all. Some believe it's the natural decay of ancient magic. Others..." He pauses, choosing his words carefully. "Others wonder if we've diluted our bloodlines too far, choosing mates for politics or convenience rather than destiny." "What does it matter why they failed?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. "The result is the same. We're dying." "It matters," Elder Rhiannon says firmly, "because if we understand the cause, we might reverse it. Your vision, fragmented though it was, is the first in 3 generations. That alone gives us hope that the magic is not dead, merely sleeping." "A vision of eyes tells me nothing," I mutter. "How am I supposed to find her when all I know is what colour her eyes are?" "You'll know," Theron says with surprising conviction. "A true vision cannot be faked or imagined, Your Majesty. When you see those eyes in the waking world, you'll know with absolute certainty. The magic speaks directly to your dragon, bypassing conscious thought. It's not the mind recognizing, it's the soul." "And what if I walk past her in the street and don't notice?" "Impossible," Rhiannon interjects. "The bond pulls, even dormant, even unfulfilled. It pulls. You won't be able to ignore her any more than you could ignore your own heartbeat." Theron starts speaking again, this time about the wolves. I blink, triggering myself back to the most recent annoyance, but his words blur beneath the weight in my chest. The pressure to find her grows heavier each year, pressing down as our strength wanes. Kael's voice snaps me back. "Those mangy curs think because we've been quiet, we've gone soft." Kael spits the words, hatred of the wolves shining through every word. "I say we remind them why dragons ruled the skies when their ancestors were still cowering in caves." "Kael," I say softly, and he subsides, though his jaw remains tight with barely contained aggression. This is his gift, the ability to voice the violence we all feel but cannot express. He's my rage manifested, my conscience giving teeth. The wolves are not the immediate threat, I continue, forcing my voice into something resembling royal calm. The real threat is time. Every year, without a proper heir, without a queen, we weaken, and they know it. Kings still fell in love, of course, but producing viable heirs grew harder with each passing generation. Couples struggled. The clan suffered. Children died young, and pregnancies failed. Despair spread silently through the ranks like a shadow no one dared name. I'm 32. I should have found her a decade ago. Not a hint, not a whisper, nothing. Nothing but a cruel, fleeting image of a pair of eyes. Typhon, the wizened elder at the end of the table, spoke next, his voice soft but carrying immense weight. He was the eldest and perhaps the most pragmatic and the most worried. We understand the pressure, King Draven, Typhon said, but the silence is becoming untenable. The other shifter courts are starting to talk. The wolves. The Alpha has already suggested taking over parts of our northern territory, claiming we can no longer properly guard the human populations there. I'd like to see them try, Keldrick sneers, slamming his fist down. A fleeting flash of golden fire caught in his eyes. A controlled burst of dragon heat that evaporated instantaneously. The chamber doors open, and a pair of younger shifters enter, moving with the quiet, coiled power of those still in their prime. They are my lieutenants, their disappointment over their lack of a mate pool fueling their protective zeal. Lysander, a bronze dragon shifter with sun-kissed hair and skeptical green eyes, approached the table with a sheath of territory maps. The threat is less about the wolves' strength, Your Majesty, and more about the perception of our weakness. They see a king without a queen, a kingdom without prophecy. They smell the rot of a failing lineage. His tone was blunt, a hard assessment Draven respected. Lysander is right, added Zev, a darker-skinned shifter who moved with the fluid grace of a hunter, his presence radiating an almost frightening calm. Zev was my chief strategist and, like KL, perpetually single. He was renowned for his ability to detach emotion from logic. We need a proactive defense, a show of strength, or at the very least, a clear commitment to finding the mate. Zev's gaze shifted to me, respectful but demanding. The people are asking, if the ancient magic of the true bond is dead, what is the new covenant that binds us to our fate? Keldrick snorts, a sound that would be disrespectful from anyone else. What he means, Your Majesty, is that the people are asking, if ancient magic failed, why are we still following ancient rules? Maybe we need new solutions, not just new territories to search. New solutions, I echo, raising an eyebrow. Such as, I don't know, science. That human concept of matching genetic compatibility. Or maybe we could try the revolutionary approach of you actually talking to some of the eligible females instead of radiating touch me and die energy at every social gathering. Despite everything, the pressure, the fear, the crushing weight of responsibility, I feel the corner of my mouth twitch. I don't radiate. You absolutely do, KL interrupts. Last month at the summer gathering, Lady Astrid tried to offer you a cup of wine, and you looked at her like she'd presented you with a live snake. The poor woman practically sprinted away. The wine was poisoned, I say flatly. That stops him. What? Her brother is in debt to the wolf clans, according to Zev's contacts. It wasn't a strong poison, meant to sick and not kill, but enough to embarrass me publicly, to make me look weak. I lean back in the throne, instantly exhausted. This is what you don't understand, Kael. Every interaction is a calculation. Every offered cup, every smile, every potential mate could be a political maneuver, a trap, an alliance that benefits someone else's agenda. I can't afford a genuine connection when everyone wants something from the king. The chamber falls silent. Even Kaeldrick, rarely at a loss for words, studies me with something that might be pity. Except me. He says the last, his voice softer. I just want my brother back. The one who used to race me through the cloud canyons and laughed when we crashed. The one who believed in ridiculous things like destiny and true love and magical prophecies. Brother. Not by blood, but by choice. By the 1,000 battles fought side by side, by the weight of shared history. He's right, of course. He always is when it matters. That person, I say quietly, is still here. He's just tired. Then rest, Kaeldrick suggests, standing and stretching with deliberate casualness that breaks the heavy atmosphere. Tomorrow's trip to Wavecrest will do you good. Ocean air, new faces, a chance to brood dramatically on different cliffs, in a different palace, for a change. My commitment is unwavering, I promise. I will keep trying. Tomorrow, when we are in Wavecrest territory, I'll meet with all the eligible dragon females in the Coastal Council. I'll even walk the human settlement there. Probably won't do any good. I think the pessimism is a heavy, cold shroud. I'm just hoping a new landscape will yield a new clue, or at least get me out of this room. The elders and advisors exchange grim glances. They have little faith in meeting more people, especially humans. Humans were ephemeral, chaotic, and almost always blind to our true forms. Finding a true mate among them was near impossible. The room was heavy with unspoken doubt. I met the eyes of the elders, noting their weary uncertainty. I stand. They rise steadily, a gesture of respect that felt hollow today, each creaking body a silent indictment of my reign. I needed space, my quarters, the roof, somewhere I could breathe and feel the wind on my face before I suffocated on their fear and my own. I climbed the stone steps to the roof of the palace, pushing open the heavy bronze door. The sharp evening wind is immediately upon me, tearing the stagnation from my lungs. Kaeldrick follows, of course he does, his boots scuffing against ancient stone, worn smooth by generations of dragons seeking the same escape. You couldn't give me 5 minutes peace? Could you? I asked, not bothering to turn around. 5 minutes, Dry. I've given you 5 years of peace. Well, relatively peaceful, if you don't count that border skirmishes, the poisoning attempts, the 3 separate assassination plots, and that incident with the rogue griffin. He joins me at the gargoyle-carved railing, leaning his elbow on stone that held the weight of worried kings since before either of us was born. At some point, peace becomes wallowing, and I'm contractually obligated as your best friend to interrupt wallowing. There's no contract. Unspoken contract, implied by years of me saving your scales in combat and you pretending to tolerate my sparkling personality. Despite everything, I huff something close to a laugh. Below us, Mont View spreads across the mountainsides in concentric rings of civilization. Inner keeps, market districts, residential quarters, all the way down to the training grounds at the base, where our warriors drill in formations that grow smaller each year as fewer children survive to adulthood. I was thinking, Kaeldrick says, his tone shifting to something more serious, about what Zev said, about the new covenant. Don't tell me you're going philosophical on me. I'm being practical, which is terrifying, I know, but bear with me. He runs a hand through his constantly windswept hair. What if the covenant isn't about finding your perfect mate? What if it's about you being brave enough to choose someone, vision or no vision, and making it work through sheer stubborn determination? You're good at stubborn determination. It's basically your primary personality trait. I close my eyes, letting the question settle into the hollow of my chest. And if I choose wrong, if I pick someone out of desperation and our children are born like Alara's daughter, the name settles between us, heavy as stone. Then at least you tried, Kael says calmly. At least you didn't let fear make you freeze, because right now you're frozen, Dre, and the kingdom is freezing with you. I want to argue. I want to rage about duty and destiny and the crushing impossibility of choice when every option leads to potential disaster. But he's right. Staying paralyzed isn't saving anyone. It's just a slower form of extinction. Just her eyes, I mutter, giving voice to the obsession I've carried for a decade. I can see her eyes so clearly, hazel flecked with gold, like autumn light through forest leaves. Intelligent, fierce, alive in a way I can't describe but would recognize anywhere. It isn't a vision, it's just a dream you came up with one night. Always the eyes, Keldrick murmurs, and his voice carries a note of something I can't quite name. Understanding, maybe, or envy. Never the whole picture. Not her face, not her hair, not even her voice, just those eyes and the absolute certainty that when I find them, when I find her, everything will make sense. I grip the stone railing, feeling the immense power I wield thrumming through my veins. Useless against this particular problem. How am I meant to find her if all I know is what colour her eyes are? She could be anywhere. I could walk past her in the street and the fire wouldn't even spark. Or, Kael says, clapping a hand on my shoulder with enough force to make me stumble, maybe you'll walk past her in some nowhere coastal town like the one we're going to tomorrow, and those eyes will look at you and the whole universe will finally stop being such an obstinate ass about the whole mate situation. I draw a deep breath, trying to regain control, but the frustrated energy in my chest is too strong. When I exhale, a visible wisp of smoke and molten flame follows the air, instantly dissipating in the wind. The dragon inside stirs again, impatient, yearning for the freedom of the flight earlier today. A flutter of molten fire burns through my veins, demanding release. Want to fly? Kael asks, recognizing the signs. Burn off some of that kingly angst before you accidentally set the council chamber on fire. Can't. Meeting with the wolf envoy in an hour. Ah, yes, the diplomatic meeting where you'll resist the urge to roast them all alive while they make thinly veiled threats about annexing our territory. Should be fun. Your definition of fun is deeply concerning. That's why you keep me around, to make your life interesting. He grins, unrepentant and incorrigible, and unexpectedly I'm grateful for him. For this moment of normalcy in a life that feels increasingly like standing on the edge of a cliff waiting for the fall. One day, I tell myself, flexing my fingers and feeling the power coiled beneath my skin. One day I will find her, and when I do, those eyes will see me. Not the king, not the desperate heir to a dying dynasty, but me. The man and the dragon, inseparable and whole. Keldrick doesn't interrupt again. He lingers by my side, a solid presence in the gathering darkness, letting the wind whip his hair. You'll know her when you see her, Dre, and she'll know you too. You just have to trust the fire. I hope he's right, for everyone's sake. I need him to be. The sun dips lower, painting the mountain peaks in shades of crimson and gold, the colour of dragonfire, of ancient power, of prophecies that refuse to die even when all logic says they should. And somewhere out there in the vast world beyond my kingdom, a pair of hazel eyes exist, waiting. Whether they belong to my salvation or just another beautiful impossibility, I'll find out soon enough. Tomorrow, wave crest. Tomorrow, maybe everything changes. Or tomorrow I add another disappointment to the crushing collection I already carry. Either way, I'll face it, because that's what kings do, even kings who are gradually suffocating under the weight of destiny. Chapter 2. Seraphine. Sarah, can you take the order from table 6? Mr. Harrington's booming voice cuts through the serving window. The name, Sarah, was a lie, thin and brittle, like old glass. But I answer to it. It was the name I had chosen for this life, a new identity carved out of desperation and the lingering scent of blood that clung to my memory. I picked it because it was close enough to my real name, Seraphine, that if a sudden panic or exhaustion caused a slip of the tongue, the difference was negligible, offering an imagined veil of safety. It was just one less detail to worry about when every minute of my existence was dedicated to maintaining a meticulous mask. The morning rush hits like clockwork at 7:15. The bell above the door jingles its familiar rhythm, and I slip into the Sarah mask with practiced ease. Morning, sweetheart! Mrs. Chen's weathered face breaks into a smile as she shuffles towards her usual corner booth, the one with the view of the fishing boats coming in. She's been coming here every morning for the past month I've worked here. Oatmeal with brown sugar, black coffee, and a newspaper she reads with reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. Good morning, Mrs. Chen. The usual? You know me too well already. She settles into the cracked vinyl with a contented sigh. Though I might be adventurous today. Maybe add some raisins to that oatmeal. Live dangerously, you know? The comment pulls something unexpected from me. Not quite a laugh, but close. A genuine smile that doesn't feel like a performance. I'll let the kitchen know we have a rebel in booth 3. Mrs. Chen chuckles, a warm sound that makes the cafe feel safer somehow. You're a good girl, Sarah. Don't let this town grind you down. I see it in your eyes sometimes, that look like you're waiting for something bad to happen. You deserve better than that kind of worry. The words hit closer than she could know. I mumble something about getting her order in and retreat to the safety of the service window, but her kindness sits in my chest like a warm stone. It's been so long since someone looked at me and saw a person worth caring about, rather than property to be managed or a sinner to be reformed. Sarah, table 6 needs refills, Marcus calls from the kitchen window. He's 17, all gangly limbs and perpetual motion, working summer shifts before heading to community college in the fall. He's been trying to teach me the proper way to flip a coffee pot for style points, a skill I pointedly declined to learn. On it, I call back, grabbing the carafe. Marcus appears beside me, loading his tray with breakfast plates. Mrs. Chen being wise and philosophical again? Is there another setting for her? Fair point, he grins, the easy confidence of someone who's never had to hide who they are. Hey, some of us are going to the bonfire on the beach Saturday night. You should come. Very low key, just locals, nothing crazy. The invitation catches me off guard. Social events are dangerous. Too many questions, too much attention, too much risk for someone remembering Sarah's face when they see Seraphine's picture on a missing persons report, if there even is one. Simon's community didn't trust outside authorities. They handled their own justice. I'll think about it, I say, which we both know means no. Marcus shrugs, unbothered. Standing offer, we're a friendly bunch despite what the tourist reviews say about this place. He nods towards a 1-star review Mr. Harrington has ironically framed on the wall. Waitress was competent but joyous, coffee adequate, atmosphere aggressively mediocre. That's actually kind of accurate, I admit. Right? We're considering putting it on t-shirts. He balances the tray with ease. But seriously, Sarah, you're allowed to have friends here. To be a person, not just a server. Just saying. He's gone before I can respond, leaving me with that warm niggle in my chest growing stronger, more uncomfortable. These people, Mrs. Chen with her gentle concern, Marcus with his easy acceptance, even Mr. Harrington with his gruff respect for privacy, are offering me something I can't accept, because accepting it means staying, and staying means being found. The shift ends mercifully quick. June, the younger server who relieved me, arrived right on time. The beach at sunset is the only place I can breathe. I've made this walk every evening since arriving in Wavecrest, timing it for the quiet hour when the tourist families have packed up their umbrellas and the dinner crowd are inside the restaurants lining the boardwalk. The sand is cool beneath my bare feet, still holding the day's warmth but no longer scorching. The ocean stretches infinitely and impersonably before me, caring nothing for my past or my fear, just the eternal, rhythmic crash of waves against shore. I find my spot, a section of beach between two rocky outcrops that form a natural alcove, private enough that I don't have to maintain the Sarah mask, public enough that I'm not completely isolated. I sit, wrapping my arms around my knees and let the sound of the waves work its slow magic. For 10 minutes, sometimes 15 if I'm lucky, the constant hum of hypervigilance quiets. My shoulders drop from their defensive hunch. My jaw unclenches. The 1,000 calculations I run every moment, exit, threats, cover strategies, escape routes, fade to background static. Tonight, the sky is performing. Streaks of orange and pink bleed across the horizon, the sun sinking into the ocean like it's being swallowed by something vast and ancient. A few earlier stars prick through the deepening blue overhead. The air smells of salt and seaweed and that distinct char of someone's beachfront barbecue. I close my eyes and try to imagine what it would feel like to stay here, to let Sarah become real instead of just a paper-thin disguise, to accept Marcus's invitation to the bonfire, to become a regular at Mrs. Chen's booth, to build something resembling a life in this unremarkable little town where no one asks questions. The fantasy is so vivid, I can almost taste it. Mornings that don't start with checking locks 3 times, nights without nightmares of cold, grey eyes and rough hands, a future that extends beyond the next bus ticket out of town. Maybe I could even tell the truth to someone eventually. Not all of it, never all of it, but enough to explain the flinching, the hypervigilance, the way I can't let anyone truly know me. A gull cries overhead, harsh and lonely, and reality crashes back. I can't stay. Someone could know where I am and someone could be watching. The question isn't whether I'll have to run again, but when. Still, for this moment, with the waves rolling in their eternal pattern and the sky painting itself in fire, I let myself pretend. I dig my toes into the sand, feeling the cool grains shift and settle, grounding myself in something solid and real. Just tonight, I whisper to the ocean, a bargain with forces that don't care about my desperation. Let me have just tonight. The ocean doesn't answer. It never does. But it doesn't judge either, and right now, that's enough. I stay until the sun is completely gone, until the sky darkens to deep purple, and the chill raises goosebumps on my arms. The walk back to the cafe feels longer than usual, each step taking me away from that brief, stolen peace, and back into the reality of locked doors and constant fear. But I carry the memory of it with me, those 15 minutes of something close to freedom. I'll need it for what's coming. though I don't know that yet. Later, I'll go to the supermarket. Later, everything changes. For now, I had the beach and the sunset, and the dangerous, foolish hope that maybe, just maybe, I could stop running. Halfway through the brightly lit, air-conditioned world of the local supermarket, the same cold, primal crawl of dread snaked up my spine. The artificial light felt too aggressive, the high-pitched ding of the scanners too sharp. My shoulders tensed, fingers tightening so hard around a tin of tomatoes that the metal bites into my palm. Breathe, Sarah, act normal. I scanned the aisles, pretending to search for basil, mimicking the rhythm of an ordinary life, the only thing that could keep me from fleeing the building. That humming, ordinary life with its predictable dramas and petty concerns felt miles away from me now. That's when I see him. He's in the canned good aisle, roughly 6 feet tall, sandy hair cropped close, moving with the same rigid military posture I remember too well. His profile, visible as he examines a rack of canned meat, is familiar. Eyes thin, cold, the angle of his jaw, the way he holds his shoulders, wiry and coiled, ready to spring. The basket slips from my nerveless fingers, clattering against the linoleum. Several hands turn towards the noise. His doesn't. He's dead, you killed him, you watched him fall. But memories can lie. Grief can lie. Trauma can paint false images over reality, and the man in the canned goods aisle looks so much like Simon that my body reacts before my brain can catch up. I back away slowly, trying to keep my movements casual, unremarkable. Just a clumsy shopper, nothing to see here. My pulse hammers so loud, I'm sure everyone can hear it. The fluorescent lights are suddenly too bright, like a spotlight, exposing me like a specimen pinned under glass. The man reaches for a can on the top shelf, and his sleeve rides up. I see it clearly. A tattoo on his inner forearm, the distinctive 7-pointed star that marked the community's inner circle. Simon's enforcers, his most loyal, who are always emulated his look. The world tilts sideways. Not dead, he sent them, they found you! I abandon the pretense of casual shopping and walk quickly towards the exit, weaving between displays of summer produce and end caps advertising local honey. Behind me I hear footsteps, measured, unhurried, but definitely following. Don't run. Running attracts attention. Walking quickly is normal. People walk quickly in supermarkets all the time. The automatic doors swoosh open, and the blast of humid evening air hits me like a wall. The parking lot stretches before me, too open, too exposed. Security cameras on every corner. Cars backing out, families loading groceries, teenagers on skateboards. Too many witnesses for something violent, but perfect for someone to grab me and force me into a vehicle while bystanders assume it's a domestic dispute they shouldn't get involved in. I cut left instead of heading for the main parking area, moving towards the service alley that runs behind the shopping plaza. It's a calculated risk. Fewer people, fewer cameras, but also less chance of help. My feet make barely any sound on the pavement, years of learned silence making me ghost-like. The alley is dimmer, lit only by a single flickering security light and the ambient glow from the main street beyond. Dumpsters line one side, creating shadow deep enough to hide in. I press myself into the narrow space between two of them, the smell of rotting produce and stale bread making my stomach churn. Breathe, slowly. Can't let him hear you breathing. Footsteps enter the alley, not hurried, confident. The scrape of boots on pavement echoes off the brick walls. Then voices, two of them. You're sure it was her? The first voice is unfamiliar, younger and uncertain. Same build, same hair color, same way of moving, like she's trying to disappear into the walls. That voice I recognize, though I can't place where it's from. Someone from the community from before. It's her, the prophet's widow. Widow? The word confirms what I desperately hoped was a paranoid delusion. Simon is dead. I did kill him, but his people are still hunting me. The inner circle says she's dangerous. The younger voice continues. A boot scrapes on concrete. They've stopped walking, positioned somewhere near the alley's entrance, close enough that I can hear every word, but far enough that I can't see them without exposing myself. Said she murdered the prophet in cold blood, attacked him without provocation. Said she's unstable, violent. A harsh laugh. She's 110 pounds soaking wet, and she spent 3 years flinching every time someone raised their voice. The only thing dangerous about her is what she knows. The real structure of the community, the way she was treated. If she talks to the authorities, then we bring her back for trial. Let the community decide her fate. There won't be a trial. The older voice drops lower, colder. The inner circle was clear. She's to be returned, alive if possible, but returned, whatever it takes. Can't have her spreading lies about the prophet destroying everything he built. Silence. Then, you mean kill her? I mean we follow orders. And if she resists, if she runs, well, accidents happen. Tragic thing, really. A widow so overcome with grief and guilt that she can't live with what she's done. A dog barks on the street beyond. My hand covers my mouth, stifling the sob that wants to escape. They're not here to take me back. They're here to silence me permanently, one way or another. I thought the inner circle said the prophet might still be... The younger voice trails off uncertainly. Forget what you heard. You saw the body just as we did. Head wound, massive blood loss. The medics couldn't save him. A pause, heavy with meaning. The official story is that he's recovering in seclusion, receiving treatment from specialists. Keeps the community calm, keeps the faithful faithful. But between you and me, I think the prophet is dead, and his crazy wife is the reason why. I'm not crazy, I was defending myself. He was going to kill me. But saying that won't matter. Truth is whatever they decide it is. In their story, I'm the villain, the ungrateful wife who murdered her holy husband. The reality of years of abuse, of systematic destruction, of survival instinct finally overriding learned helplessness. None of that fits their narrative. So what's the plan? The younger one asks. We keep watching. She's working at that cafe on the boardwalk. Beachside something. The inner circle wants her paranoid, wants her making mistakes. Panicked people run, and when they run, they get sloppy. What if she runs before we're ready? Then we follow. The inner circle have people in 3 neighbouring towns, checking bus stations and train platforms. Airports are monitored. She can't get far without resources, and we've made sure she doesn't have any. The job at the cafe barely pays rent. She's trapped. She just doesn't know it. Footsteps again, moving away. Come on, let's do another pass down Main Street and see if she surfaces. She's got to go back to work eventually. Their voices fade, swallowed by the ambient noise of the shopping plaza, car engines, distant conversations, the perpetual soundtrack of normal life, oblivious to my private horror. I stay frozen between the dumpsters, for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes. My legs have gone numb, cramped from the awkward position. My heart rate is still catastrophically high, each beat a hammer blow against my ribs. They know where I work, they've been watching me for weeks. Worse, they're not alone. There are others watching transportation hubs and covering exits. This isn't just 2 men on a revenge mission. This is organized and coordinated. The community's resources are vast, their reach longer than I'd imagined. And Simon is dead, truly dead. which should be a relief, but instead feels like confirmation that I'm a killer, that their story about me is at least partially true. I did kill him. I did take a life. The fact that it was self-defense doesn't change what my hands did. I wait until my breathing steadies, until the immediate panic recedes enough that I can think. Then I carefully, quietly emerge from my hiding spot. The alley is empty now, just me, the rotting vegetables, and the flickering security light casting everything in unreliable shadows. I don't go back through the plaza. Instead, I take the long way, cutting through residential streets and keeping to the shadows. Every sense hyper alert for the sound of following footsteps or the sight of that sandy-haired man with the cold eyes. By the time I reach the cafe, my legs are shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline crash. I let myself into my tiny room, lock the door once, twice, 3 times, then slide down to sit with my back against it. They're not ghosts, they're not paranoid delusions, they're real, organized, and hunting me, and I have nowhere left to run. The room feels smaller than usual, the walls pressing in. I don't turn on the light. Darkness feels safer somehow, harder to be seen. My hands are still trembling as I pull my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around them in a posture that's become far too familiar. The memory of the beach at sunset just hours ago feels like it happened to someone else. That woman who dared to hope, who whispered bargains to the ocean. She was a fool. There is no staying, there is no Sarah becoming real. There is only running and the ever-shrinking space between me and the people who want me dead. I sit in the dark until the sounds from the cafe fall to silence, until the last customer leaves and Mr. Harrington locks up for the night. The encounter had cemented the awful truth. Wavecrest was no longer safe. The fragile shell of Sarah had cracked beyond repair. I'm alone, in the dark, and tonight, sleep would be thin and full of flashes. But I survived the day. That, for now, was all that mattered. Tomorrow I need to run again. I need to move inland, where the crowds are thicker, the terrain more forgiving, and the past less likely to find me. But even as I think it, I know the truth. There is nowhere they won't follow. Chapter 3. Seraphim. The thought of fleeing again, with no money, no plan, and nothing but the vague fear of a possible pursuer, was almost as terrifying as the man himself. I decided I'm safer in the familiar cage of my room than in the exposed wilderness of the highway. I had to come to work today. It was nearly payday, and I needed it to flee, to truly disappear. The day passes too easily, suspiciously easy. The customers come and go, the scent of coffee fights the fresh sea air curling through the open windows. The cheerful chatter of families spilled across the booths. Mr. Harrington hummed along with the old jukebox. For once, I almost believed I belonged here. That Sarah is real. I've managed to shove the phantom fear from yesterday into a locked box. It was nothing, a trick of the light, exhaustion, nerves, he's gone, he's dead. By the time I clock out, the sun hangs low and honey gold over the water. I trade my apron for a light sweater and walk the familiar, desperate path towards the shore. The sand is still warm under my toes, still holding the day's heat, but the atmosphere is already cooling. I breathe in the air, briny and sharp, and let the steady sound of the waves drown out the noise in my head. Then I see him. He's standing, knee-deep in the surf, the waves circling around his legs as if drawn to him, reluctant to retreat. The dying light glows in every line of his impossibly tall body, towering, broad-shouldered, and solid in a way that made the atmosphere around him hum with contained strength. He owns the space he stands in, not through arrogance, but sheer, unyielding presence. His skin caught the sunset, sun-bronzed and faintly glimmering, like light glancing off something harder than muscle beneath the surface. When he moves, water streams down the ridges of his chest, built for battle, not show. He pushes his thick, dark hair back from his face, and the motion sends droplets cascading down his jaw and disappearing beneath his stubble. My breath locks in my throat. He looks towards the horizon, head turning just enough that I glimpse his eyes, catching the last of the sun, molten gold, like fire behind glass. Something about them feels ancient, heavy, as if the heat there could burn through anyone who dared hold that gaze too long. A god, I think, before I can stop myself. A man carved from sunlight and raw, dangerous power. The attraction hits me like a physical force, unwelcome and overwhelming. Heat pools low in my belly, a sensation so foreign after years of associating touch with pain that it takes me a moment to even recognize it as desire. My body is responding independent of my mind's warning, pulse quickening, skin flushing, a liquid warmth spreading through my limbs. It's been so long since I felt anything but fear around a man. So long since my body responded with anything other than the instinct to flee or freeze. Then, without warning, a memory crashes over me like a rogue wave. Simon's hand on my wrist, fingers digging into the delicate bones hard enough to bruise. You don't get to look at other men. You don't get to smile at them, speak to them, or exist for them. Your eyes, your thoughts, your body, all of it belongs to me. The compound's summer festival 3 years ago, I'd laughed at something the butcher said, a harmless joke about burnt meat on the barbecue, and Simon had seen. That night, he'd gripped my jaw, forced me to meet his cold grey eyes. You embarrassed me today, made me look weak, like I can't control my own wife. Do you know what happens to wives that don't respect their husbands? I knew. I always knew. The pattern was predictable. The accusation, the isolation, the systematic breaking down of any spark of independence or joy. My stomach lurches violently. The beautiful man in the water blurs as my vision tunnels. For a sickening moment, I can't separate the present from the past. The warmth I felt a second ago curdles into something toxic, dangerous. Men who look like gods, who command space with their presence, who make you feel small just by existing. Those are the ones who hurt you the most. I press my hand to my chest, trying to slow my racing heart. He's not Simon, he's just a stranger, a tourist. He doesn't even know you exist. But my body doesn't believe me. My hands are shaking, my breath coming too fast. The fight or flight response Simon trained into me is screaming warnings. Powerful men are dangerous, beautiful men are liars. Any man who makes you feel something is a trap waiting to spring. He is a predator holding himself in check. The quiet, coiled power makes every nerve in my body stand to attention. Even from this distance, I swear I can feel the heat radiating off him, the kind of warmth that seeps into your skin and refuses to let go. A spark ignites low in my stomach, quick, hot, shocking, a primal feminine need I haven't felt in years, if ever. My pulse leaps, traitorous hormones screaming, "Get a grip, Seraphim!" I shake my head, the sudden rush of attraction alarming. He's just a man, a ridiculously good-looking man, sure, the kind you'd expect on a fantasy book cover, but still just a man. I'll never see him again. Still, I can't quite look away until the sun dips fully behind the water. My cheeks are warm as I finally turn towards the cafe in my room. The air is cooling now, brushing against my skin, carrying the faint scent of salt and something sweet, something familiar I can't quite place. When I open the door to my room, the lock clicking shut behind me, I stop dead. My small room is exactly as I had left it, dim, damp, smelling faintly of old wood and bleach. But across my dark, cheap pillow was an anomaly, a splash of stark, impossible white. A single, perfect white camellia. My throat closes, sealing off my air supply. The flower, that flower. They grew everywhere in the compound gardens. The only thing Simon ever said was almost beautiful enough to match his wife. Now, it is the only symbol of his ownership, his final cruel taunt. This isn't a trick of the light. This isn't a nightmare. He's here. Or someone from the community, a hunter. They know where Sarah lives. The cold certainty shatters the last of my composure. My lungs burn, my hands shake so hard I nearly dropped my bag. The flower is deliberate, a chilling message left in a space only I could access. Run! The word echoes through my mind, a command that's kept me alive for months. I should grab my bag, whatever cash I have hidden in the coffee can under the sink, and disappear into the night, catch the late bus to the next town, then the next, until the trail goes cold. But my legs won't move. I sink onto the edge of the narrow bed, staring at where the camellia sits. My adrenaline is making my whole body feel electric and useless at the same time. Where would I even go? The question stopped me cold. I have maybe $300 in savings. Enough for a bus ticket and a week's worth of cheap motel rooms, if I'm lucky. Not enough to start over somewhere new. Not enough to put real distance between me and whoever is hunting me. And then what? Another nowhere town, another fake name, another minimum wage job where I'm always looking over my shoulder? How many times can I run before I run out of road? The hunter, because that's what they are now. I can't pretend otherwise. They're organised. They found me here, in this unremarkable coastal town, where I've been so careful. If I run tonight, panicked and unprepared, they'll find me again. Probably faster next time. The inner circle wants her paranoid, wants her making mistakes. Panicked people run, and when they run, they get sloppy. The words from the alley echo in my memory. They want me to run. They're counting on it. Every insect screaming at me to flee might be playing directly into their trap. I press the heel of my hand against my eyes, trying to think past the fear. Mr. Harrington owes me nearly $400 for this week's shifts. If I work through the weekend, that's another $200, $600 total, enough to buy a real head start, maybe even a fake ID if I can find the right channels. And there's something else, something I barely want to admit even to myself. I'm tired of running. Not tired enough to give up, not tired enough to let them win, but tired enough that the thought of fleeing into the night with nothing but panic and pocket change feels worse than staying one more day, 2 more days, just long enough to plan properly. Just a few more days, I tell myself, the decision settling into my bones with a weight that feels both reckless and necessary. I'll work my shifts, collect my pay, and plan a real escape, not a panicked flight, but a strategic disappearance. It's dangerous, maybe stupid, but running blind tonight feels even more dangerous. I stand, methodically checking the locks on the door, once, twice, 3 times. I wedge a chair under the handle, an extra barrier that won't stop a determined intruder, but might buy me precious seconds. I check the window, making sure it's locked but could be opened quickly if I need an escape route. Then I sit back down on the bed, fully clothed, my bag packed and ready by the door, but the walls are closing in. The room is too small, too dark, the air too thick with the cloying scent of camellias. Every creak of the building settling sounds like footsteps in the hall. Every distant voice could be them coming for me. The logical part of my brain, the part that made the smart decision to stay, to plan, is being drowned out by pure animal panic. I can't breathe in here. The realization hits with a visceral force. If I stay in this room another minute, I'm going to claw my way out of my own skin. I need air. I need space. I need to move to prove to myself that I'm not already trapped. Just a walk, I tell myself, grabbing my bag, because I will never go anywhere without it now. Just to the beach and back, 20 minutes, clear your head, then come back and enjoy the night. It's reckless. It's exactly what they'd expect. Panicked Sarah running to her predictable safe space. But the alternative is staying in this coffin of a room, slowly suffocating on fear. I unlock the door and slip out into the evening. The cafe is closed, Mr. Harrington long gone. The street is alive with tourists and locals enjoying their mild nights, the kind of crowd that feels like camouflage. I can blend in, just another person out for an evening stroll. The beach, I just need to see the ocean to let the vastness remind me that the world is bigger than this town, bigger than the hunters, bigger than my fear. I walk quickly, not quite running but close, my feet knowing the path by heart. The evening crowd parts around me, couples holding hands, families with tired children, and teenagers laughing too loudly. Normal people living normal lives, unaware that someone among them is being hunted. I turn the corner onto the boardwalk, the sound of waves growing louder, and then I slam straight into a wall. No, not a wall, a person. The impact knocks the air from my lungs in a sharp, painful oof, and my bag tumbles to the ground, scattering everything. Keys, wallets, the pathetic remnants of my savings. I knelt blindly, scrambling. Apologies, I wasn't watching where I was going, a voice says, deep and rough, like dark velvet. His hand brushes mine as he immediately crouches, reaching for my keys, and a strange heat surges through me. It's sharp and electric, heating my skin from the inside out, but unlike the violence I know, this warmth is inexplicably, terrifyingly soothing. It feels like a current grounding my panic. When he looks up, my breath catches again. Eyes the color of molten gold meet mine, steady and impossibly intense. For a heartbeat, the street goes silent. It's him. The man from the beach, the towering presence, he's here. How can that be? Is he a hunter? Was he sent to find me? The instinct that has kept me alive kicks in, overriding the confusing warmth. Run! He must see the raw fear, the sheer panic in my hazel eyes, because his brows pull together, darkening his gold gaze. Hey, wait! Are you okay? Draven. The moment she crashes into me, the world stops. Not figurative, it literally stops, like every atom in the universe has paused to witness this single, impossible instant. The mate bond, silent for so long I'd begun to think it was a myth, roars to life with such ferocity it nearly drives me to my knees. Mine. The word weaves through my consciousness, primal and absolute. My dragon surges against my control, demanding I shift, claim, protect. Every instinct I possess is screaming to wrap myself around this tiny, trembling woman and never let go. But she's terrified. I see it in every line of her body, the way she's already pulling away before she's even caught her breath, the white-knuckled grip on her bag, the wild, trapped look in her eyes. eyes that are exactly the hazel gold I've seen in my dreams, but filled with fear so profound it physically hurts to witness. She's not afraid of some abstract threat. She's afraid of me. The realization is a knife between my ribs. I've imagined this moment for years, finding her, knowing her, the perfect click of destiny falling into place. In none of those fantasies was she looking at me like I'm the monster she's been running from. I forced myself to stay crouched, to keep my movements slow and non-threatening as I reach for her scattered belongings. The keys are cold against my palm, but where my skin brushes hers, there's heat, the unmistakable spark of the mate bond trying to establish itself. Does she feel it? The way her breath hitches suggests yes. But the panic in her expression says she doesn't understand what it means. Of course she doesn't. She's human, not a shifter. Hey, wait, are you okay? It's the wrong thing to say. I realize it the moment the words leave my mouth. She's not okay. She's not been okay for a long time. And some stranger asking about her well-being in a tone of command rather than concern is only going to make it worse. She scrambles to her feet, shoving things into her bag with shaking hands, and every cell in my body is screaming at me to stop her, to make her stay, to explain that I'm not a threat but her salvation. But I can't, because right now, in this moment, I am the threat. I'm the massive, unknown male blocking her escape route, standing between her and safety. So I do the hardest thing I've ever done. I step back, giving her space. Wait, stop! The words come out harsher than intended, edged with the dragon's possessive growl. She runs faster, of course she does. I stand in the middle of the street, watching her disappear into the crowd, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. The bond is a living thing now, a golden thread connecting us that's being stretched taut with every step she takes away from me. It doesn't hurt yet, not physically, but there's a wrongness to the distance, like trying to breathe underwater. Let her go, I tell myself, even as every instinct rebels against the idea. You'll find her again, and next time you'll be smarter, gentler, whatever it takes to make her see you're not the enemy. But the dragon inside is howling, furious at my restraint. She's ours. She's running. We should chase, claim, keep. Not like this, I mutter under my breath, forcing my feet to stay planted. Not if it means she'll never trust us. A couple passing by gives me a wide berth, probably picking up on the dangerous energy I'm radiating. I don't care. All I care about is the rapidly cooling trail of her scent, smoke and honey and fear, and the absolute certainty that I've just found and lost the most important person in my life in the span of 30 seconds. Geldrick is going to have a field day with this. But beneath the frustration and the dragon's rage, there's something else. Hope. Because she's real. She exists, and those eyes, gods, those eyes that looked at me with fear, yes, but also with a flash of recognition, as if some part of her buried beneath the trauma and terror knew me too. I'll find her again, and next time I won't be a stranger appearing out of nowhere. I'll be someone she can trust, even if it kills me to wait. Seraphine. Hey, wait! Are you okay? The stranger asks, but I'm already shoving the scattered pieces back into my bag with violently shaking hands. I have to go, I stammer, scrambling to my feet. I turn and push through the crowd, spilling from the boardwalk restaurants, heart lodged in my throat. I don't look back. I can't risk seeing that beautiful, dangerous face again. Behind me, I hear his voice once more, a low, confused sound, demanding, "Wait! Stop!" But but the noise is swallowed by the crash of the waves and the pounding of my heart. I run until my lungs ache, until the lights of the shops blurred, until all that's left was the echo of my frantic pulse and the lingering phantom warmth of his hand, still on mine. The heat was a promise, but right now, it feels like another chain. Chapter 4. Draven. She's gone. One moment I was staring into her beautiful hazel eyes, the eyes that had been in my impossible dream, and the world finally started turning. Next, she has vanished into the rushing current of the crowd, leaving me rooted in the street like an idiot. The scent of the ocean and her faint, sweet fragrance tangled together in my lungs. My dragon snarls inside me, a guttural, wounded sound only I can feel. He demands pursuit, a hunt, an immediate claim. Mate! The word slams through me like a physical blow, thunder and a raging fire mixing in my veins. For years I had tried to conjure her, imagining the woman meant to rule beside me. I'd seen fragments, a flash of laughter, a wisp of warmth, but always the details blurred, except for those eyes. I'd believed the whole thing was a fantasy, a cruel side effect of my cursed lineage. Until today. Her eyes were the same hazel flecked with gold that had haunted my dreams, familiar, impossible, terrifying, and now they belonged to someone real, someone afraid. She was small, barely reaching my chest, slender in a way that spoke of endurance, not fragility. I'd seen the years of flight in her posture, the instinct to disappear etched into every movement. When she tucked a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear, I'd seen the delicate curve of her neck, so vulnerable, and my dragon had pulsed with a fierce, protective hunger. Pain lived in her features, yes, but so did defiance. A core fire that refused to die. She wasn't just surviving, she was fighting to keep breathing. She wanted to vanish, to be no one, but to me she had burned brighter than the midday sun. Her presence had roared through every part of me, setting flame to the emptiness I'd carried for years. And when she looked at me, the fear, gods, I felt it like a physical blow, a blade to the chest. I was too much, too big, too fast, but also I hadn't moved fast enough. She was gone, swallowed by the crowd, leaving only her scent and the jarring echo of her frantic heartbeat in my chest. My dragon roars, desperate to follow, to find her again, to protect her, to claim her. I knew with the absolute certainty of my destiny that she was mine. She needed me as much as I needed her. I start forward, ready to push through the crowd and let the hunt begin, but a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, laced with easy annoyance. Dre, there you are! I swear I turned my back for 2 minutes and you find a way to escape or spontaneously combust. Eldrick, of course. His terrible timing has always been legendary, though today it felt like a betrayal of fate itself. I glanced back towards where she vanished, gone completely. Don't just stand there like a statue carved from pure sexual frustration, Eldrick says, walking up and nudging my elbow. He was tall, but I still towered over him, and he had the easy confidence of a man who'd been arguing with me since we were children, fighting over a piece of mountain meat. You were supposed to be meeting the envoy from the wolf clans an hour ago. You know, diplomacy, the boring stuff that keeps the North from eating us alive. I grit my teeth, fighting the urge to snarl and force a breath through my nose. Later, you have the court ball, remember? He raises an eyebrow, sensing the tension but attributing it to politics. Dre, I know that look. You've either misplaced the royal seal or murdered an elder. Which is it? Nothing. Neither. I say the lie too quick, too thin. I just saw someone. Ah! His grin widens, seizing on this. Finally! Was she pretty? Did she look like she might actually survive a conversation with you? My glare should have burned him alive. Drop it, Kaeldrick. The wolves are more important right now. He chuckles, but falls into step as I turn away. The wolves are always more important, Dre. They're brutal, war-loving shifters who live for the snow and the smell of conquest. They want our northern territory because they want a warm water port. They are bloodthirsty and ambitious, and they've sensed our weakening fire. A beautiful distraction is exactly what you need to forget their tedious demands. His words only amplified my urgency. The need for a mate was not just tradition, it was survival. The fading fire was a weakness the wolves in the north could and would exploit. If I had a queen, if the kingdom had a visible sign of prophecy restored, our defense would be impenetrable. I promised you the fate of the north is secondary to what I saw, I muttered, but fine. Let's go talk to the snarling curs. The meeting with the wolf envoy is a disaster from the moment it begins. I'm still raw from losing her, the mate bond a constant ache in my chest, making it nearly impossible to focus on the political theatre playing out in the coastal palace's study. Kaeldrick stands at my right side, his usual easy demeanour replaced by watchful tension. The wolves can smell weakness, and today I'm bleeding it. Bjorn Frostclaw, the Northern Pack's chief negotiator, lounges in his chair with calculated insolence. He's all lean muscle and winter-pale skin, his ice-blue eyes tracking my every movement like a predator, sizing up prey. Two of his lieutenants flank him, silent and deadly, their presence a not-so-subtle reminder that the wolves travel in packs. King Draven, Bjorn says, his accent thick with rolling consonants of the far north. You look distracted. Trouble in your kingdom? Nothing that concerns the wolf clans, I reply, my voice carefully neutral. Every word is a negotiation, every pause a potential weakness. Doesn't it? He leans forward, elbows on his knees, a posture of false friendliness that sets my teeth on edge. We've been hearing rumors, interesting rumors, stories about failing bloodlines, children who don't survive, about a king without a queen, a fire that's dimming year by year, generation by generation. Kaeldrick's hand moves almost imperceptibly towards the blade at his hip. I give him the slightest shake of my head. Not yet. Rumors are the currency of cowards who lack the courage for direct confrontation, I say evenly. If you have concerns about the security of the northern border, state them plainly. Bjorn's smile shows too many teeth. Security? Oh, we have no concerns about security, Your Majesty. In fact, we're so confident in our own strength that we've been considering expansion. Those human settlements in the disputed territories need proper protection, strong protection, the kind that a fading dragon kingdom might not be able to provide much longer. The threat is barely veiled. They're preparing to push into our territory, testing whether we have the strength to push back. The settlements are under dragon protection, I say, and I let just enough heat bleed into my voice that the air around me shimmers. They will remain under dragon protection. Any wolf who crosses into claimed territory will find that our fire burns as hot as it ever has. Does it? Bjorn rises slowly, deliberately. He's nearly my height. I'm 6'6", rare even for shifters. but wolves are bred for size and strength. Because from where I'm standing, you look like a king pretending to be in power while his kingdom crumbles. No queen, no heir, no future. Just a proud dragon sitting on a pile of useless rock, waiting for extinction. We fought beside your great-grandfather once, before your fire dimmed. The room goes deadly quiet. Keldrick's hand is definitely on his blade now. One of the wolf lieutenants has shifted positions, ready to spring. I could end this now. One shift, one burst of flame, and beyond Frostclaw would be nothing but ash and memory. But that would mean war, open, bloody war, and we're not ready for that. Not with our numbers dwindling, not with every birth a gamble, not with the fire itself uncertain. So, instead, I do something harder. I stand down. This meeting is over, I say, my voice cold as winter stone. You will leave Wavecrest territory by nightfall, and you will deliver a message to your Alpha. The Dragon King does not respond well to threats. Tell him to test our borders at his own risk. Bjorn holds my gaze for a long, tense moment. Then he laughs, a harsh, barking sound. As you wish, Your Majesty, though I suspect that we'll be having this conversation again soon, perhaps when you're more motivated to negotiate. He and his lieutenants file out, their footsteps deliberate, unhurried. They're not afraid. They should be, but they're not. The moment the door closes, I slam my fist into the stone wall. The rock cracks, spiderwebbing out from the impact. Pain flares up in my arm, sharp and grounding. That went well, Keldrick says dryly, though his voice is tight with suppressed anger. Nothing says strong kingdom like threatening a war you can't afford to fight. What would you have had me do? I round on him, the dragon's fury finally finding an outlet. Roll over, offer them territory, show them exactly how weak we are? I'd have had you be focused. Keldrick meets my anger with calm, the way he always does when I'm spiraling. You weren't focused, Dre. You were thinking about her, the girl with the eyes, instead of the very real threat standing in front of you. Bjorn saw it. They all saw it. The words hit like a physical blow because they're true. Throughout the meeting, half my attention was on the fading thread of her scent still clinging to my clothes, the phantom warmth where her hand had brushed mine, and the desperate need to find her again. She's my mate, I say, and the words come out half plea, half declaration. The prophesied queen. I already have the feeling that I half love her. Finding her isn't a distraction. It's potentially the solution to everything. Only if she accepts you, Keldrick counters, and only if you survive long enough to convince her. The wolves aren't going to wait for your love story to play out dry. They're going to push and push hard, and if we're not ready, I know! The shout echoes off the stone walls. I force myself to take a breath, to pull back from the edge of transformation. When I speak again, my voice is quieter, but no less intense. I know what's at stake. Every moment of every day, I carry the weight of this kingdom's survival. But she's the key, KL. She is what we've been waiting for. I just need time. Time's the one thing we don't have, he says softly, but then his expression gentles, the brotherly concern breaking through his advisor's mask. But I get it, I do, just don't lose sight of the kingdom while you're chasing the queen. One can't survive without the other. That night, the ballroom glitters with light and noise. I sit on my gilded throne, surrounded by swirls of silk and honeyed laughter, feeling like a carving of stone. This is a celebration, the advisors call it. Everyone knows it's another desperate parade of every eligible female in the kingdom. If the king won't find his mate through fate, perhaps he'll settle for convenience. But I keep seeing her face in the shifting light, every laughter from the crowd sounding like the frantic rush of her breathing. Keldrick leans lazily against a pillar, sipping his wine. "You have to admit," he says, nodding towards a woman with an elaborate braid, "Lady Marwyn has a commanding presence. Also an impressive dowry of sheep and lowland territory. Practical as a queen candidate." I don't even glance up. "She looks like she'd bite my head off the moment I fell asleep." He smirks. "Some guys might find that appealing. You need a challenge." "I don't need a challenge. I need my mate." I say the words, coming out as a low growl. "You're impossible. Just pick one, Dre. One dance, one night of fun, something to get the court off your back before they start offering ultimatums. Besides, the wolves will interpret your sullen brooding as a sign of weakness." I set my heavy crystal drink glass down hard enough to crack the glass table. The sound draws a brief, concerned silence from the nearest courtiers. "I can't," I say quietly, the change in my tone immediately silencing Keldrick. He knows the difference between my royal anger and my true despair. "She's out there, Kael," I continue, using his chosen nickname, the one reserved for the two of us. My gaze was distant. "The girl with the eyes from my dream. She's real. I saw her today, here in Wavecrest." He studies me, the skepticism falling away, replaced by shock. "You're serious?" "I'm always serious about this." He runs a hand through his dark hair, exhaling slowly. "So you saw a woman in the middle of the street for what, 10 seconds? Less? And now you're convinced she is your fated mate, and the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom rests on tracking down a terrified human girl who might have been running from a slow-moving tram." I didn't argue the point of the tram. I simply nodded. The conviction absolute. "Fine," he said, shaking his head. The brotherly exasperation returned, though tempered by serious concern. "But if she's real, I hope she's not skittish, because you, my friend, are not exactly easy to approach. You look like you're ready to burn the whole town down just to see her again." If only he knew how terrified she was, how hard it will be to get close to her. The night stretches long. I don't dance, don't speak, barely move. When the last guest has gone and silence returned, I'm no closer to peace. Every time I close my eyes, I see her eyes, wide, terrified, shimmering like sunlight on water, and beneath that fear, something else. Recognition. I dismiss the servants and retreat to my quarters, needing solitude to think. No, more accurately, to stop thinking. I should be reviewing defense strategies for the northern border. Should be drafting responses to Bjorn's thinly veiled threats, coordinating with my military advisors, and preparing for the conflict that's coming, whether I want it or not. Instead, I'm standing at the window of my temporary quarters, staring out at the dark ocean, thinking about hazel eyes and the ghost of a touch that lit every nerve in my body on fire. What kind of king abandons his duty for a woman who ran from him? The question gnaws at me, vicious and persistent. My entire life has been about sacrifice, with my personal wants subjugated to the needs of the kingdom, and every decision filtered through the lens of what's best for my people. I've turned away potential alliances, refused political marriages, and dedicated every waking moment to keeping the dragon fire burning. And now, when the threats are most urgent, when the wolves are literally circling, I'm obsessed with finding a terrified human girl who doesn't even know what I am. She's not just any girl, the dragon insists, a rumbling presence in the back of my mind. She's ours, the mate, the one who will restore the fire, the one who will soothe my heart. The bond knows. Even in its barely formed, incomplete state, it recognizes her with absolute certainty. Every cell in my body is screaming that she is the answer, not a distraction from my duty, but the fulfillment of it. If I can convince her, if she doesn't run, if whoever she's fleeing from doesn't find her first. Too many ifs. I press my forehead against the cool glass, closing my eyes. Behind my eyelids I see her face again, the moment our eyes met, that flash of recognition before the fear took over. She felt something, I'm certain of it. The bond was trying to form, reaching for her even as she pulled away. Duty or obsession, I mutter to the empty room. Keldrick thinks there's a difference. But is there? Not for me, not anymore. My duty is to save my people from extinction. The mate bond is how dragon kings have always done that. The queen brings the fire back to full strength, stabilizes the bloodline, and ensures viable heirs. It's not romantic, it's survival, coded into our very DNA. Except it doesn't feel like duty when I think about her. It feels about need, raw, desperate, and entirely too personal. The dragon stirs, sensing my conflict. Stop thinking, start hunting. She's close, we can find her. And then what? I ask aloud. Chase her through the streets, corner her, prove to her that everything she's running from was right to terrify her. Protect her, claim her, keep her safe. She doesn't want my protection, she wants to disappear. Then make her want it. The dragon's logic is simple, primal, see mate, claim mate, keep mate. No room for trauma or fear or the very real possibility that I'm the last thing she needs in her life right now. But I'm not just a dragon, I'm also human enough to understand that forcing a bond is no bond at all. She has to choose me, not because of destiny or prophecy or the mystical pull of mate recognition, but because she trusts me, wants me, sees me as salvation instead of another cage. Which means I need to be patient, strategic, everything the dragon is not. Tomorrow, I promise myself and the dragon and the fate of my kingdom, tomorrow I'll find her again, and this time I'll do it right. But even as I make the vow, I know I won't sleep tonight, won't rest until I know where she is, that she's safe, that whoever put that terror in her eyes hasn't found her. The obsession is already winning. I just hope it doesn't cost me anything. At dawn I give up pretending because it's not sleep that I need. But I don't pull on the dark shirt and walk the streets like a human. I need speed, need the dragon's senses, need to cover ground faster than my human form allows. I climb to the roof of the palace, where the pre-dawn light is just beginning to paint the sky in shades of grey and silver. The ocean stretches indefinitely before me, the town still mostly sleeping below. This is reckless, shifting so close to human habitation, risking exposure, but I'm past caring. The change ripples through me with familiar intensity. Bones lengthen and reshape, muscle mass expanding exponentially, skin giving way to scales that gleam like burnished bronze even in the dim light. Wings unfurl, massive and powerful, catching the first hints of morning wind. For a moment, I simply stand there in full dragon form, letting the primal satisfaction of it wash over me. This is what I am, stripped of crown and politics and the crushing weight of responsibility. Just fire and wings and ancient deadly power. Then I leap. The ground falls away, the rush of wind and the powerful beat of my wings drowning out every thought except the hunt. I circle over wave crest, high enough that any human looking up would mistake me for a large bird or a trick of the light. The dragon's senses are sharper than my human ones, sight that can pick out a rabbit from a mile up, hearing that catches whispered conversations through walls, but most importantly, scent. I extend that sense now, filtering through the thousand of smells that make up a coastal town, salt and seaweed, cooking fires and car exhaust, the complicated melange of human habitation. Beneath it all, I'm searching for one specific thread, smoke and honey with that underlying note of fear-sharpened adrenaline. There! Faint, but unmistakable, coming from the small cafe near the beach, the same cafe I'd been walking near yesterday, before the disastrous meeting with Bjorn pulled me away. She's there. She stayed. Relief floods through me so powerfully that I nearly lose altitude. She didn't run, despite the terror, despite every instinct probably screaming at her to flee. She's still here. I circle lower, careful to stay out of direct line of sight, using my aerial vantage to study the building. It's small, shabby, the kind of place that caters to locals and tourists alike. There's a narrow alley behind it, probably a service entrance, and there a window is open a fraction of an inch, just behind the kitchen. That's where her scent is strongest. She lives there in that tiny room behind a struggling cafe, hiding from whatever demons chase her. The dragon wants to land. I could go to her now, shift back, walk through the alley, knock on her door, but what would she see? A stranger with eyes like fire and a presence too large for the room she hides in. She doesn't know what I am, doesn't understand the bond, the prophecy, the ancient magic that's pulling me towards her like gravity. And even if she did, what right do I have to claim her? She's human, fragile in ways I can't afford to be. Her fear isn't just instinct, it's history, carved into her bones by someone who taught her that power means pain. If I show her mine too, I'll become the monster she's already running from. The dragon doesn't care. It sees only the mate, the answer, the fire. But I do care, because if she doesn't choose me freely, then none of this means anything. So I continue my lonely flight. Below me, the town is waking up. Early morning joggers on the beach, fishermen preparing their boats, the first delivery trucks making their rounds. Any one of them could look up and see a dragon where dragons aren't supposed to exist. More importantly, she could see me, and if she does, before I've had a chance to slowly, carefully earn her trust, she'll know exactly what I am, the massive predator who's been stalking her, who could snatch her from the ground and carry her away without breaking a sweat. Patient, I remind myself, even as the dragon growls in frustration. We do this right, or we lose her forever. I bank wide, catching a thermal that takes me higher, and allow myself one more long look at that small window where my mate sleeps, if she sleeps at all, given the exhaustion I'd seen in her eyes. The bond pulls at me, an invisible thread connecting us even now. It's still weak, barely formed, but it's there, real, undeniable. Soon, I promise her silently, soon I'll find a way to make you understand you're safe with me, that I'll burn the world down before I let anyone hurt you. Because someone put that terror in her eyes, someone taught her to run, to hide, to look at a potential protector and see only another threat. And when I find out who, the dragon's growl rumbles through my chest, a sound of promised violence that echoes across the empty sky. I wheel away from the town, heading back towards the palace before full daylight exposes me. But I carry the knowledge with me. She's still here, still within reach. The search continues. After shifting back and dressing, I walk the waking streets, following the subtle, unmistakable pull in my chest, a strange, undeniable thread winding tighter with every step. It was the faintest echo of the mate bond, just a whisper where a roar should be. It leads me back to the small, unremarkable cafe by the beach. The scent of coffee, sugar, and her soft, sweet fragrance hit me the moment I stepped closer, and there she was. She's behind the counter, hair pulled back, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. She moves like someone carrying too much weight, yet she still moves with a quiet, efficient grace. My dragon stills, a massive, forced presence solely observing her. When she looks up and forces a brittle smile for a customer, my chest tightens painfully. Everything inside me screams to go to her, to shield her, to take her away and lock her somewhere safe until the terror bleeds out of her bones. But then I see it again, the fear, the way her gaze flicks towards the window, scanning, never still. the dark circles on her eyes that speak of sleepless nights haunted by something worse than me. Whoever hurt her still haunts her. If I rush this, if I scare her now, she'll run again. And if she runs, I might never find her before the kingdom fails and before the wolves see their chance to strike. So I force myself to turn away, to retreat before instinct wins. My dragon protests, a low, furious growl in my throat, demanding I claim what was rightfully mine. Soon, I whisper under my breath, we'll find a way to earn her trust. We will not be the monster that makes her run. When I return to the court, Kaeldrick's already waiting, standing with a steaming mug of black coffee in hand. "Did you finally get some sleep?" he asked dryly, passing the mug to me. "No," I say, taking a long, grateful sip. "Did you find someone to have fun with while not sleeping, then?" he adds with a smirk, always ready to needle me. "I found her again, at a cafe. She's human." I pronounced the words with all my regality, making sure he knew this was no fleeting vision. "I watched her work. She's beautiful, but scared of something." His smirk fades completely. He studies me for a long moment, the caffeine doing its work. Then he sighs, accepting the inevitable. "All right, Dre, you've seen her twice, so what's the plan? We can't sit on this. The wolves are waiting for us to fail." His voice pauses, voice dropping. "And if they find her first?" I turn towards the window, watching the sun rise over the town below, but Kael's words keep echoing. "They won't see a frightened girl," he continues. "They'll see leverage, a way to break you, to fracture the bond before it's fully formed, to turn prophecy into weakness." His voice is grim now, stripped of humour. Bjorn would parade her through the northern courts, call her a stolen bride, a symbol of dragon desperation. They'd use her to justify invasion, to rally their packs, to claim our lands as spoils of a failing lineage. My jaw clenches, the dragon inside me snarling at the image. "My plan," I say, the words settling heavy and true in the quiet hall, "is to stay patient. She is terrified, and I won't risk her running. I will earn her trust first, and then, only then, will I claim her." Chapter 5. Seraphine. By the time I make it back to my room, my lungs burn. It's not just from running. Fear vibrates in my chest, raw, chemical, suffocating. I slam the door and press my back against it, waiting, listening for footsteps or grabbing hands that never come. The rough, splintered wood is cold against the skin of my back, a meager barrier against the world. I spin around, my eyes wide, scanning the dim, cramped space. The flower is gone. The single white camellia that had been lying stark white across my dark, cheap pillow only hours ago, delicate, fragrant, impossible, has vanished. The worn cotton blanket is smooth, untouched, the bed is made, the room looks exactly as it always does, a tiny damp box smelling of old wood and bleach, with one window overlooking Mr. Harrington's overflowing bins. But the faint, cloying sweetness of the flower still hangs in the air. It's a phantom scent clinging to the pillowcase's fabric, a ghost that won't leave. I tear the room apart. I rip the sheets off the bed, search the folds of the blanket, check the nightstand drawer, and crawl under the frame, scraping my hands on the dusty floorboards. Nothing. No crushed petals, no trace of the intruder, and no lingering scent of the man from the market. Only the phantom sweetness. A thin, brittle sound bubbles up from my throat, raw and painful. A laugh. "You're losing it," I whisper to myself, sliding down the wall until I was huddled on the cold floor. "You're just tired. Stress. Paranoia has finally melted your brain." It has to be. It has to be the same way I sometimes imagine I hear Simon's voice when I was half asleep, whispering accusations. in the same way I still flinch when someone raises their hand too quickly near my face. The man, the flower, the heat from the stranger on the beach, it was all in my mind, constructing a new threat to match the old trauma. No, the flower had been real. The hunters were real. I'd heard them planning in the alley, discussing how to make me paranoid and how to make me sloppy. This was part of their game. Leave evidence, then take it away. Make me question what I'd seen, drive me mad before they closed in. I barely sleep that night. Every shadow that moves on the wall becomes a whispering shape that vanishes when I blink. I lie there rigid, listening to the drip of the tap in the kitchen sink and the relentless crash of the ocean, both sounds too loud, too close. When morning came, I felt hollowed out, a raw shell running on pure, terrified habit. The cafe hums with its usual morning rhythm, the click of cutlery and the cheerful chatter of tourists, providing a thin but necessary shield. I pour coffee, plaster on the Sarah mask, and answer questions automatically. Routine was my prison and my comfort. If I keep moving, I won't have to think about the ghost of the camellia. But today, the outside world is breaking in, chipping away at the fragile walls of my sanity. It starts small, insidious. I am meticulous with the cash register, a habit I learned from years of having every penny accounted for by Simon. But today the till won't balance, short by exactly $20. I knew I had counted it right before opening, but the numbers wouldn't match. Then at mid-morning I found the back door ajar. The lock, an old-fashioned brass latch, was barely engaged, though I distinctly remember throwing the latch that morning and twisting the deadbolt before opening the front door for the customers. Mr. Harrington brushed it off with a gruff shrug. "Old locks," he said, wiping the grease spot off the counter. "You just gotta jiggle 'em, probably the sea air swelling the wood." But it kept happening. The signs kept mounting, the sugar packets were rearranged on table 4, a favourite chipped mug of mine was missing from the shelf. Each anomaly was tiny, easily dismissed by a rational mind, but they were driving me to the breaking point. I reached for a fresh mug on the high shelf. My hand was shaking so badly that it simply slipped. The porcelain shattered at my feet. The sudden, sharp noise made the local crowd gasp. My heart jumped to my throat. Just clumsy fingers, you're overtired. Then the smell of smoke hits. Not the pleasant char of toast or the oil-sweet scent of frying bacon. This is wrong, acrid, chemical, the smell of something burning that shouldn't be. "Sarah!" Mr. Harrington's voice slices through the kitchen noise, through the clatter of dishes and the hiss of the coffee machine. "The fryer!" I turn, and time does something strange. It stretches and compresses simultaneously, each second elastic and viscous. The flames are yellow-orange, eager fingers climbing up from the industrial fryer, licking at the exhaust hood. They're small now, manageable, but growing at a horrifying rate. The oil inside the fryer is bubbling violently. The dark smoke is beginning to pour from the vat. For a frozen, catastrophic second, time slips. Suddenly, I'm not in the beachside cafe anymore. I'm pulled backward. 3 years ago, the compound kitchen. I'm 23 and still trying to be the perfect wife. "Seraphine!" Simon's voice cracks like a whip across the large industrial kitchen. The other women, his mother, his sister, all freeze in their tracks, their eyes darting between us like nervous rabbits. I'd left a pot on the stove, just for a moment, just to answer the door when the supply delivery arrived. But that moment was too long. The bottom of the pot was scorched black, smoke pouring from it, and now Simon is crossing the kitchen with that particular walk, measured, controlled, terrifying in its deliberation. "You useless girl." His voice is soft now, which is worse than yelling. "You can't even boil water without supervision. What good are you?" The heat from the stove, the shame burned hotter than any flame. the way the other women look away, complicit in their silence, his hand reaching for the pot handle. "Sarah!" The shout yanks me back. Mr. Harrington is moving, but he's too slow, his bulk making him awkward in the tight kitchen space. The flames are higher now, beginning to catch on the wall behind the fryer. Customers in the dining area are starting to notice. I hear the shift in the ambient noise, conversations cutting off mid-sentence, chairs scraping as people stand to get a better look. "Someone call 911!" a man's voice shouts. "Is that fire?" A woman, higher pitched, edged with panic. My hands won't move. I'm frozen, locked in place by the smell, by the heat radiating from the fryer, by the terrible familiarity of it all. Simon's hand closes around my wrist, dragging me towards the smoking pot. "You need to learn," he says, his voice still that terrifying soft. "Actions have consequences." He holds my hand closer to the ruined pot, close enough that I can feel the heat blistering the air above it. Not touching, he's too careful to leave obvious marks, but close enough that my skin prickles and burns, close enough that tears are streaming down my face. "Please," I whisper, I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix things." His grey eyes are cold, calculating. Sorry is what weak people say when they fail. "Sarah!" The fire blanket. There's a fire blanket mounted on the wall. I know this. I walk past it every day for a month. Red case, clear instructions, right next to the first aid kit. My body moves without conscious thought. Muscle memory from mandatory safety training override the paralysis. I lunge for the wall, fingers scrabbling at the red case. It takes 3 tries to get it open. My hands are shaking so violently that I can barely grip the latch. Behind me, I hear Mr. Harrington. "Everyone out, calmly, please. Just head to the street." The blanket comes free in a cascade of heavy, flame-retardant fabric. It's heavier than I expected. Awkward to hold. I stumble towards the fryer, and for one horrifying moment, I'm back in that compound kitchen. Simon's voice in my ear telling me I'm useless, incompetent, a burden he's forced to carry. "You'll never survive without me. Who else would tolerate your constant failures?" I throw the blanket over the flames. The effect isn't immediate. For several terrible seconds, smoke continues to pour from beneath the edges, and I think I've done it wrong, that I've failed again. Then the flames gasp and die, suffocated by the lack of oxygen. The smoke thickens for a moment, a final protest, before beginning to thin. The sudden quiet is deafening. The only sounds are the laboured wheeze of Mr. Harrington's breathing, the distant murmur of evacuated customers out on the street outside, and my own pulse hammering in my ears. "Got it," Mr. Harrington wheezes, his hand landing on my shoulder, heavy, warm, grounding. I flinch at the contact before I can stop myself, and he immediately withdraws. "Quick thinking, Sarah. You might have just saved the whole building." I can't speak. My throat is closed, sealed shut by smoke and memory and the terrible certainty that this wasn't an accident. Mr. Harrington moved to the fryer, examining the controls with a frown that deepens into confusion. "That's strange. I could have sworn." He trails off, tapping the temperature dial. "I didn't turn this on. I'm certain I didn't. I always start with the coffee maker, then the grill, and the fryer is last because I don't need it until the lunch rush." "Maybe you forgot," I manage, though my voice sounds hollow, distant. "Maybe." But he doesn't sound convinced. He's still frowning at the controls, at the dial that's turned all the way to maximum heat, far hotter than anyone would ever need for service. Through the kitchen window, I can see the customers milling on the sidewalk. Most look concerned, but calm. This is an inconvenience, a story to tell later about the dramatic morning at the local cafe. A few are filming on their phones because, of course, they are. Mrs. Chen catches my eye through the window. She's not filming, she's watching me with that particular look of gentle concern and something else, recognition maybe, as if she sees past the Sarah mask to the terrified girl underneath. I turn away before she can see me completely fall apart. "Why don't you take the rest of the day off?" Mr. Harrington says. It's not quite a question. "I'll handle the fire marshal when they get here, and clean up this mess. You did well, Sarah, real good, but you look like you could use some air that doesn't smell of burnt oil." I nod, mutely. My hands are still shaking, adrenaline making my whole body feel electric and useless at once. He didn't switch it on, I know he didn't. But someone did. Someone who has access to the cafe. Someone who knows my schedule, my routine, the exact timing that would cause maximum chaos and fear. The smell of smoke clings to my clothes, my hair, my skin, a scent memory that will follow me for days. And I know with absolute certainty, it wasn't a warning, it was a message. We can reach you anywhere, even here in your safe place, surrounded by people. You are never safe, you can never escape. The streets feel too open, too exposed. The light of the mid-morning sun is harsh, casting distorted shadows that look like men stalking me. I walk fast, hugging the edge of the pavement, try to focus on the mundane, but as I cross the road down a shady side street, away from the bustling tourists, my reflection flashes in the parked car window, pale, wild-eyed, completely unfamiliar. I barely recognize the frightened stranger staring back. I thought she was gone. The sound of an engine revs behind me, too loud, too close, ripping through the quiet street. I spin, light glinting off the front window so I can't see inside. Screeching tires, a sound that always means violence. I freeze. My feet are lead, my muscles locked, my brain searching for what to do. The blinding, brilliant lights screaming towards me. I lift my arm in a pathetic, useless gesture of defense, bracing for the inevitable, final contact. And then, impact. Not the car. Arms. Strong, solid arms like iron cables wrapped around me, like a shield, hauling me off my feet, dragging me hard to the ground, but shielding me completely. The car roars past, its rush of wind ripping at my clothes, narrowly missing the place where I had stood. The world tilts, my heart hammers, breath caught somewhere between a sob and a scream. We're on the ground, his body curved around mine like a shield, and I can feel the heat of him. That same unnatural warmth from before, but magnified, overwhelming. "Are you hurt?" The voice is deep, rough, absolutely steady, cutting through the ringing in my ears and the shocked silence of the street. Distantly I hear other voices, people shouting, someone asking whether they should call the police, but they all fade into the background noise. I look up and my stomach does a complete flip that's part terror, part something I don't want to name. It's him. Again. The golden-eyed god from the beach, from the street collision. The man who keeps appearing exactly when I need saving. Which means either he's the luckiest coincidence in the world, or he's following me. He's impossibly tall close up, his broad shoulders blocking the sun and most of the gathering crowd. His eyes, amber gold, impossible, beautiful, are scanning me with an intensity that feels medical, searching for injuries. There's genuine concern there, but underneath it, something else, something possessive that makes my skin prickle with warning. "I'm fine," I manage, but my voice cracks on the words. I'm not fine, I'm very far from fine. His hands are still on my arms, steadying me, and through the thin fabric of my smoke-stained work shirt, I can feel that heat. It's not normal human warmth, it's too intense, too focused, like standing next to a furnace. "You nearly weren't fine," he said softly, and there's something in his tone, controlled rage, barely leashed. "That driver was aiming right for you. Did you see their face, the license plate?" I shake my head mutely. All I'd seen was the headlights bearing down like the eyes of some vengeful god. He helps me to my feet with a gentleness that seems impossible given his size. One hand steadies my elbow, the other hovering near my back, ready to catch me if I fall, but not actually touching. It's the posture of someone who's very aware of not crowding, not threatening. "My name is Draven," he says, and the way he says it feels important somehow, like he's offering me something more than just a name. "We keep meeting in unfortunate circumstances. I'd prefer to meet you when someone isn't actively trying to harm you." The words hit me like cold water. Actively trying to harm you. Not an accident. He saw it too, the deliberate targeting, the way the car didn't even brake. "Are you following me?" The question comes out sharper than I intended, edged with hysteria I can't quite suppress. He goes very still. For a moment those golden eyes flash with something, hurt maybe, or frustration, before his expression smooths back into careful neutrality. "No," he says simply, "though I understand why you'd think that. 2 times in 2 days is unlikely." A pause. "I'm staying in town and I've been walking this route every afternoon, same time, same path." It's too reasonable, too calm, the kind of explanation a predator would give to make his prey drop her guard. But his hands are still gentle on my arms, and he hasn't moved closer despite having every opportunity. In fact, he takes a small step back, giving me space. "Are you safe?" he asks, and the question is so gentle, so genuinely concerned, that it cracks something inside me. "Where are you staying? Are you safe there?" I want to laugh, to scream, to tell him that nowhere is safe, that the hunters have found me, that the compound's reach is longer than I ever imagined, that the white camellia appeared and disappeared from my locked room, that fires start themselves, and that I can't trust my own mind anymore. Instead, I say, "I have to go." "Wait." He doesn't grab me, his hands don't move at all, they just support without intruding. But the word itself has weight, a command wrapped in a plea. "Please, at least let me walk you somewhere safe. That car, I can take care of myself." The words are automatic, a reflex learned from years of pretending I'm fine, I'm capable. I don't need help that always comes with strings attached. "I'm sure you can." His voice is soft, carefully neutral. "But someone did just try to kill you, and you're shaking so hard you can barely stand. Let me help. No expectations, no demands, just let me make sure you're somewhere safe." I look at him, really look for the first time. His face is all strong lines and sharp angles, the face of someone used to command, to being obeyed without questions. But his eyes, there's something in them that isn't demand. It's an offer, a choice. "Why?" I whisper. "Why do you care?" The question seems to catch him off guard. He opens his mouth, closes it, and for a moment he looks almost vulnerable. "Because," he says finally, "you look like someone who's been running for a very long time, and I know what it's like to carry weight that's too heavy to bear alone." The words hit too close, too true. For one dangerous moment, I want to believe him, want to let this impossibly strong yet crazily warm stranger carry some of this crushing fear. But I've made that mistake before, trusted strength, believed in gentleness, and it had nearly destroyed me. "I'm sorry," I say, and I mean it, I can't. I pull away from his steadying hand, and he lets me go immediately. No grabbing, no insisting, no anger at the rejection. Just a flash of deep disappointment across his face before he schools it back to neutrality. "Then at least take this," he says, pulling something from his pocket, a card, expensive-looking cream-coloured paper with embossed lettering. "If you need help, if something happens, call this number any time." I take it because refusing feels more dangerous than accepting. The card is warm from his pocket, or maybe from him. I don't look at it, just shove it into my bag. Thank you, I mumble, for saving me. Be careful, he says, and there's something in his voice, warning, fear, resignation. Whoever they are, they're getting bolder. Then I'm turning away, forcing my shaking legs to move, to carry me away from the golden-eyed man who'd saved me and terrifies me in equal measures. Behind me, I feel his gaze, like a physical weight, tracking my movement down the street. I don't look back. When I reach my room, I slam the door, lock it twice, and slide down until I'm sitting on the cold floor. My pulse won't slow. The camellia that vanished, the fire that shouldn't have started, the near-death encounter with a car, the golden-eyed man who keeps appearing. None of this can be a coincidence. I'm not losing my mind. I'm being played with. I cover my face with my hands, trying to breathe. But when I close my eyes, the reality I tried to bury clawed its way back up. Blood everywhere, his body on the floor, his hands reaching, twitching once before going still. The weight of the weapon in my hand is slick and heavy. Then the terrifying, impossible alternate reality took hold. The eyes, cold, grey, opening. I gasp and crawl so my back is against my bed. My breath shudders out in broken bursts as I pull the blanket over me, hiding in the dark. He's dead, I whisper, the desperate mantra, a thin shield against the nightmare. He's dead. I killed him. I saw it. But the scent of that camellia lingers still, faint, sweet, impossible. And a thought I can't stop, a seed of pure terror, curls through the panic like smoke. What if he isn't? What if the man with the cold eyes, the one who looked exactly like him, is the truth? What if I ran all this way, killed my only tie to the world, only for the monster to follow me, and to send another, even more dangerous monster with eyes of fire to claim the remnants? I was trapped, caught between a monster I thought I killed, and a terrifying protector I couldn't trust. I didn't know which one was worse. Chapter 6. Seraphine. The cafe still smells faintly of smoke when I step inside the next morning. It's that sharp, oily tang that clings to the air after a fire. Not enough to alarm a customer, but enough to hold my focus in a painful, visceral clench. I pause in the doorway, my hand tightening around my bag strap. The scent is a chilling reminder of the deliberately set fire and the terror that had followed. Morning, Sarah. Mr. Harrington calls from the kitchen. Fry as good as new, just a bit of bad luck yesterday. You get some rest? I force a smile, a grimace that pulls at my tense cheeks. Right, just an accident. He's already back to flipping pancakes, humming off key, utterly convinced there's nothing to worry about. I wish I could trade my certainty for his blissful, exhausting ignorance. All morning I run the routine. Coffee, orders, polite smiles. My stomach stays tight, a knot of dread. I meticulously checked the back door lock every 15 minutes, peering out at the street, searching for any sign of the sandy-haired man or the sleek black car. My own shadow felt like a threat. Then, just as I'm wiping down a sticky table, the bell above the door jingles, and the air changes. He walks in, the man who pulled me from the street. For a moment, my body reacts before my mind does. My heart stutters and every nerve goes on high alert. Not in panic, but in a sudden, jolting recognition. My skin feels hot, a primal, confusing response to his sheer presence. He's not alone. Another man follows him. He is tall, but still somehow dwarfed by my rescuer's imposing presence. Both carry themselves with easy confidence. The small cafe now feels smaller, the ceiling too low, the booths too cramped. They are creatures built for open spaces and commanding attention. I grab a couple of menus, channeling all my energy into plastering the Sarah mask back on. The cafe has hit its mid-morning lull. The breakfast rush is over, but lunch hasn't started yet. Only a handful of tables are occupied. Mrs. Chen, in her usual corner booth, works through the crossword with focused determination. It suggests she's been stuck on the same clue for 20 minutes. A young couple sits by the window, so absorbed in each other that they haven't touched their cooling coffee. These two men now radiate power in a way that makes everyone else in the room seem like background scenery. "Hi, good to see you again," he says when I reach the table, and there's a faintest emphasis on again. An acknowledgement of yesterday, of the car, of his hands steadying me when the world tilted sideways. His voice is smooth, low, but carefully modulated, as if he's testing every word before releasing it into a charged atmosphere. His companion, the one with the easy, confident posture and eyes that seem to catalogue everything, sets down his phone and grins at me. "He's been brooding about whether you'd remember him. I told him you would. You don't forget someone who yanks you out the path of a homicidal driver." "Keeldrick," Draven says, a warning note threading through the name. "What, I'm helping!" Keeldrick's grin widens. "I'm KL, by the way, voice of reason and general creeper of his broodiness here. Don't let the intense staring unnerve you. It's his natural state." Despite everything, the fear, the exhaustion, the constant vigilance, I feel my lips twitch, almost a smile. "Are you all right after, Draven asks, and there's genuine concern in those bronzed eyes. Not the clinical concern of someone going through social motions, but a real worry. My pulse trips. He remembers. He cares enough to ask. But caring can be surveillance. Concern can be control. Simon always cared so much about where I was, what I was doing, and who I talked to. "I'm fine," I lie automatically, the words a reflex now polished smooth from years of use. Draven studies me for a beat too long, and I have the uncomfortable sensation that he sees straight through the lie. But instead of pushing, he simply nods. "I'm glad." The silence that follows isn't uncomfortable exactly, but it's weighted. I should take their order, move on to the next table, and maintain the professional distance that keeps me safe. Instead, I hear myself say, "Thank you for yesterday. I was in shock, I think, and I didn't properly thank you." "You don't need to thank me for basic decency," he says, and there's something almost fierce in his tone. Keeldrick clears his throat meaningfully. "As touching as this moment is, I'm slowly starving to death, which, for the record, is a tragedy that could devastate nations." The absurdity of the statement, delivered with complete sincerity, breaks the tension. I gesture towards the chalkboard, grateful for the return of familiar territory. The all-day pancakes are good, or if you're looking for something more lunch-like, the locals swear by the crab rolls. "Crab rolls," Draven says immediately, his eyes never leaving mine. "If you recommend them, I'm sure they're excellent." "I'll have the same," Keeldrick adds, "and coffee, lots of coffee." He kept me up all night with his pacing and dramatic sighing. "I don't pace dramatically," Draven mutters. "You absolutely do. You're very committed to your angst." I write down their order. This time the smile tugging at my lips is real, because their dynamic puts me at ease. The way they banter, so easy and natural, and the obvious depth of their friendship feels safe. It's familiar in a good way, like watching two brothers or friends who have known each other so long they've developed their own language. "Coffee coming right up," I say, and retreat to the safety of the service counter. Marcus appears beside me, loading clean mugs onto the shelf. "New customers?" "Tourists, I think." "The tall one's been staring at you like you're the answer to a question he forgot to ask." Marcus keeps his voice low, conversational. Just saying if you're into that whole mysterious stranger thing. I'm not into anything, I say firmly, but my traitorous heart does a complicated flutter that suggests otherwise. Sure, Marcus grins, unbothered by my denial. That's why you've checked their table 5 times in the last 2 minutes. I haven't been checking, except I have. Every time I glance up, Draven is watching me. Not in the way most men look, hungry or possessive. It's curious, attentive. Like he's studying a deeply complicated puzzle he desperately wants to figure out, and he has all the time in the world to solve it. When I deliver their coffee, Keeldrick is mid-story about a diplomatic incident and a very unfortunate misunderstanding of regional customs. Draven is listening with the patient expression of someone who's heard this story multiple times but doesn't mind hearing it again. And that's why I'm no longer welcome in the northern province during winter solstice, Keeldrick finishes, looking entirely too pleased with himself. That's not exactly how it happened, Draven says mildly. It's how I remember it, and which is all that matters. I set down their mugs, and Keeldrick immediately wraps both hands around his, as if it's a life preserver. You're a saint, a goddess. I take back every cynical thing I thought about small-town cafes. Give it 5 minutes, I say. The coffee's been sitting for a while. It might change your mind. Impossible! This is ambrosia. He takes a sip and makes an exaggerated face of bliss that's so over the top it startles a laugh out of me, a real one, unexpected and rusty from disuse. The sound seems to catch Draven's attention. His whole posture shifts, subtle but noticeable. He leans forward slightly, eyes brightening, as if that laugh was something precious, worth preserving. It's too much attention. The intense focus, after a brief brightening of my mood, puts me back into discomfort. I mumble something about getting their food and flee to the kitchen, gratitude at my own escape blending with a pang of disappointment at how quickly my guard rebuilds. When I deliver their plates, Keeldrick immediately digs in. His enthusiasm suggests he wasn't exaggerating about the starvation. Draven, however, waits until I'm a few steps away before starting, as if he'd rather continue watching me than eat. It should feel creepy, should trigger all my carefully honed warning systems. Instead, it feels safe, like being seen without being judged. Sarah, Mr. Harrington calls from the kitchen. Can you check on table 2? They need refills. I nod, grateful for the distraction, and move through my routine. But I'm hyper-aware of their presence. The cafe feels cozier and warmer with them in it. When Keeldrick flags me down for the check, Draven leans forward slightly. His voice drops low, enough that only I can hear. I'm Draven, by the way, Dre. I know I told you yesterday, but you were in shock and I wanted you to know, properly. The reintroduction is gentle, acknowledging that our first real meeting was traumatic, offering a do-over. It's such a small kindness, but it lands with disproportionate weight. Sarah, I say, even though he already knows, then softer. Thank you for everything. Before leaving, he waits for a moment when the cafe is quiet. Mr. Harrington is in the back and Marcus is on his break. Would you have coffee with me later? Nothing formal, just to talk. The simple question steals my breath. No one's asked me out like that in years, without pressure, without expectation. I can't, I say, shaking my head. Too much going on. He nods once, accepting it without argument. No anger, no pressure, no entitlement. Another time, maybe. But I hope you're careful walking home tonight. The gentle warning felt like both a comfort and a confirmation of my deepest fear. He pays, his hand brushing mine briefly as he takes the receipt. I feel the now familiar electric heat flood my system. He glances back once, his golden eyes lingering on me for a fraction too long, before stepping out into the sunlight with his friend. Draven. The moment I'm outside, away from her scent and the impossible pull of the mate bond, The dragon surges. Claim, now go back, she's right there. I stop walking, press my hand against the sun-warmed brick of the building next door, and focus on breathing like a human instead of a creature of fire and instinct. The bond has strengthened since our collision. Not much, but enough that I could feel her general direction when I concentrated. South and west near the ocean. It wasn't precise enough to find her exact location, but it pulled like a compass needle towards magnetic north. The knowledge both steadies and terrifies me. You good? Kaeldrick's voice is carefully neutral, but I can hear the concern underneath. Fine, I grit out. Though my hand against the brick glows faintly with heat, the stone darkens under my palm, the beginning of a scorch mark I'll have to explain away later. You're literally smoking. I glance down. He's right. Wisps of steam rise from my shoulders, the ocean air condensing against skin that's far too hot to pass for human. She said no, I force out, each word a battle against the dragon's howling protest. To coffee, just coffee, and she said no, and I have to respect that. Agreed, you do. Kaeldrick steps closer, his voice dropping. But maybe we should get you back to the palace before you shift here on Main Street. That's the kind of thing that makes the local news, and we're trying to keep a low profile. The dragon doesn't care about profiles or propriety or any of the careful rules I've built my life around. He only knows that his mate is 30 feet away, behind a thin pane of glass, and every instinct is screaming to go back, to stay close, to protect her from whatever put that haunted look in her eyes. She doesn't want us, I tell him savagely. She's terrified, and if we push, we'll lose her forever. The dragon's response is a wordless snarl of frustration, but he subsides, barely. I push off the wall, leaving a perfect handprint burned into the brick, and start walking, away from the cafe, away from her. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. She laughed, I say, and my voice sounds strange, raw. In the cafe, a real laugh, not the polite customer service sound. And for a second she looked free. I noticed, Kaeldrick says quietly. I also noticed the way she flinches when someone moves too fast, the way she checks the exits, the way she looks at you like you're simultaneously her salvation and her worst nightmare. Someone hurt her. It's not a question. Yeah, someone did. He pauses. And you can't fix that by being intense with her, no matter how good your intentions are. She needs time, space, the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally to giant fire-breathing lizards with territorial issues. I want to argue, but he's right. The bond is pulling at me, demanding I return, but pushing now would only drive her further away. How am I supposed to do this? I ask. How am I supposed to just wait, when every cell in my body is screaming that she needs me? The same way you've been doing it for the last 32 years, Kaeldrick says. You endure, you adapt, you prove to her slowly that you're worth the risk. We walk in silence for a while. The ocean breeze helps, cooling the unnatural heat, giving the dragon something else to focus on besides the aching absence of her presence. Tonight, Kaeldrick says eventually, you're going to accidentally be near the cafe when she gets off work. You're going to make sure she gets home safe. And then you're going to walk away, again, until she stops seeing you as a threat and starts seeing you as an ally. And if whoever's hunting her makes a move before then? Kaeldrick's smile is sharp, dangerous. Then we remind them why hunting a dragon's mate is a death sentence. But until then, patience, brother, patience. Seraphine. He carries his towering strength with such ease, yet he retreats the moment I said no. It was confusing. The man who saved me was the most dangerous thing I had ever seen, yet he respected my boundaries. By evening, the town feels restless. The wind is up, carrying the smell of the sea and the tang of salt. I haven't decided whether I'm staying or packing up and moving on again, but either way I need groceries, since the last trip didn't end with any food. My shopping list is short: coffee, bread, and anything that doesn't come off the cafe's grill, but I dawdle, circling the aisles. The supermarket, with its fluorescent lights and endless choices, is full of life and humanity, a fragile shield against the terrifying quiet of my room. It's nearly dark when I step out of the store. There's a group of boisterous men standing at the edge of the car park. They look like the men from the community, the ones Simon had used as his muscle and enforcers, though these men are clearly just local drunks. But the sight of them, leaning against the damp brick, their posture aggressive and slack all at once, sent a wave of nausea through me. The compound, the way they watched, always watching. I tighten my grip on the grocery bag and quicken my pace. "Hey, sweetheart," one calls, his voice slurred. "Need help carrying that?" I ignore him, praying they'll lose interest. Another steps directly into my path, forcing me to halt. "Come on, don't be shy, we just want to talk." My throat goes dry. Every instinct screams run, but my feet are frozen, my muscles locked in a useless habit. I look down, a behavior ingrained during my time with Simon, a useless act of submission I'm still trying to break. Then a shadow falls over us. The shift in light was immediate, consuming the harsh shadows of the alley. I cringe and draw into myself, dropping the shopping bag with a muffled thud. "Leave the lady alone." The voice is calm, not raised, but it carries immense weight, command woven through every syllable. The men freeze, glance at each other, and then scatter without another word, melting back into the dusk. It's the kind of voice that demands instant, unthinking obedience. I look up. It's Dre. He's here to save me again. He stoops, picking up an apple that rolled from my bag. "You dropped this." I can't find words. He simply plucks the bags from my hands, effortlessly, as if they weigh nothing. Not a protector, but a guardian. "I'll walk you home," he says, his gaze steady, devoid of judgment. "Or close, if you'd rather I didn't know where you live." For a second, pride tells me to refuse. Fear tells me to run. But something else, a quiet, deep-seated, tired trust, wins. I nod, too exhausted to fight the protection he offers. We walk side by side through the dusky streets, a silence stretching between us that is oddly comfortable, companionable. When I finally speak, it's barely more than a whisper. "You didn't have to walk me home. You're always showing up." "I wanted to," he answers. "No one should walk alone afraid." The words are simple, but they sink deep, cutting through the layers of fear and self-reproach I carried. Simon's version of protection always came with a price, a wound. Draven's felt freely given. When we reach the narrow path behind the cafe, I stop. "This is me." He hesitates, then gently sets the bags down and takes my hand. Not pulling, not claiming, just a brief, grounding squeeze. The contact is a sudden, powerful surge of the soothing heat I've felt before. "Good night, Sarah." "Good night, Dre." I managed to squeeze out for a split second. I'd almost said, "I'm really called Seraphine, the name I haven't used in months. I want you to know the real me." He releases me, turns, and walks away into the dark, his massive silhouette vanishing quickly. I stand there, long after he's gone, my hands still tingling where his warmth lingers, caught between fear and something dangerously close to hope. Inside my small room, I lock the door, checking once, twice, 3 times, and sit on the edge of the narrow bed. The grocery bags sit on the floor where I dropped them, forgotten. I pull out the card he gave me last night, expensive paper embossed lettering. Draven Ashford. Phone number. No title, no company. Just a name and a way to reach him. He was a terrifying, unknown entity, yet he was the only thing that had stood between me and true harm for 2 days in a row. I try to catalogue the differences between him and Simon to understand why my body responds to Draven with heat rather than ice, with curiosity rather than dread. Simon's strength was always a cage. Every muscle, every inch of height he had over me was a reminder that I couldn't fight, couldn't flee, couldn't win. His presence filled rooms like smoke, suffocating, inescapable. When he touched me, it was ownership, fingers that pressed too hard, hands that directed and controlled and claimed. Draven's strength feels different. He's bigger than Simon, impossibly tall, built like something out of mythology. But he makes himself smaller around me, leans back instead of forward, keeps his hands visible, movements slow and predictable. When he touches me, it's asking, not taking. A brief squeeze of my hand, released immediately, heat that soothes instead of burns. Simon's eyes were cold, calculating. They tracked me like prey, looking for weaknesses to exploit, mistakes to punish. Draven's eyes are warm, impossibly bright. But when he looks at me, I don't feel hunted, I feel seen. Like he's trying to understand, not control. And the words, God, the words. Simon's voice was a weapon, carefully modulated to cut. He knew exactly which tone would make me flinch, which words would make me small. You're useless. You're lucky I tolerate you. No one else would want you. Every conversation was a test I'd already failed. Draven speaks like he's handling something precious and fragile, gentle, patient. No one should walk alone afraid. As if my fear is something that matters, something worth protecting me from, not something I deserve. Maybe he's different. Maybe, despite the lurking shadows and the impossible fear of Simon's return, I'm not broken beyond repair. Maybe the fire I sensed in him isn't meant to destroy, but to warm and protect. Or maybe I'm just desperate enough to believe a beautiful lie. I fall asleep with the card still in my hand, and for the first time in weeks I don't dream of cold grey eyes and rough hands. I dream of warmth and golden light and a voice that says my name like it's something sacred. Chapter 7. Draven. She's there again, Sarah, as she calls herself here. I'm not sure that's her real name. There'd been a brief, telling hesitation last night, a slip in the way she'd almost said "sir," as if she were trying on a borrowed identity that didn't quite fit her fire. The lie settled in my mind like a low, nagging worry. Why hide from me? Her scent wraps around me even in sleep, like smoke, sweet honey, and the raw ozone of a brewing storm, familiar and dangerously wild. In the dream, we walked together through narrow streets, shadows curling at our feet, the air between us so charged it's static, just like the brief, perfect moment when I walked her home. But this time, when I reach for her hand, she doesn't flinch. She looks up at me as though she's always known who I am, as though she's been waiting for the fire to catch. The world blurs into a rush of light and sound. When our hands meet, the contact is electric, a thunderclap of raw power. Her pulse races beneath my fingers, a frantic, addictive rhythm, and the fire surges through my veins so fiercely my dragon roars, demanding immediate release. Claim her now! I pull her closer, every breath a desperate struggle for control. She tilts her face towards mine, her hazel eyes luminous, and for a moment the line between restraint and ruin vanishes completely. Heat floods through me, an inferno that's both hers and mine, ancient and inevitable. The knowledge of her destiny, of our mutual necessary survival, hammers in my mind. This was the answer, the culmination of generations of fading hope. I trap her against the cold wood of a door, burying my face in her hair. I need to be inside her, to mark her, to pour the protective fire into her soul, to fuse our fates together until nothing could touch her again. My hands, big, scarred, built for war, roam down her back, cupping her firm ass and pulling her tight against the hardness growing, aching in my jeans. I lift her and turn so my back shields her from the rough wood of the door. I start to rock, a primal rhythm, and I can hear a muffled thud each time my straining desire rubs against the soft cotton of her dress caught between us, a teasing barrier. I turn again, placing her on the windowsill, and reach up to the back of her head, feeling the silken hair falling around her shoulders, protecting it from the wooden shutters behind her, as I continue to thrust in place a silent, frantic fantasy. The dream is so real it hurts. The pounding noise breaks through the dream, shattering the perfect, necessary moments. Not her rapid heartbeats, not the heavy thump of our bodies, a real pounding. My bedroom door. "Dre, open up, we're late!" Keldrick calls, his voice annoyingly cheerful, calling me back to reality and duty. I drag myself upright in the dark, cursing softly. My pulse is still racing, my skin fever hot, and the sheets smell faintly of ozone and smoke. My dragon growls in my chest, a deep, rumbling protest against the interruption. Go to her, protect her, the hunt is over. Later, I tell him half aloud, running a shaky hand through my hair. She's running. We can't just burst into her life and demand she be queen. The dragon doesn't understand patience. Neither do I lately. By the time I meet with the council elders that morning, I'm only half present, my mind replaying the terror in her eyes and the way her small body had felt against mine the other day when I'd pulled her from the car's path. And the dream, oh, that dream is on full replay in my mind. Keldrick keeps shooting me sideways looks. He knows I'm already gone, lost in the memory of a human woman in Wavecrest. When we finally escape the endless dead talk of border patrols and trade, the constant reminder of the wolf's creeping ambition, he claps me on the shoulder. "You look like hell, Dry. Did you at least get some sleep, or were you having fantasies about boring stock reports again?" He frowned, the easy humour falling away. "Take a break, go eat something, or see someone. You're no use to us while you're like this anyway." I decide to do both, eat something and see her. The walk to the cafe takes me past the old lighthouse, abandoned for decades but still standing as a monument to human persistence. Keldrick walks beside me, uncharacteristically quiet. "You're thinking too loud," I say finally. He huffs a laugh. "Just remembering something my grandmother used to say about the promise of the flame." I glance at him. Keldrick rarely mentions his grandmother. She'd been one of the last elders who remembers the true golden age, before the visions failed. What about it? "She says the promise wasn't just about finding your mate. It was about the bond itself, the way dragon fire recognizes its other half and burns brighter for it." He kicks at a loose stone on the path. "She described it like Two flames that are barely surviving on their own, but when they come together, they create an inferno that could sustain a whole kingdom. The promise of the flame. Every dragon child learned the story almost before they learned to shift. In the beginning, when our kind first emerged from the mountain fires, we burned too hot, too wild. We consumed everything, forests, prey, and even each other, in territorial disputes. We were dying out from our own unchecked power. Then, the first true bonding happened. A dragon king found his mate, a woman whose soul somehow matched the frequency of his fire, could contain it, channel it, and transform raw destruction into sustainable warmth. Their union didn't just create heirs, it created balance. The dragon's fire, tempered by the mate's presence, became something that could nurture instead of only destroy. For generations, every dragon received a vision on their 21st birthday, a glimpse of the destined mate, enough to recognize them when fate brought them together. The promise of the flame ensured that each generation would be stronger than the last, that our fire would never fade, until it did. The last king to receive a true vision was my great-great-grandfather, I say quietly, King Aldrich. He saw his mate in perfect detail, her face, her voice, even the way she laughed, found her within a year. They had 5 children, all of whom survived to adulthood, and all were powerful shifters. The kingdom thrived. And then his son, my great-grandfather, received only fragments, pieces of a vision, never the whole. He eventually found his mate, but it took decades, and they only had 2 children. One died in infancy. History is a wound that never quite heals. Each generation since has received less, vaguer images, longer waits, weaker bonds. Until you, Aldrich says, just eyes, those hazel, gold eyes and nothing else. For 10 years, that's all I had. I'd started to think the promise itself was broken, that I'd be the king who finally failed completely. I stopped walking, turning to face the ocean. But she's real, KL. Those eyes belong to a real person, which means the promise isn't dead, it's just sleeping, waiting for something. Or someone, he murmurs, then more carefully, but Dre, what if the promise requires more than just finding her? What if it requires her to accept the bond willingly? The old stories always emphasized choice. The mate had to choose the dragon as much as the dragon chose them. I know where he's going with this. She's terrified of me. She's terrified of something, and until you figure out what, until you can offer her safety instead of just more danger, he trails off, the implication hanging heavy between us. The promise of the flame only works if both parties willingly bind themselves to each other. A forced bond, a coerced bond, a bond built on fear or obligation, those create nothing but ashes. Give me some time alone with her. I'll earn her trust, I say, and it sounds like both a promise and a prayer, however long it takes. The cafe is quieter in the lull between lunch and dinner. She's wiping tables, sunlight threading through her hair like copper. My dragon goes still, the massive pressure in my chest easing simply from watching her. She was a haven, a grounding point in my chaotic, collapsing world. When she notices me, her eyes widen, then soften, wary but not afraid. Back again, she asks, her voice tight but polite. I give a slow nod. Couldn't resist trying your other recommendation from yesterday. A smile flickers, still uncertain, but she motions me towards the counter instead of a corner table. When she brings coffee, I make myself speak of safe things, the weather, the movement of the sea, the strange little town. She listens, then surprises me by offering a real piece of herself. People come here to disappear, she says softly, tracing a ring of condensation on the counter. Sometimes the ocean's the only thing that doesn't judge or ask questions. I know the feeling, I confess. The truth is simple. I hide from judgment too, the crushing judgment of an entire species waiting for me to fail. She studies me for a moment longer, those hazel eyes searching. You don't look like someone who'd hide from anything. You look like you command everything. I almost laugh, if only you knew. My apparent strength was nothing compared to the fear I carried for my people. Bit by bit, the painful tension in her shoulders eases. She talks about the cafe, the regulars, and the way the sea changes colour before a storm. I don't ask what she isn't saying. I just listen. Every time she glances up, I make sure my big, dangerous hands stay still on the counter where she can see them. No sudden moves, no reaching. I am not the thing you're scared of. I will not push. My dragon stirs, restless. She's afraid. Fix it. Hold her. Not yet, I answer silently. She needs warmth, not a blazing fire. When Keeldrick finally strides in, the spell breaks with a crash. There you are, he says, his tone carefully casual but his eyes sharp. We've got that meeting with the Coastal Council representatives, discussing territory boundaries with your people. The emphasis on your people is subtle but deliberate. She blinks, confusion clouding her face. Your people? Figure of speech, Keeldrick says smoothly, but I see the calculation in his eyes. He's planting seeds, trying to force my hand without overtly blowing my cover. Dre here is very invested in this region, treats it like his personal kingdom. I shoot him a warning look that promises retribution later. He thinks he's funny, I say, standing reluctantly. Thank you for the coffee and the pancakes, Sarah. Any time, she murmurs, and something inside me catches at the genuine warmth in her voice. Outside, Keeldrick falls into step beside me, hands tucked casually into his pockets, his smug grin firmly in place. Your people, really? I snap under my breath the moment we're out of earshot. What happened to Subtle? He throws me a sideways look, completely unrepentant. Subtle isn't working, Dre. You're running out of time to tell her the truth, and every day you wait makes the eventual revelation worse. And what if she can never handle it? Keeldrick's voice gentles, losing the teasing edge. What if there's never a right time to tell her you're a dragon king? What if waiting is the thing that destroys the trust you're working so hard to build? His words hit harder than I want to admit. I'll tell her soon, I promise. Good. He claps my shoulder. Because that woman deserves to know what she's choosing before she chooses it. And you deserve a mate who loves all of you, not just the parts you think are safe to show. That's not your decision to make. No, he agrees. But it's my job to protect you from yourself, including from your own well-intentioned lies. I've read the histories, brother. I know what happens when kings hide their identity from their mates. The longer you wait, the deeper the betrayal feels when the truth comes out. I stop walking, turning to face him fully. She's been hurt enough, lied to enough, controlled enough. I won't add to that burden until I'm certain she can handle it. We walk in silence for several minutes, the ocean wind carrying the salt-sharp smell of low tide. Keeldrick's early humour has completely evaporated, replaced by something I rarely see from him, genuine, unguarded worry. Say what you're thinking, I finally prompt. I can hear your brooding from here. He stops walking, turning to face me with an expression that's almost pained. What if loving a human dooms us? The words hit like a physical blow. What? Hear me out. He runs a hand through his dark hair, agitated. The promise of the flame has been failing for generations, right? Each generation the vision gets weaker and each bond produces fewer viable children. What if mating with a person without their own magic dooms us? Sarah is my mate, I growl, the dragon rising instantly to her defense. The vision confirmed it. A partial vision, eyes only, not exactly the detailed roadmap your great-great-grandfather got. Kaeldrick holds up his hand in a placating gesture. I'm not saying she's not your mate, Dre. I'm saying, what if the reason the visions have been failing is because our bloodline has been trying to push us away from non-dragon mates? What if we're supposed to bond with other dragons, keep the power pure and concentrated? That's not how it works, you know that. Few of us have bonded with humans, some with cat shifters, even a few wolves way in the past. But doubt creeps in anyway, insidious and cold. The promise doesn't care about species. It cares about compatible souls, about the balance of energies. Does it? Or is that just what we tell ourselves because we're desperate? He's fully committed to this argument now, voice raising with intensity. Think about it. Queen Alara was half dragon, half human. Her daughter lived 3 minutes. The king before that bonded with a half dragon, half cat shifter from the eastern clans. Their son lived 6 months. Every generation we dilute the bloodline further, and every generation we lose more children. So your solution is what? That I abandon my mate because she's human? Doom myself to a loveless political marriage that might produce equally doomed offspring? The anger is now rising, hot and dangerous. Or should I just die alone and let the kingdom fall into chaos when the wolves inevitably push into our territory? I don't have a solution. Eldrick's frustration matches my own. I'm just saying, what if falling for her, bonding with her, is the thing that finally breaks us? What if you're so focused on this one woman that you miss the actual answer? What if the promise is trying to tell you something different and you're too obsessed to hear it? The accusation stings because part of me has wondered the same thing. What if my certainty about Sarah is just desperation dressed up as destiny? What if I'm clinging to a partial vision because the alternative, that there is no mate, no salvation, no hope, is too terrible to accept? She makes me feel alive, I say quietly. For the first time in years, when she looked at me, I felt something other than crushing responsibility and fear. The dragon recognized her instantly, Kael. That's not an obsession, that's instinct. She is the answer. Instinct can be wrong. Dragons have been wrong before. But his voice has softened, the anger draining into weary concern. I don't want to watch you pour everything into this bond, only to lose her and the kingdom both. Because if this fails, if she rejects you or the bond doesn't take, or she can't handle what you are, you won't recover, and neither will our people. The weight of it settles on my shoulders, heavier than any crown. He's right, the risk is enormous. But the alternative, turning away from her, ignoring the pull of the mate bond, trying to manufacture a connection with someone else, feels like a slow death. I need to know more about her, I say finally, about who she's running from, why she's so terrified. If someone is hunting her, she's in danger. I need to eliminate that threat before I can even think about revealing what I am. Agreed. Relief colours Kaeldrick's voice. He'd been expecting a fight, not capitulation. So what's the plan? I watched the sun descend towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, dragon colours, fire colours. Omen or warning, I can't tell. We investigate, I say. Carefully, quietly. You and Zev use your contacts and find out who Sarah really is and who's chasing her. That night, I summon Zev to my temporary study in the palace. He arrives within minutes, moving with that liquid grace that makes him one of our most effective intelligence operatives. Where Kaeldrick is fire and passion barely restrained, Zev is ice and precision, the perfect counterbalance. Your Majesty. He inclines his head, dark eyes already sharp with curiosity. Kaeldrick said you needed something with particular discretion. I need information on someone, a human woman, living in Wavecrest under the name Sarah, works at the beachside cafe. I slide a hastily sketched description across the desk, physical details, the few facts I've managed to gather. I need to know her real name, where she comes from, and who might be looking for her. Zev picks up the paper and scans it with professional efficiency. May I ask why? She's important. The words are inadequate, but I'm not ready to admit the full truth, that this human woman might be the key to my kingdom's survival, or its final doom. Someone is hunting her. I need to know who and why before they make another move. Understood. He folds the paper carefully. I'll start with recent missing persons reports, cross-reference with communities known for isolationist practices. The name Sarah is common enough to be deliberate choice, probably close to her real name, but generic. If she's running, she's likely running from somewhere with limited law enforcement oversight. How long? Depends on how well she's covered her tracks. Could be days, could be weeks. He pauses. But Dre, if she's hiding this deep, there's a reason. Digging into her past might expose her to the very people she's fleeing from. Then we'll be ready when they come. The promise is absolute, carved in stone and fire. No one touches her. Zev's expression doesn't change, but something flickers in his dark eyes, understanding maybe, or concern. I'll be discreet. I know you will. Report directly to me, no one else, and Zev, he'll wait until he meets my eyes. If you find evidence of an ongoing threat or immediate danger, you tell me instantly. I don't care what time of day, what meeting I'm in, I need to know. Understood. He moves towards the door, then pauses. Sir, is she worth the risk? Worth potentially exposing our presence here? Worth diverting resources when the wolves are pressing our borders? It's a fair question. A king should weigh such things carefully, balance personal desires against kingdom needs. Yes, I say simply. She's worth everything. After he leaves, I stand at the window, looking out towards the town below. Somewhere down there, Sarah is finishing her shift, locking up her tiny room, checking the locks, because she knows something is hunting her. She just doesn't know yet that something far more dangerous is hunting the hunters. The dragon stirs, satisfied with this plan. Protect, defend, eliminate threats. Soon, I promise him, and myself, and the mate who doesn't know she's mine yet. Soon, we'll know what we're facing, and then we'll end it. Because one way or another, Sarah will be safe. And if Kaeldrick is right, if loving her dooms the kingdom, then I'll face that doom with my eyes open. Some things are worth the risk. Some people are worth the world. Chapter 8. Seraphine. The clang of the cafe's bell above the door barely registers. It's been a long, brutal morning, my paranoia sharp and constant, my hands perpetually shaky. All I want is 5 minutes quiet, to breathe. But when I turn around, Mr. Harrington is standing by the counter, his expression heavier and colder than I've ever seen it. "Sarah, can I see you in the back for a minute?" Something in his tone, a flat finality I hadn't heard before, twists my stomach into a knot. I know instantly that the fragile life I'd built here is collapsing. I follow him, wiping my suddenly slick hands on my apron. He is already standing by the office desk, a spreadsheet in one hand, his jaw tight. "The till hasn't balanced for the last few days," he said slowly, his eyes fixed on the floor. $500 is missing, and you're the only staff member who's been here each day. My breath catches, a sharp, painful gasp. "That's not possible, I didn't—" He cuts me off with a heavy sigh, the sound of a man tired of disappointment. "Please don't lie to me, Sarah. I gave you a chance when no one else would. I had a lot of faith in you." "I didn't take it, I swear, I would never—" My voice cracks, a desperate edge creeping in. The very thought of stealing, of sinking to a level of manipulation Simon would have admired, was repulsive. My innocence didn't matter, though. The evidence did. He looks away, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Then you won't mind me checking in your room?" He didn't wait for an answer, stepping past me towards the small hallway that led to the back door of my room, usually locked and unused. Confusion froze me for a heartbeat before I followed. Dread clawed at my ribs. He produced a key, the spare he had kept, unlocked the door, and gestured to the small, rickety table by the bed. The money sat there, 5 stacks of crumpled 20s lying beside my tattered paperback and a glass of water. It was sloppy, it was too easy. For a second, my brain refused to process the image. My heart lurched, the air rushing from my lungs. "That wasn't there this morning." The words sounding weak and ridiculous even to my own ears. Mr. Harrington's voice was low, tired, and full of defeat. "I don't know what's going on with you, but I can't have this in my cafe. I just can't risk it. You'll get your final pay for the week, but I need you to pack your things. You can stay through the weekend, but after that—" He didn't finish. He didn't have to. My sanctuary was gone. My choice to stay or go, taken away. "Wait!" The word comes out stronger than I expected, stopping Mr. Harrington at the door. He turns, his expression weak. "Sarah, there's nothing more to say." "Yes, there is." I stand straight, even though I want to huddle in on myself. Someone planted that money, someone who has access to this building, who knows my schedule, who's been systematically destroying everything I've built here. Sarah. The fire! I count on my fingers, my voice gaining strength with each point. The fryer that turned itself on to maximum heat when you know you didn't touch it. That till that keeps coming up short even though I count it 3 times. The back door keeps coming unlocked. None of this is a coincidence, Mr. Harrington. Someone is setting me up. He's quiet for a moment, and I can see the war playing out on his face, the part of him that wants to believe me, fighting against the cold evidence of that money sitting on my table. "Why would someone do that?" he asked finally, but his tone had softened slightly. "Who would go to that much trouble?" "My ex-husband." The words taste like ash. "His people, they found me and they're punishing me for leaving. This is what they do. They don't just hurt you physically, they destroy your ability to exist in the world. They isolate you, discredit you, make you look crazy or criminal, so no one will help you when they finally come to take you back." Mr. Harrington's expression shifts, not quite belief, but recognition. "Sarah, if that's true, if someone dangerous is after you, then you need to go to the police." I laugh a bitter sound and tell them what, my dead husband's cult is gaslighting me, that money mysteriously appeared in my locked room, that I think they're watching me, but I have no proof. I shake my head. They won't help. They'll think I'm paranoid, unstable, and they'll be right to think it because I can't prove any of this. He's silent, and I can see I'm losing him. The money on the table is real. The missing money from the till is real. Everything else is just the word of a woman who's clearly running from something. I understand you have to let me go, I say quietly. I do. You have a business to protect, and you can't afford to take chances. But I need you to know I didn't steal from you. I would never. You gave me a chance when no one else would, and I'm grateful for that, more grateful than I can say. His shoulders sag. I want to believe you, Sarah. I do, but the evidence says otherwise. I know. I swallow hard. Can I ask one thing? When they come asking about me, and they will, don't tell them where I went. Please, just say I left, and you don't know where. Something in his expression cracks. How long have you been running? Long enough, but no matter how quietly I hide, they still come for me. He's quiet for a long moment, then nods slowly. I won't tell them anything, but Sarah, you can't keep running forever. Eventually you have to stop and fight. I know, but I don't tell him that I tried fighting once and it ended with blood on my hands and a body on the floor. Thank you for everything. He grabs the money and leaves without another word, and I'm alone with the evidence of my own destruction. By the time he leaves, my legs are shaking so badly I have to sit down. I stare at where the money had been, the vision burned into my memory as the tangible, irrefutable proof that something I didn't do, and the cold, terrifying realization hits me like a wave. They can get to me whenever they want. The camellia, the unlocked door, the fire, the near-fatal accident, the money. They weren't bad luck. They were deliberate, escalating acts of sabotage and punishment. This was classic Simon. Not direct violence, but the systematic destruction of my ability to exist. The slow tightening of a psychological chokehold. The same person who left the camellia. The same someone who's been watching. The same someone I thought I'd left buried in the past. Simon. The certainty left me rigid, unable to scream or run. I was trapped, and the world was closing in. By the time I make it to the beach, the sky has turned the color of spiced whiskey, waves rolling in slowly and heavy. Usually this place was my shield, the vastness of the ocean a match for the emptiness in my heart. But tonight, the sea felt different, unsettled, restless, like it knew a storm was coming and I was standing right in its path. I wrapped my arms around my knees and pressed my forehead to them, trying to think through the panic. Options. I need options. Option 1. Go to the police. Walk into the station, tell them everything, the compound, Simon, the abuse, what happened that night. Tell them about the hunters and the systemic gaslighting, the escalating threats. Maybe they'd believe me. Maybe they'd offer protection. Or maybe they'd arrest me for murder. Self-defense is hard to prove when there are no witnesses. When the entire community would testify that you were unstable, ungrateful, and prone to wild accusations. When the dead man was a respected religious leader, and you're a runaway wife with no credibility. Option 2. Run inland. Take what little money I have and try to sneak past the people watching for me at the bus station. Get to somewhere landlocked and anonymous. Cinder Peak, maybe, or Copperfield, somewhere with crowds thick enough to disappear into, far enough from the coast that the compound wouldn't think to look. But they found me here, in this nowhere town, where I was so careful, so invisible. What makes me think I could hide anywhere? They have resources I don't understand, reach I didn't anticipate. And I'm so tired of running, of constantly looking over my shoulder, of building fragile lives that collapse the moment I start to believe in them. Option 3. Stop running. The thought comes unbidden, terrifying in its simplicity. What if I just stopped? Let them find me, let them take me back or finish what they started. At least then the uncertainty would end. At least then I wouldn't have to carry this crushing weight of fear anymore. The ocean roars its disapproval, a wave crashing harder than the others, spray reaching almost to where I sit. No, I whisper to myself, to the sea, to the fading light. I didn't survive this long just to give up now. But what's the alternative? Keep running until my money runs out, until I'm sleeping rough and desperate enough that going back to the compound starts to look like mercy? Until the hunters corner me in some alley where there's no golden-eyed stranger to pull me from danger? I think of Draven, the way he keeps appearing exactly when I need him, the steady warmth of his presence, the respect in how he touches me, asking, not taking, the way his eyes see me, really see me without judgment or possession. Maybe that's option 4. Trust someone, tell him the truth, ask for help. But that's not fair to him. Whatever he is, a tourist, a businessman, whatever, he doesn't deserve to be dragged into my nightmare. The hunters are dangerous, professional, and I've already killed one man. I can't ask someone else to risk their life for mine. For a while, there was only the sound of the surf and the sharp, piercing ache of being completely, utterly alone. My carefully constructed life had been ripped out from under me, leaving me exposed and terrified. I had failed. I was running again, only this time I had nowhere to run to. The mental exhaustion was worse than the terror. Then a shadow fell over me, larger than the setting sun. Rough day? The voice was low, familiar, threaded with a quiet warmth I was starting to crave. I look up to find Dre standing a few feet away, hands tucked casually into his pockets, the fading light catching the dark fire in his eyes. He found me, again. I nod, unable to form words. He hesitates, then sits down beside me, not too close, just close enough that I can feel his solid heat through the cool ocean breeze. His presence feels massive, but not demanding. He simply is. For a while, we say nothing. We just sit there, the silence stretching between us like something sacred. The waves roar, washing over our shared space. Finally, he speaks. You don't have to tell me what happened, but you look like your world has shattered. That did it. The dam broke. Tears burn hot down my cheeks before I can stop them. And then I'm crying, really crying, for the first time in years. I try to apologize, to pull away, to maintain the facade, but he moves closer, wrapping a strong arm around my shoulders. His touch is firm, steady, grounding, like an anchor dropped deep into solid ground. And I don't flinch. I lean into him. There is no expectation in his touch, no hurt. The first time, a man's touch isn't a precursor to pain. It's a promise of safety. I don't know what's happening to me, I choke out. Things keep getting worse. Small things at first. Then there was a fire, then the car, now this. I feel like I'm losing my mind, like someone's punishing me. Like a cage is being built around me. He doesn't interrupt, doesn't offer platitudes or disbelief. He just listens, his thumb brushing small, soothing circles against my arm. I feel his sheer stability seeping into my hysterical panic, drawing the words of the terror out. Sometimes, he says quietly, his voice dangerously low. It's not the ghosts we imagine that haunt us. It's the ones still walking around pretending to be human. I let out a shaky laugh that sounds more like a sob. You make it sound poetic. He gives a small smile, but his eyes, those eyes of liquid flame, are fierce, protective. Maybe I just know what it's like to have a weight on your shoulders all day, every day. A burden that only you can see. When I finally stop crying, The stars have come out. He stands and offers me a hand. I hesitate for only a second, then take it. His grip is warm, steady, like the perfect refuge in a storm. For the first time in years, I don't feel entirely alone or utterly helpless. The waves hush softly against the sand, the night air cool on my skin. He turns slightly, his voice low, gentle, but threaded with something that makes my heart flutter. A quiet, dangerous possession. "Tomorrow," he said, "have dinner with me." It wasn't a command, it was a request, careful, almost hesitant, a conscious effort to keep his obvious power in check. I blink, caught off guard. "Dinner?" He nods once, a small smile touching the corner of his mouth. "You've had enough bad days. Let me give you a good evening. No expectations, just food and quiet and maybe a little peace." "I can't. I have to find a new job, somewhere to live." My throat tightened. My whole life is falling apart. I'm being hunted, and I can't drag anyone else into my mess. He studies me, those blazing orbs searching my face, reading the space between my words. He doesn't ask who was hunting me. He looks like he already knows. Then softly, "Sometimes life has to fall apart before you can rebuild it." Something in his tone, steady, certain, warms me in a way that feels dangerously close to hope. His certainty is infectious, a balm to my chaos. The world was crumbling, but he was standing firm, offering me a hand. "I don't even have anything fancy to wear to dinner," I murmur to myself, a pathetic attempt to create a barrier. His smile deepens, slow and secretive. "Don't worry about that. I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow night, I'll come for you." And though every instinct I had screamed not to trust, not to believe in kindness, I nod before I can stop myself. It was the most terrifying, reckless decision I had made since I left Simon, but for the first time it didn't feel wrong. As he walks away, the sea breeze curls around me, carrying his scent, smoke, spice, and something wild, something that made the air itself feel alive, charged with energy I didn't understand. I stand slowly, brushing sand from my jeans, and that's when I notice it. The street lights along the beach walk are flickering, not the random flicker of old bulbs or power surges, but a rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. They dim in sequence as Draven passes beneath them, then brighten again once he's moved on, as if responding to his presence, to something he's carrying with him. I blink, certain I'm imagining it, but no, there it is again. The light nearest him glows brighter for a moment, almost golden, before returning to its normal yellow. The salt air around me seems to hum, not a sound exactly, but a vibration I feel in my chest, in my bones. Like standing too close to high voltage wires, that electric tingle that raises the hair on your arms and makes your skin prickle with awareness. And beneath it all, deeper than sound or sight, I feel something, a pull, a thread connecting to my sternum, to his retreating form. So faint, I might be inventing it, but persistent enough that I notice when it stretches as he moves further away. My hand raises unconsciously to my chest, pressing against the spot where the sensation originates. My heart is beating faster than it should, not from fear, but from something else. Realization, maybe, or resonance, like two tuning forks finding the same frequency. "What are you?" I whisper to the empty beach. The ocean doesn't answer. The lights continue their subtle pulse, and Draven disappears around the bend in the path, leaving me standing in the gathering dark with more questions than I started with. But for the first time in so long, I don't feel like I'm running. I feel like I'm being found. And whatever he is, whatever that impossible warmth and those molten gold eyes mean, I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of how much I want to trust him, how much I want to believe that someone that powerful might actually use their strength to protect instead of control. The bond, because I can't think of another word for this strange pull in my chest, hums quietly, like it's waiting, like it knows something I don't yet understand. Tomorrow I'll have dinner with a beautiful stranger who makes streetlights flicker and air hum with energy. Tomorrow I'll take the most reckless gamble of my life. But tonight I'll walk back to my temporary room with my hand still pressed to my chest, feeling that faint, impossible thread pulling me towards something that might be salvation or might be another kind of cage. I'll guess I'll find out which. Chapter 9. Draven. Keldrick strides into my study without knocking, which tells me this isn't good news. The gravity of a situation always trumps royal decorum for him. He tosses a slim folder, too slim, onto the table between us. I found nothing, not a trace, no record, no history, no family. Sarah doesn't exist. But I asked Zev to look deeper, he can find anyone with his contacts. I lean back in my chair, jaw tightening. My heart sinks, not from frustration at the failure, but from something colder, fear. What do you mean, nothing? He shrugs, though his topaz eyes stay serious. Exactly that. No social security number, no school records, no rental agreements. It's like she appeared out of thin air a few months ago. Either she's running from something and erased her past with professional help, or someone buried it for her. My dragon stirs beneath my skin, a low growl vibrating in my chest. She's ours. She's in danger. I force the feeling down, focusing on KL. She's terrified of something. I can feel it every time she looks over her shoulder. Whatever she's hiding from, it's close, and it's escalating. Before Keldrick can respond, a sharp knock cuts through the room. Zev enters without waiting for permission. His dark eyes urgent in a way that makes my stomach drop. Your Majesty, he says, we have a situation at the northern outpost. I'm on my feet instantly. The wolves. A probing attack, Zev replies. Small force, but coordinated. They hit the supply depot at Stone Ridge Pass just before dawn. His voice is clipped, professional, but I catch the undercurrent of concern. Casualties? 3 wounded, non-critical, but Dre... He hesitates, which is unlike him. They weren't trying to take territory. They were testing response time, seeing how fast we could mobilize. This was reconnaissance. Keldrick mutters a curse. Bjorn wasn't bluffing. They're preparing for something bigger. How long do we have? I ask, already running through troop deployments and fallback strategies. Days, maybe weeks, Zev says, then his expression shifts. But that's not the only thing. While investigating your personal matter, I found something else, something that might be equally worrying. He passes over another folder, this one thick, and spreads it open on the desk. Surveillance photos, financial records, architectural diagrams. The Covenant of the Pure Faith, Zev asks. On paper, a self-sufficient religious community operating a 501c3. The population is about 400, including children born into the faith. 400? Keldrick leans forward. It's not a compound, it's a town. Exactly. They control serious resources, organic farms, a publishing house, and several retreat centers. Anyone who joins signs over all possessions. They're not poor, Dre. They're wealthy and organized. I study the photographs, rows of identical houses, communal halls, and vast farmland. From the air, it looks peaceful, deliberately peaceful. Security? Internal only. They claim persecution when other authorities look too closely. They have their own enforcers and they're remote. 40 miles from the nearest sheriff's office. And this, he says as he points to a photo, is their leader, Simon Caldwell. In all the photos I can find, Sarah is off to one side. My contact said they're married, but I can't find an official marriage certificate. My contact also told me that a few months ago, the prophet was injured, maybe even killed, but he didn't know for sure. If something's happened inside those walls, no one outside will ever know the details. Simon Caldwell. Her husband. I can feel the blood rushing in my veins, shock and anger, not at Sarah, but at the world and at him for finding her first. What happened when he was injured? Zev slides forward another file. According to their doctors, Simon Caldwell suffered head trauma and fell into a coma. Transferred to a private medical facility owned by the Covenant. No outside physicians, no death certificate, no investigation, just a tragic accident. Keldrick's voice hardens. But he didn't die. No, he woke up 2 weeks ago. The inner circle are telling the congregation he's in spiritual seclusion, recovering and receiving divine guidance. Only the inner circle, 10 or 12 loyalists, know the truth, and they're the ones hunting her. How did they find her in Wavecrest? Zev pulls another document from the file. Library computer log. Someone using guest access searches for news about Simon Caldwell's death. This search triggered their monitoring software. From there, they narrowed down the area to bus stations, motels, and cafes. She wasn't hiding from amateurs, Dre. She was hiding from zealots with resources, time, and conviction. My blood runs cold. She was checking to see if she was wanted for murder. Yes, I assume so. And the moment she searched, they knew where to look. Current location of these hunters? My voice drops to something barely human. We've confirmed 3 in the Wavecrest area. He taps one of the photos. Jacob Marsh, former document forger, handles all the compound's ID and legal paperwork. Dangerous, methodical. Keldrick exhales slowly. So they're here already. Zev nods. And there's more. We found fresh scratches on the door lock of her room, signs that it had been picked. My dragon inside me snarls, marking territory, a warning. They're escalating, Keldrick says grimly. They're watching her before the physical grab. Classic cult tactic. Watch her, then break her mentally before taking her back. Then we escalate too. I look between them, my oldest friends, my most trusted blades. KL, put discreet security on her building. If anyone approaches her room, I want to know. Zev, contain the wolves. I won't fight 2 wars at once. Zev inclines his head. Understood, but Dre, if we move openly, humans will notice. They'll ask questions we can't answer. I don't care. The words come out low and final. No one touches her. Whatever it takes, exposure, pressure from the other shifter species, I don't care. Find them, track them, and when they move, I want to know before they breathe. The 2 men exchange a look, silent, heavy with understanding. Understood, Zev says again, his voice quiet but firm. And the dinner tonight? KL asks carefully. You're still bringing her here, to the palace, where every servant will see her, where the news will spread through the kingdom in hours? Yes. My tone leaves no room for argument. At the palace, on the beach terrace. She's calmer near the sea. It feels safe to her. If I want her to trust me, if I want her to choose me, I need to meet her halfway. I need to meet her on her terms, not drag her into my world without her even knowing what that world is. The last thing she needs is another male demanding her compliance. KL's grin returns, faint but knowing. Romantic, Majesty, though a king usually doesn't have to beg for a woman's company. Careful. I warn. You're already on thin ice after the cafe stunt. I will earn this. He laughs, then turns serious again. I'll take care of the arrangements, and I'll deliver the dress you've chosen myself. He paused, looking genuinely puzzled. It's unexpectedly simple, Dre. Soft, pale blue, nothing that screams royalty. It's her, I say, the conviction absolute. I want her to feel seen, not overwhelmed. She needs softness, not diamonds. I pause, glancing out the window at the waves rolling far below. The ocean is restless today, white-capped waves crashing against the cliffs with unusual violence. A storm is coming, maybe, or maybe the universe reflecting the chaos building in every direction. And KL, be careful when you deliver it. If someone's been near her, I want to know who and how long they've been watching. Check the alley for signs. He nods, understanding the unspoken threat, and both men leave. I stand alone in the study, staring at the photos spread across my desk. Simon Caldwell's face stares up at me from one of them, a publicity shot from some community event. He's handsome in a cold way, grey eyes calculating, smile that doesn't reach past his teeth. The kind of man who wears righteousness like armour, while wielding cruelty like a blade. If someone from her past is indeed planning to hurt her, I think, feeling the dragon's heat building beneath my skin, they're about to discover a wrath they cannot comprehend. But first I need her to trust me, and that means telling her the truth tonight about what I am, what I rule, what I'm asking her to become, even if the truth drives her away forever. Seraphine. The dress arrives just before noon, wrapped in tissue paper, soft as moonlight. It's a pale blue sleeveless dress, the fabric light and flowing, catching the light with every movement. I stare at it for a long time, trying to understand why someone like Dre would think of something so gentle. It wasn't the kind of clothing a demanding man would choose. It was the colour of the quiet, hopeful ocean. KL, Dre's friend, the tall one with the sharp smile, hands it to me with a polite nod. A small gift. He didn't want you to feel out of place tonight. Where exactly are we going? The question was soft, edged with apprehension. Dinner, he says, as if that explains everything. But before he turns to leave, his nostrils flare slightly and his deep blue eyes narrow. Do you live alone? The question makes my skin prickle. Yes. Why? He shakes his head. No reason, just looking out for my friend. He gave me a sharp, penetrating look that felt like a warning, then left, glancing back at the alleyway before disappearing into the hustle and bustle of the street beyond. When I finally slip the dress on, I'm stunned. It doesn't just fit my body, it fits my soul. The fabric hugs the curves I didn't even realize I had, clinging lightly to my waist and hips without being restrictive. It was elegant, simple, and felt perfectly me, like the woman I might have been if Simon hadn't crushed me. It was the opposite of the restrictive, dark clothes I'd worn for years, and wearing it felt like an act of rebellion, a small, reckless step towards believing I deserved beautiful things. When Dre arrives, he's behind the wheel of a sleek black car that hums quietly rather than roars. Understated but powerful, just like him. He steps out, his immense presence filling the narrow alley. He opens the door for me, and when our hands brush, the now familiar soothing warmth flickers through me, sharp and sweet. You look beautiful, he says simply, and the sincerity in his tone, the way his golden eyes lingered, stole my breath. I was falling fast. It was terrifying. Every day he spent time with me, every gentle touch, every respectful retreat, was a brick layering a foundation of hope I hadn't dared to dream of. My mind screaming, trap, but my body was already betraying me, leaning towards his warmth. The drive isn't long, winding along the cliffs until the sea gives way to an enormous stone structure. How have I never noticed this before? At first, I think it's an old estate, but as we pull through the gates, the sheer scale of it hits me. Towers, courtyards, balconies that seem to touch the clouds. He must see the question in my face because he says lightly, "It belongs to a friend. I stay here sometimes when I travel." The lie slips out too smoothly. It was a practiced ease that should have terrified me, but his hand was resting on the center console and I could feel the residual heat. I didn't push. I was too busy sinking into the sheer luxury of his protection. Inside, everything gleams. Marble floors, flickering sconces, high arches, but what catches me most is the people. Staff, guards, strangers in elegant clothing. Each one pauses as we pass, bowing their heads slightly, their eyes full of reverence. It sends a chill down my spine. Dre doesn't seem to notice them. He leads me through a side corridor and out into a courtyard glowing with twinkling lights. A table waits in the center, set for two. Candles shimmer in the ocean breeze, and the scent of salt and night-blooming jasmine hangs in the air. "This is beautiful," I whisper. He smiles softly. "It's nothing special. I just wanted somewhere quiet so we could talk and get to know each other." Dinner is easy. Strangely, wonderfully easy. We talk about places we've both been or wanted to visit, the kinds of food we love and the smell of rain after a storm. I tell him I grew up in a sheltered community. I don't give details, he doesn't press. He tells me he travels often, that he's responsible for some people back home. For the first time in years, I laugh, really laugh. The sound felt foreign and precious, and when he looks at me, it's not with pity or hunger. It's like he's memorizing the sound, wanting to own the memory, not the person. The more he shows restraint, the more recklessly I fall. He is the opposite of Simon, and that hope was a dizzying, dangerous drug. Then the door on the terrace bursts open. A young man rushes in, face pale, voice trembling. "Your Majesty!" He glances at me. "I'm sorry, I mean Draven! The wolves have breached the northern border!" The courtyard goes dead still. My blood turns to ice. "Your Majesty." I turn to Dre, but he's already standing, every inch of him transformed, commanding, powerful, otherworldly. The soft man is gone, replaced by something commanding, powerful, otherworldly, a king. Majesty. The word echoes in my head, splintering everything I thought I knew. "You lied to me." My voice is a whisper, shaking. "You said this wasn't your home, but he just called you your Majesty, and why are wolves even a problem?" He looks at me, guilt flickering in his liquid flame eyes. "Sarah, no." I step back, shaking my head. "You're a king, or at the very least a leader of some crazy people. You lied, The betrayal was sharp, worse than a knife, because I had given him my trust. "You'll own me too, won't you? Like he did. You'll just claim me as one of your possessions." Pain flashes across his face, deep seated hurt, but before he can answer, Kael appears at the doorway, his usual smirk gone. "Dre, we have to move now. They are through the pass. Your people need you." Dre hesitates, his massive body torn between his people and me. Then he takes a step towards me. "Please, believe me. I would never hurt you. I only lied because I was afraid you would run." I want to believe him, God, I do. The way he looks at me, like I'm something sacred, not something broken, makes me ache with longing. But longing is dangerous. I've been here before, standing on the edge of trust, only to be shoved into a cage disguised as love. He lied. Not about something small, but about everything, his power, his world, and now he's asking me to believe that he's different, that this time a man with all the power won't take away what remains of mine. My heart stutters, caught between the warmth he offers and the cold memory of Simon's grip. If I stay, I might be safe, or I might be owned again. I can't risk it. I turn to do exactly what he thought I would do. I run along the beach, the sound of my name, Sarah, echoing behind me, swallowed by the sudden chaos of a collapsing kingdom. Draven. By the time I return from the border, dawn stains the sky. Blood and smoke cling to me, my body bruised, my mind far away. The wolves were pushed back, but the peace in the pass is fragile. She's all I can think about. The way she looked at me, not with fear of my power, but fear of me. The accusation that I would own her like the man who had broken her soul. It hurt more than any wound I'd taken during the battle. I find her room dark, the window half open, a runner's escape route. I knock softly. Sarah. After a moment she appears at the door, wrapped in a blanket, her eyes red from crying, the soft blue dress abandoned inside. I came to explain, I say quietly, forcing the dragon's rage down, still high from the battle. I never meant to lie. I just wanted you to see me as a man first, not a king, not... My voice falters. Not something to fear. She doesn't speak, but she doesn't slam the door in my face either. I take a slow breath, letting her feel my control, my desperate restraint. My people, they've been dying. We've lost something vital, but you... I stop myself, choosing the words carefully. You make me feel hope again. And I don't want to cage you, Sarah. If anything, I want to see you fly. For a long moment, she just studies me, tears glinting in her eyes. Then she whispers, I don't know if I can trust you. I know, I say, but I'll wait until you can. I will earn it. I step back to leave, ready to give her the space she needs, but then something sharp catches my senses, a scent, faint but unmistakable, metallic, wrong, male. A human scent, but laced with something dark and possessive. I turn towards the alley beyond the window, nostrils flaring. Someone's been here, recently, watching. The dragon inside me growls low, the sound of a wounded, protective beast. He's close. I force the fury down and turn back to her. Stay inside today. Lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone. I'll see you later. She nods, uncertain but calmer now, and closes the door. Outside, the air tastes of smoke and threat. Whoever's been stalking her isn't far, and when I find him, I'll burn the earth down around him before I let him touch her again. Chapter 10. Seraphine. Sleep didn't come last night. The tension was too thick in the air, a metallic tang of ozone and fear. Since Dre left this morning with a grave warning to lock my door, I've been on edge. Every time I close my eyes, I see him, standing in that magnificent courtyard, candlelight flickering over his powerful face, the word majesty echoing through my head like a death knell. A king. A leader of a vast, secretive community that casually owned a fortress I'd never seen. And he lied to me. But the worst part isn't the lie. It's the way my heart still aches for him, the way my body still hums when I think of his touch. He's the only warmth in a world suddenly hostile, the only reliable defense against the escalating sabotage. My rational mind screams, danger, run, but my physical self, terrified and alone, whispers, anchor, stay. It's a crippling, confusing pull. Every instinct learnt from Simon warned me that power and lies always precede ownership, yet everything Draven has done spoke of profound, protective restraint. A soft, hesitant knock broke through the tangle of thoughts. My pulse stuttered. "Sarah?" His voice was low, careful, laced with exhaustion of a night's duties, whatever they were. "Can we talk?" For a moment, I wanted to tell him to go away, to keep locked the door and slide back down into hiding, but something in his tone, quiet, almost uncertain, pulls me to my feet. My need to know the truth finally outweighs my need to run. When I open the door, he's there. The day promises a storm. Clouds rolled overhead, but the rain hadn't started. The lingering tension from last night still clings to him, the faint scent of ozone and smoke, the exhaustion etched around his golden eyes, dulling their fierce fire. Yet when he looks at me, there is only unflinching warmth, and the weight of a secret he is finally ready to share. "Would you walk with me?" he asked. "Just to the beach. I think better when I'm moving." Against my better judgment, against the primal fear of leaving my only locked sanctuary, I nod. Draven. The walk to the beach feels like walking to my own execution. Every step is measured, deliberate, giving her space to change her mind and run. My dragon is a constant pressure beneath my skin, demanding I shift, show her immediately, prove what I am so she can accept or reject us and end this agonizing uncertainty. But I force myself to wait, to let the familiar rhythm of the ocean work its calming magic first. The day is cool, overcast, the kind of weather that makes humans hurry indoors but calls to something ancient in my blood. Stormy weather, dragon weather. The air tastes electric, heavy with the promise of rain that hasn't yet fallen. Perfect conditions for what I'm about to do. The moisture in the air will help conduct the energy, making the partial shift easier to control. She walks beside me, arms wrapped around herself, each step cautious, like she's always ready to bolt. I catalogue every detail, the gentle curve of her neck, so vulnerable, the wary posture that speaks of years learning to make herself small, the way her eyes keep flicking to the horizon, as if measuring escape routes even now. I'm determined to earn the right to guard her. But first, I have to convince her I'm worth trusting with that duty. My dragon growls inside me, hating the distance I'm maintaining. He wants her near, wants her sent closer, wants to pour his fire into her soul and erase the terror clinging to her like a shroud. The mate bond, still barely formed, pulls at my chest with every step. A golden thread I can almost see connecting us. Soon, I promise him, if she'll have us. But what if she won't? What if I show her what I am and she runs? What if the very thing that makes me king, the fire, the power, the ancient magic, is the thing that finally breaks her ability to trust? I've faced down wolf alphas, navigated deadly court politics, and led my people through crisis after crisis. But nothing has ever terrified me like this moment, because this isn't about kingdoms or prophecies or the fate of my species. This is about her, just her, and whether I'm about to lose the only person who's ever made me feel whole. Draven. Her voice is soft, uncertain. You're thinking very loudly. I huff a laugh despite the tension. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where to start. The beginning is usually good. she offers, and there's the faintest hint of humour in her tone. A good sign, maybe. The beach stretches before us, empty in the grey afternoon light. The tide is out, leaving tide pools glimmering like scattered mirrors across the dark sand. The ocean itself is restless, white-capped waves rolling with unusual force, as if sensing the revelation about to unfold. We stop near the water's edge, where the sand is firm and damp, marked with the delicate trace of seabirds who've already completed their hunts. For a while, we just listen to the ocean. The rhythmic crash and hiss of waves, the cry of gulls overhead, the whisper of wind across water. It's the sound of eternity, of forces far older and more powerful than human concerns. I draw strength from it. This is my world, this wild, untamed power. If I can't be honest here, in this place, where the boundaries between worlds feel thin, then I can never be honest with her. I am a king, as you may have guessed last night. I begin, my voice barely audible over the surf, and my people are dying, not from sickness or war, though there's enough of both, but from something deeper. We are shifters, Sarah, not human. Our existence is bound to this land and to a mythical energy we call the fire, and for centuries we've been fading. Her head tilts, a faint crease between her brows, but she doesn't interrupt. Her silence was a gift, a sign she was still listening. The bond between my kind and our mates is what keeps the fire alive. Without it, our strength dims. Our world weakens. I was supposed to see my mate in a vision, like the kings of legend before me. But the line was broken centuries ago. I had zero hope of finding the right one until I met you. She stopped walking, raw surprise flicking in her eyes. I had this repeating dream, I continue, my voice softer now. Didn't see a face, only eyes, hazel flecked with gold. The same eyes I saw the day I ran into you in that street. Her lips parted. You're kind, you and your people. You're not human. I hesitate. This was the moment, the one that could break everything or finally make it real. I told you I was a king, I said slowly, but I didn't tell you what kind of king. We are a people that live outside the human world, deliberately hidden. We have to be. Most humans would think I'm insane. I paused, letting the scope of the secret settle. And when I said the wolves breached the northern border, I didn't mean the animals. I meant another ancient shifter species, brutal, warlike, and ready to exploit any weakness they find in my defense. Her shoulders tensed. I could hear her heartbeat quicken, the sound sharp in my ears. You're going to think I'm crazy, I added, and there was a faint, weary smile tugging my lips despite the weight of it all. But I can't hide this from you anymore. You deserve the truth, no matter how unbelievable. She folds her arms, trying for defiance, but I can see the tremor in her hands. Try me. I take a step back, giving her ample space. My heart is hammering, not from fear of the shift itself, but from fear of her reaction. This is it, the moment of truth. I close my eyes, drawing in a deep breath of salt-laden air, and reach for the dragon. He surges forward eagerly, too eagerly, and I have to wrestle him back. Not a full shift, just enough to show her, just enough to prove the truth without overwhelming her. Sarah, I say quietly, and my voice already carries an edge of the dragon's deeper resonance. Don't be afraid. I'm still me. I'm always me, whether I look human or not. Then I let the dragon through. The sensation is like taking off heavy armor I didn't know I was wearing, freeing. Heat ripples beneath my skin, not painful but intense. A release of pressure that's been building since the moment I first saw her. The human glamour I maintain every waking moment begins to thin, revealing what lies beneath. My pupils narrow to vertical slits. The gold of my irises brightens until they glow, faintly, even in the grey daylight. The change in vision is immediate and dramatic. I can see every detail of her face with crystalline clarity now, can count her individual eyelashes, and see the way her pulse flutters in her throat. The air around me thickens, shimmering with heat despite the cool afternoon. Steam rises from my skin where the rain-heavy air meets dragon fire, creating a halo of mist that catches the diffused light. When I lift my hand, focusing the transformation there, scales emerge across my skin like ripples spreading across water. They're not the full armor plates of my dragon form, just a hint. Translucent at first, then solidifying into gleaming scales, the color of burnished gold touched with shadow. Each one catches the light differently, creating a subtle iridescence that shifts from copper to amber to something that looks almost like captured sunlight. The scales spread up my forearm, each one overlapping perfectly, a living armor that feels more natural than human skin ever has. When I flex my fingers, they gleam and shift, absolutely real, undeniably not human. But I keep it contained to my hand and forearm. Anything more might be too much. This is enough to prove the truth without fully transforming into the massive predator that would dwarf her, terrify her, and drive her away. The power hums through me, begging for more release. The dragon wants to spread his wings, wants to shift fully and show her what we truly are in all our terrible glory. But I hold firm, keeping the transformation partial, controlled. This is for her, not for us. Sarah staggers back a step, eyes wide with shock that's pure and unfiltered. What are you? My voice, when I answer, carries both human words and dragon resonance, a harmonic that makes the air itself vibrate. I am what your stories call a dragon, but we are not beasts of fire and greed. We're people bound to the land, to the flame that gives it life. I was born into that flame, and I need it to survive. I let my hand drop, but I don't pull the shift back yet. I need her to see this, to understand that this is part of me, not separate from the man who's been walking beside her, protecting her, falling for her. I didn't want to frighten you, I continue. My voice roughens with emotion that's both human and dragon. You've had enough monsters in your life. I swear to you on everything I am, I would never harm you. This power. I gesture to the scales, the glowing eyes, the heat radiating from my skin. It exists to protect, to guard what's precious, to warm, not destroy. She stares at me, searching for a lie, finding only impossible truth. You're serious. You're the king of dragons. I nod slowly, letting the scales fade back beneath my skin, returning my eyes to their more human gold. The glamour settles back over me like a familiar cloak, but lighter now, less confining, because she knows. Then, after a long silence, she whispers, "You don't feel like a monster. You feel like the person who keeps showing up to save me." Something in my chest, my dragon heart, loosens at that. The breath I didn't know I was holding rushes out. I take a slow step closer, letting her see my face, my eyes, still carrying a faint inner glow despite the returned glamour. I didn't want you to see the king or the dragon. I just wanted you to see me. The man who's been alone for far too long and who needs you to survive. The confession is raw, vulnerable in a way I haven't been with anyone except Kaeldrick. But she deserves honesty, deserves to know. This isn't just about prophecy or saving my kingdom, though those things matter. This is about her, about us, about the way she makes the world make sense again. Seraphine. The air feels charged, like lightning before a storm. He's standing there, his gaze like embers, something wild flickering just beneath his skin, even though the scales are gone, and yet I'm not afraid. The initial shock was paralyzing, but the deeper, more dangerous fear I carried, the fear of a man who demanded submission, is absent. I should be terrified. Every instinct ingrained in my past screams that I should run from this overwhelming, inhuman power. But when he looks at me, I don't see cruelty or ownership. I see longing, wariness, hope. He's laying his entire world, his entire fate at my feet, trusting me with secrets that could destroy him if I chose to expose them. That level of vulnerability from someone so powerful. It's the opposite of everything Simon ever was. He's telling the truth. Somehow, impossibly, I know it. The air between us is thick with something I can't quite name. Not just attraction, though that's definitely part of it. It's deeper, more fundamental, like recognition on a cellular level. My body knows something my mind is still trying to process. Without thinking, I reach out, brushing my fingers against his hand. The contact is electric. His skin is warm, no, beyond warm, radiating a heat that should be uncomfortable but feels like coming home. And for a heartbeat, I swear I feel something else, a pulse of golden energy traveling up my arm, warm and bright and alive. It resonates in my chest right over my heart, like an answer to the question I didn't know I was asking. A jolt of belonging that stifles the frantic noise in my head. The constant fear, the hypervigilance, the voice that never stops cataloguing threats, exits and ways to escape. All of it quiet. Not gone, not erased, but muffled. Like someone turned down the volume on the terror that's been my constant companion for years. He goes completely still, as if that tiny touch is the most sacred thing in the world. His eyes widen slightly and I see something flare in them. Relief. Something almost like awe. Then his hand turns, wrapping gently around mine. His palm dwarfs mine completely, but the touch is gentle, reverent, like I'm made of spun glass and he's terrified of breaking me. I don't expect you to believe everything at once, he murmurs, his voice is rough with emotion, but I'll prove to you that not all fire burns. Some fire can be the warmth you huddle around on a cold night, giving you strength. We stand there in silence, hand in hand, the sea whispering around us. The world has shifted completely. Monsters and kings and warring shifters are real, but his touch is my anchor in this chaos. The energy I felt at the first contact hasn't faded. If anything, it's growing stronger, a warm golden thread connecting us that I can almost see when I close my eyes. It pulses in time with my heartbeat, with his heartbeat, sinking until I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. This is what safety feels like, I realize with startling clarity. Not the absence of danger. Danger is everywhere, has always been everywhere. But the presence of someone strong enough to stand between you and the threat, someone who chooses to use their power to protect instead of control. For the first time in years, the approaching night doesn't feel dangerous. It feels alive. Chapter 11. Seraphine. The sea breeze carries the faintest scent of rain, the electric scent of storms, but the sky above us is still holding its breath. I've walked this beach 100 times since moving here, but never like this, with him beside me. Draven. Even his name feels too large, too dangerous to hold in my mouth. Dre. We walk in silence for a while, the waves curling at our feet. Every few steps my hand brushes his. Once the contact would have made me flinch violently. Now it sends a strange warmth spiraling up my arm, both terrifying and intoxicating. My body was openly betraying the lessons of my past. He talks about his people, about the devastating loneliness of leading them, the constant pressure to be strong and kingly when everything is falling apart. I find myself wanting to reach for him to take some of that weight, though I can barely carry my own. When I finally speak, my voice is barely more than a whisper, raw with the effort of honesty. You told me who you are, I say. Maybe it's my turn. He turns towards me, his blazing eyes soft but intent. Only if you want to. There's no demands here, Sarah. The name sits wrong between us now, after everything. After he trusted me with the truth of scales and fire and ancient kingdoms. I owe him honesty in return. I swallow hard. My name isn't Sarah. The words feel strange, foreign, like a secret I've carried so long it has fused to my bones. It's Seraphine. The sound of my real name, spoken aloud for the first time in months, does something to me. It's like I've been holding my breath underwater and finally broke the surface. The weight of the false identity, the constant performance of being Sarah, lifts slightly. He waits, letting the name hang between us, heavy and beautiful. He doesn't rush to fill the silence, doesn't demand more explanation. His silent respect is a powerful antidote to years of coercion. Seraphine, he repeats softly, and the way he says it, reverent, like he's tasting something precious, makes my chest tighten. It suits you, strong, beautiful, with iron in it. I almost smile at that iron, if only he knew. I used to live in a community, small, closed off. My parents called it a faith, but it wasn't. It was a cult. I glance away, unable to meet his gaze. The beach stretches endlessly before us, neutral witness to my confession. I was married to its leader, Simon. My jaw locks, fighting the need to retreat. The admission feels like cutting my own veins, letting poison bleed out. He was someone everyone thought was good. A shepherd, the prophet. But he wasn't. The words come faster now, years of silence breaking like a dam. He was controlling and abusive, all the while keeping up a perfect facade for the rest of the community. They thought he was holy. I thought I was going insane, because he was so gentle in public and so, my voice cracks, so cruel in private. The air shifts. I can feel Draven's control tightening, leashed fury barely contained. The gentle warmth he radiates intensifies to protective heat. The temperature around us rises noticeably. When I glance at him, his eyes have gone molten, almost glowing. What happened? He asks softly, his voice dangerously low, threaded with a possessive rumble that should terrify me, but instead makes me feel protected. How did you get away? I open my mouth, ready to say the words I've buried for months. I killed him. The truth rises, jagged and heavy, clawing its way up my throat. and then the first drop of rain hits my cheek. It was followed by another, the sky split open, thunder rolling across the water like a dragon's distant roar. We laugh, breathless, surprised, as the downpour drenches us in seconds. Draven grabs my hand, tugging me towards an overhang of rock further up the beach. We stumble beneath it, soaked and laughing, our breath misting the cool air. The sudden release of tension was transformative. His dark hair drips down over his forehead, his shirt is plastered to his solid chest, every line of muscle visible beneath. The sight steals whatever words I have left. "Are you all right?" he asks, his voice low over the drumming rain. "I think so." My laughter faded into something quieter, something that trembled at the edges. I haven't felt like this alive in a long time. He's close now. Too close? The intense heat that rolls from his body contrasts sharply with the chill of the storm, wrapping around me like a living flame. Steam is actually lifting from his wet clothing, a clear, astonishing testament to his inhuman nature. His hand lifts, hesitating, just shy of my face. I can see the battle in his eyes, restraint warring against primal instinct. "You can tell me to stop," he murmured, his voice a gravelly promise. "I don't. I can't." His fingers brush my cheek, tracing the path of a raindrop down to my jaw, warmth following in its wake. And then his lips are on mine. The kiss is gentle at first, a soft question. "Is this okay? Do you want this?" And my answer is in the way I lean into him, the way my hands find his chest, fingers curling into the soaked fabric of his shirt. Then something shifts. The gentleness ignites into something fiercer, more desperate. His mouth moves against mine with restrained hunger, a promise in every breath, a desperate craving that mirrors my own. The taste of rain and salt mingles with something else, smoke and spice and that indefinable wildness that is purely him. And beneath it all, something else happens. A warmth blooms in my chest, right over my heart. Not the pleasant warmth of attraction, but something deeper, more fundamental. It spreads through my ribcage like liquid gold, bright and alive and absolutely right. The sensation is overwhelming, not painful, but intense enough to make me gasp against his mouth. The gold thread I'd felt when we first touched flares to life, strengthening, solidifying. It pulses in time with my heartbeat, with his heartbeat, and suddenly I can feel him in a way that has nothing to do with the physical press of his body against mine. His emotions flood through that connection, fierce protectiveness, desperate longing, and underneath it all, bone-deep relief. Like he's been waiting his entire life for this moment, for this person, for this impossible connection to finally click into place. And I can feel my own emotions reflecting back through the bond, terror and hope tangled together. The awful vulnerability of letting someone in after building walls for so long. And beneath it all, a recognition that terrifies me because it feels like inevitability. This is the bond, some instinct whispers. This is what he meant by mates, about destiny. Something inside me breaks, not shatters, but opens. The walls, the fear, the endless numbness that's been my armor for years, all swept away in the inferno of him. For one impossible heartbeat, I let myself burn. I let the unnatural, consuming passion overwhelm the years of trauma. This isn't ownership. This is mutual. This is a choice I'm making, not something being forced on me. And that realization is what finally breaks the spell. Then reality crashes back, swift and painful. I jerk away, breathing hard, rain still pouring in sheets around us. My fingers touch my lips, still tingling, still burning with his warmth. Panic claws at my throat, sharp and cold. The intensity of the feeling is the true threat. It's too fast, too potent, too final. I can still feel that golden thread connecting us, pulsing with warmth and light, and it terrifies me because I can't control it, can't shut it off, can't make it go away. This is how you get trapped again. The old fear screams. This is how it starts, with overwhelming feelings, with dependence, with needing someone so much you forget how to exist without them. I can't. The words tumble out, sharp and shaking. I can't do this. It's too much. Draven steps back instantly, his expression pained but completely calm, and even through my panic, I can feel his emotions through that cursed, wonderful bond. Hurt, yes, but also understanding, patience, a determination to wait. You don't have to explain, he says quietly. I understand that fear. It's not you, I whisper, hating how cliché it sounds. I can't lose control. I can't trust a feeling this strong. What if... I can't finish the sentence. What if you use it against me? What if this bond means you own me? What if loving you destroys me? He nods once, and I watch the faintest golden glow flicker in his eyes before fading. Then I'll wait, he says, and his voice is gentle but absolute. For as long as it takes, I will not be the thing you run from. The bond pulses between us, and I can feel his sincerity through it, not just words, but truth. He means it. He'll wait forever if that's what I need. And that somehow makes it both better and worse. For the first time in years, I feel something like hope. Later. The storm deepens against... Later. The storm deepens again as night settles over the town. Lightning flashes across the cliffs, casting quicksilver light over the narrow lane behind the cafe. The world holds its breath for a single heartbeat, and then a shadow moves. Simon Caldwell stands half hidden by the alley wall, rain dripping from the brim of his hood. His clothes are soaked, his boots caked in sand from hours spent watching from the beach. But his eyes, those cold, grey eyes that once held absolute authority over hundreds of faithful followers, glint with a feverish sort of triumph. He watches the back door, where Seraphine disappeared after that interloper kissed her, after she let another man put his hands on what belonged to the prophet. His lips curl into something that isn't quite a smile, more a baring of teeth. So you think you're free to live a life without me? He murmurs, his voice rough as gravel, still carrying a hoarseness from weeks of medical intervention. You think you can run, hide, let another man touch what's mine? His hand rises unconsciously to the scar across his temple, a ridged, angry line that the doctors said was a miracle he'd survived. The blow had fractured his skull, caused bleeding in his brain, left him in a coma for 3 weeks, while the inner circle prayed and the faithful wept. But Simon Caldwell doesn't die easily. The prophet doesn't abandon his flock. He'd woken 2 weeks ago, weak and disoriented, but alive. The first word he'd spoken was her name, Seraphine. The second was a command, find her. The doctors called his recovery miraculous. The inner circle called it divine providence, proof that the prophet was meant to continue his holy work. Simon knew better. He'd survived through sheer will, through the burning need to reclaim what was stolen from him, to punish the betrayal, to remind his wayward wife of the vows she'd made before him and the community. Till death do us part, she'd promised, and death had tried, but death had failed. The initial weakness from the coma had faded quickly, too quickly, the doctors said, concerned about his rapid recovery. They wanted to keep him for observation, but the inner circle had intervened. The prophet needed privacy, they said, space to heal spiritually as well as physically. What the prophet needed was to hunt. He had spent the first week rebuilding his strength, forcing his body to remember how to command, how to dominate space, how to make people flinch with a single look. The physical therapy meant to help him walk had become training. The counseling sessions meant to process his trauma became planning sessions. The second week, he'd sent out hunters, not the local law enforcement who might ask inconvenient questions, not private investigators who might have moral qualms about his methods. No, he'd sent the faithful, the enforcers, the men who understand that the prophet's word was law and the prophet's wife was property to be returned. They'd found her trail eventually, a string of short-term jobs, false names, always near water. She'd gone predictable in her desperation, and predictability was weakness. When the report came back that she was in Wavecrest, working at some pathetic cafe, living in a room barely bigger than a closet, Simon had smiled for the first time since waking. Perfect, he'd thought, isolated, vulnerable, ripe for harvest. He'd ordered the psychological campaign first, the gaslighting, the small violations, designed to make her question her sanity. Leave her a flower from the compound gardens, then remove it. Take money, plant it where she'd be blamed. Unlock doors she knows she's locked, little things that would chip away at her certainty, her sanity, until she was confused and desperate and easy to control again. But then the stranger appeared, the tall one with the unnatural heat and the possessive way he looked at her. The one who kept interfering, kept saving her from the carefully orchestrated accidents meant to drive her into desperation. Simon had watched them on the beach today, had seen the way she leaned into him, the way she laughed for this stranger, when she never laughed like that for her own husband. Had watched them kiss under the rocks, while the storm raged, watched her touch him willingly, when she'd flinched from Simon's caresses for 3 years. The rage that had filled him in that moment was holy, righteous, pure. She made him into a cuckold, made him weak, made him appear foolish to the faithful who even now whispered about the prophet whose wife had tried to murder him. He needed to reclaim her publicly, needed to prove that his authority was absolute, that not even attempted murder could free someone from the prophet's divine right. Lightning flashes again, and he runs his finger along the ragged scar, still healing, feeling the ridge of bone that had been shattered and reconstructed. She tried to kill him, his own wife, his blessed companion, had struck him down in cold blood and left him to die on the floor of their home. The inner circle had wanted to forgive her, to bring her back gently, to offer redemption through repentance. Simon had smiled, nodded, and reminded them of their place. Forgiveness wasn't what he felt burning in his chest. It was ownership, pure, undiluted possession. She was his by law, by God, by every vow she'd spoken. And he would reclaim her, would break her down until the very idea of resistance was impossible, would rebuild her into the perfect, obedient wife she should have been all along. He would not be so lenient this time. And the stranger, the one who dared to put his hands on the prophet's property, the one who called himself a king, would burn, figuratively if possible, literally if necessary. Simon didn't care which. The rain swallowed the sound of his low, possessive laughter as he turned towards the darkness, every step deliberate, measured, a gait of a predator who knows his prey has nowhere left to run. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small radio. 2 clicks. The signal his hunters have been waiting for. Time to end this. She thought she'd escaped her past. She thought that murdering her husband and fleeing into the night made her free. But the past has found her. The past has risen from the dead, stronger and more determined than ever. And now it demands payment in blood, in submission, in absolute, eternal obedience. Soon, Seraphine, he whispers into the storm, very soon, you'll remember who you belong to. The lightning illuminates his smile one final time before he disappears into the darkness, not retreating, but circling, preparing for the moment when he'll drag his wayward wife back to where she belongs, back to the compound, back to her rightful place, back to him. Chapter 12. Seraphine. The evening air carries the salt-sharp scent of the ocean and something else, something wrong that I can't quite identify. I'm fumbling with my keys at the back door of the cafe, my mind still replaying the feel of Draven's lips on mine, the impossible warmth of that golden thread connecting us, when the wrongness crystallizes into danger. A shadow moves in my peripheral vision. I don't even have time to scream before the hand clamps over my mouth, rough, callous, smelling of cigarettes and that particular blend of incense they burned at the compound. The scent triggers instant and visceral panic. Did you think you could forget me, Seraphine? The voice, low and chillingly familiar, scrapes against my ears like a rusty blade. Not dead, not gone, here, real. Simon. The world tilts violently. My knees try to buckle, but he's already got me, one arm like an iron band around my waist, the other hand still sealed over my mouth. He twists my arm behind my back with practiced efficiency, the same hold he used 100 times before, the one that makes struggling impossible without dislocating my own shoulder. The sickening pressure reminds me of all the years I spent shrinking under his hand, the brief hope I'd allow myself, the possibility of Draven, of safety, of a future, shatters completely. Did you really think a blow to the head would kill me? His voice is a hiss in my ear, breath hot and rank against my neck. Did you think the prophet, chosen by God, could be stopped by his wayward wife's violence? He's alive, oh God, he's alive and he's here. And I try to bite the hand over my mouth, try to kick backward, but he anticipates every move. He's always been stronger, and now he's motivated by righteous fury and weeks of planning. That little king thought he could take what's mine. Simon laughs, a dry, rattling sound that makes my skin crawl. You're still my wife, girl, before God and the community. We never divorce. You're mine until death, and death failed, Seraphine. I'm still here. He drags me towards a beat-up truck parked at the end of the alley, the same kind of vehicle the compound used for supply runs. How long has he been here? How long has he been watching, waiting for the perfect moment? I fight with everything I have, kicking, writhing, trying to make enough noise that someone, anyone, might hear. But the alley is empty, the cafe already closed, and my small strength is nothing against his maniacal fury. I'm a small bird caught in a hawk's talons, and the hawk has been dreaming of this moment for weeks. He throws me into the truck bed with enough force to knock the air from my lungs. Then he's on me, zip-tying my wrists together with brutal efficiency. Before I can even think to roll out, he's threading a cable through the ties and securing me to a metal loop welded to the truck bed. The plastic bites into my skin, and I taste blood where I've bitten my lip, trying not to sob. Scream all you want, he says conversationally, climbing into the driver's seat. No one's going to hear you where we're going. The drive is short and brutal, each pothole and sharp turn sending fresh jolts of pain through my bound arms. I try to memorize the route, left out of the alley, north along the coast road, up into the cliffs, but panic is making everything blurry, indistinct. The gold thread in my chest, that bond I felt when Draven kissed me, is pulling tight, screaming distress. Can he feel this? Can he sense that something's wrong? Or is he still at the northern border, fighting his war he was called back to, trusting that I'm safe because I promised to lock my door? We lurch to a stop. Simon hauls me out of the truck bed and I get my first clear look at where we are. The highest cliff, overlooking Wave Crest, is isolated and windswept. An abandoned concrete structure sits at the very edge, old mining equipment maybe, or a wartime bunker, half devoured by sea air and time, walls crumbling, but the door is solid metal, and when Simon drags me inside and locks it behind us, the sound echoes with terrible finality. "This is where we start over," Simon hisses, his breath rank as he cuts the zip ties, only to immediately grab my wrist hard enough to bruise. "Just you and me, and you will stop lying about that night, stop telling everyone I hurt you, when all I did was show you how much I loved you." The air in the concrete shell is cold and damp, smelling of decay, old rust, and the ocean far below. Through gaps in the walls, I can see the waves crashing with deafening fury. The drop is easily 100 feet, enough to kill instantly if someone were to fall, or be pushed. I wrap my free arm around myself, shaking, not just from the cold, but from the realization that this is it. Draven is busy. No one knows I'm here, and I'm exactly where I always knew I would end up, back in Simon's control, with no escape and no hope. The golden thread in my chest pulls desperately, but there's no answer, just emptiness where Draven's warmth should be. The next few days blur into an endless cycle of cold fear and the deafening monotony of the ocean. Simon keeps me on a short leash, psychological. He doesn't strike me, not yet, but his presence is a constant agonizing threat. He's changed since the compound. The scar on his temple gives him a feral look. But it's more than that. There's a manic energy to him now, a barely contained rage that makes him unpredictable. Before, his cruelty was calculated, controlled. Now it feels like he's constantly on the edge of explosion. He paces the small concrete space, talking endlessly about his recovery, how the doctors called it a miracle, how the inner circle wept when he woke, about his new vision for the church, more isolated, more pure, with stricter rules for the women, about me, how I corrupted myself, how I needed to be cleansed, how my punishment will be public, so everyone understands the cost of defiance. "They need to see you broken," he says on the second day, squatting in front of where I'm huddled against the wall. "The First Lady returned and repentant. It will strengthen their faith when they see that even attempted murder can't free you from God's plan." "It wasn't God's plan," I whisper, my throat raw from disuse and suppressed screaming. "It was yours. You use God to control people." His hand moves so fast I don't see it coming, gripping my jaw, forcing my head back against the concrete wall hard enough to make stars burst behind my eyes. "Careful, Seraphine. Careful, Seraphine." His voice is soft, which is somehow worse than yelling. I've been patient, but my patience has limits. At night, he chains my ankle to a pipe, not tight enough to cut off circulation, but short enough that I can't reach the door. He sleeps near the entrance, blocking my escape, knife within easy reach. And every day, the golden thread in my chest pulls tighter, more desperate. I can feel it now, a constant awareness of direction, of distance. Draven is north and west, too far away to be of any help. Does he know I'm here, or does he think I ran, just like Simon planned? "He won't let you," I choke out one evening, my throat raw, pushing back rising panic. "Draven knows I'm not safe. He warned me to stay inside. He knows something's wrong." Simon laughs, drawing a wicked-looking hunting knife from his belt. The blade flashes in the dim light, filtering through the broken walls. "That fool. He will have found the note you left on the table by now. You said you decided to run again." He grins, showing too many teeth. "Smart, that. One of my hunters has excellent penmanship. Now your king thinks you abandoned him, and the path to bringing you home is clear." The betrayal hits like a physical blow. He forged a note, made it look like I ran. And Draven, who's been so patient, so careful, who finally trusted me enough to reveal what he is, will think I panicked and fled, just like Simon knew he would. He won't be fooled, I whisper, finding a core of cold, brittle courage. The golden thread pulses in my chest, insistent. He knows what you are, who I am. He'll find me. Simon advances, his grey eyes dead, a horrifying mirror of the eyes that used to watch me from the shadows of the cult. Let's see if he can find you then, before I teach you to obey again. He traces the blade along my collarbone, not cutting, just letting me feel the cold metal against my skin. 3 days, Seraphine, 3 days, and then we're leaving for the compound. I've already arranged transportation. You'll return in chains if necessary, and everyone will see what happens to wives who forget their vows. 3 days, 72 hours to hope that Draven realizes the truth, that the bond guides him here, that somehow I survive long enough to be rescued. Or 72 hours until I'm back in the compound, and this time there'll be no escape. Draven. The cold rain of the northern pass is a stark contrast to the humid, stormy heat of Wavecrest, but the fire inside me is far hotter. I stand with Keeldrick, overlooking the rocky gorge, a natural funnel where we're holding the wolves at bay. Blood streaks my armour, some mine, mostly theirs. The battle has been brutal, efficient, exactly the kind of surgical strike needed to remind the wolf clans that dragons don't yield territory easily. The reports are confirmed, I growl, wiping blood and rain from my face. They've brought in a new alpha from the east. The alpha is calling in reinforcements. He's deliberately trying to destabilize the region. He knows you're distracted, Kale says grimly, his own armor scorched with claw marks. They always strike when the Dragon King focus is divided. He doesn't say it, but the accusation hangs between us. This is because of her, because you've been obsessed with a human instead of securing your borders. And he's right. I should have seen this coming. Should have reinforced the northern outpost days ago. But I was too busy courting Seraphine, too focused on earning her trust, too desperate to... A wave of intense, gut-twisting agony rips through my chest. It's not the pain of the fighting. I've taken worse wounds and barely noticed. It is different. This is the mate pull, and it's not the gentle tug I've been feeling since our kiss. This is screaming, shrieking, a distress call so intense it drives me to my knees in the mud. Dre! Keeldrick is at my side instantly, hand on my shoulder. What's wrong? Are you injured? I can't speak, can't breathe. The bond is a live wire of terror and pain, and it's coming from her. Seraphine is in mortal danger, and I'm 300 miles away fighting a war that suddenly means nothing. She's hurt, I manage, the words grinding out between clenched teeth, or scared, or another wave of agony. I have to go now. You can't, your people need you. Keeldrick's grip tightens. Dre, we're in the middle of... I don't care! The shout echoes across the gorge, and several nearby warriors turn to look. She needs me. He has her. I know he has her. You don't know that. The bond is new. You're not reading it clearly. I surge to my feet, the dragon pressing against my skin, demanding release. Not after everything. Not after I showed her what I am. I can feel it. Someone... The bond screams again, and this time I feel something else through it. Cold, damp, the thunder of waves. She's near water, high up, isolated. Go back to Wavecrest, I order, my voice dropping to something that's more dragon than man. Go check on her, now. I'll hold the pass until you return. Keeldrick studies me for a long moment, then nods. He knows that tone, knows when I'm past the point of arguing. If she's really gone, if she ran, he starts. She didn't. He sighs, then turns towards the south, ready to fly. I'll be back within 2 days. Try not to die while I'm not here to save you. KL. I catch his arm. If you find evidence that someone took her, anyone from that compound, any sign of a struggle, you tell me immediately. I don't care what's happening here. I'll burn this whole past to bedrock and go to her. Understood. He pauses. And if I find she left voluntarily? Then I'll know it's not true. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. The bond doesn't lie, KL. Whatever you find, whatever it looks like, she didn't choose to leave me. KL returns 2 days later, just as the wolves pull back to regroup. He walks into my war tent, his face etched with a mix of confusion and regret. We held the line, barely, I update him. He nods, looking almost as exhausted as I am, and holds out a damp piece of paper. She's gone, Dre. Hale's face is pale as he stands in the doorway. She left at... No! I slam my fist against the table, the wood cracking under the impact. Show me. When I got back to Wavecrest, I checked the room where Seraphine had been staying, but it was empty. I took photos, he reports. I also spoke to the owner, Mr. Harrington, and he showed me a note that she left him. He let me keep it. Sorry, I couldn't say goodbye. Sarah. The handwriting is close enough to fool someone who'd only seen her handwriting a few times or wasn't looking for duplicity. But I've watched her hand move as she wrote orders, seen the way she loops her Y's and crosses her T's. This is fake. I look closely at the photos. Fresh scratches around the keyhole, barely visible but there. Lockpicks. They broke in. The paper's wrong too, Zev says behind me. I hadn't heard him arrive, but he's already studying the notes. Different weight, different manufacturer. They brought it with them. See the indentations? Someone copied her style, not her actual hand. Jacob Marsh, I growl. The forger. Most likely. They packed her things too, making it look like she moved out as Harrington requested. But they did it too neatly. Seraphine would have grabbed essentials and run. This looks staged, deliberate. When? I demanded. Best guess, a few days ago. They planned the note, staged the departure, and everyone assumed she bolted. Clean, efficient, and it brought them time before anyone thought to look for her. Through the tent flap, I can see the mountains, and somewhere beyond them the cliffs. The bond is pulling, screaming, demanding I move. She's still in Wavecrest, I say with absolute certainty. How do you know? Zev asks. I can feel her through the bond. She's terrified, she's hurt, and she's not running. She's trapped. For 2 more days I fight. I couldn't abandon the past, not yet. But every hour felt like betrayal. I lead my warriors, pushing the wolves back, trying to divide my focus between duty and desperate need. But the pain grows unbearable, clouding my judgment, making my shifts weak, my fire erratic. The mate bond isn't just pulling, it's screaming, tearing through my chest until I can barely breathe. When the fighting finally slows, I collapse behind the command table, trembling from exhaustion. That's when Zev appears in my tent. Your Majesty. His dark eyes are urgent. I have news about the compound. Talk fast. 3 more members of Simon Caldwell's inner circle arrived in Wavecrest 4 days ago. We've been tracking them. One was spotted near the cafe the night Seraphine left. He hands me a photograph, grainy surveillance, but clear enough. A man matching the description of the sandy-haired hunter Seraphine saw at the supermarket. And this was found in the alley behind her residence. He shows me another photo. A 7-pointed star scratched into the wall, fresh. They took her, I say flatly. It appears so. Zev's expression is carefully neutral. The rage that fills me is white-hot, consuming. The dragon surges, demanding immediate release, immediate violence. Where is he? My voice is barely human. Unknown, but Your Majesty, the wolves are preparing another assault. If you leave now, I don't care. I stand, already moving towards the tent entrance. Lysander can hold the pass. You can hold the pass. Every warrior here can hold the pass. Only I can save her. Dre! Haildrit's voice behind me, not arguing, just acknowledging. Go! We'll handle this. Just bring her home. Without waiting for a reply, I turn towards the south. The primal need to find her overrides every royal duty, every logical thought, every political consideration. I shift mid-stride, bones reshaping, wings erupting from my back. The transformation is faster than I've ever managed, pure desperation and rage fueling the change. And then I'm airborne, flying home to her, following the golden thread that connects us, even as it screams with terror. Hold on, I send through the bond, not knowing if she can feel it. I'm coming. Just hold on. Chapter 13. Draven. The moment I enter Seraphine's room, I know. Not because of the neat, hastily scribbled notes I had been shown. Sorry I couldn't say goodbye, Sarah. But because of the absence. Her scent should be everywhere in this small space. Smoke and honey, fear and hope tangled together. Instead, there's only the faint metallic rotten smell of the man who's been stalking her, clinging to the linen like a stain. The dragon inside me goes absolutely still. Not calm, the opposite of calm. The predator recognizing a kill scent, prey in danger, or a mate stolen. I crouch, running my hand over the floorboards near the door. Her adrenaline is here, fresh, but underneath it, I press my palm flat, reading the story written in scent and fear. That's human possessiveness, his triumph. The heat rises in my body, involuntary, rage manifesting as physical fire. My palm leaves a scorch mark on the wood. He took her, I say, and my voice is barely human. He put the note there, to buy time. I close my eyes, letting the dragon stretch its senses beyond normal human limitation. The bond pulls, a golden thread now screaming distress, pointing north and west, towards the cliff, but not exact. I'm already moving towards the door, towards open air, towards her. The shift ripples through me mid-stride, but I don't fight it this time. I let the dragon surge forward with all the fury and fear I've been containing for days. My body explodes outward, bones lengthening, muscle mass expanding exponentially, skin giving way to scales that gleam like burnished bronze and captured sunlight. Wings erupt from my shoulders with enough force to shatter the doorframe. The room can't contain my full form, so I don't stay in it. I leap through the door in a shower of splintered wood, the ground falling away beneath me, and I'm airborne. The sky opens to receive me. I'm breaking every rule we have about public shifting. The humans below will see. In full daylight, at low altitude, there's no mistaking what I am. Not a bird, not a plane, but a 40-foot dragon with bronze scales and fire in its throat. This will have consequences. Videos, photos, questions we'll have to answer. But I don't care. Let them see. Let the whole world know dragons exist if that's what it takes. Nothing matters except reaching her before it's too late. Seraphine. Simon has me pinned against the jagged concrete wall, his breath ragged, eyes gleaming with something far worse than fury. Certainty. The knife in his hand trembling, not from fear, but anticipation. You're going to tell me what happened that night, not the lie you tell yourself, he hisses. Voice low and intimate, like a secret meant to wound, and you're going to tell me you love me. I flinch, the blade's tip grazing my collarbone. The cold bite of steel was nothing compared to the chill that bloomed in my chest. Love. The word had once meant silence, compliance. The way I used to fold his shirts just so, or how I'd smile through the ache when he gripped my wrist too tightly. I'd learned to measure my breaths, my footsteps, my thoughts, because the smallest thing could snap him. Like the time I forgot to stir his tea counterclockwise because clockwise was pagan. Or when I laughed too loudly with the other women in the community. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Draven, please, I won't give up, not like this. The wind howls outside, rattling the broken window panes. Rain lashed the stone floor, seeping through the cracks like the storm itself wanted in. I could taste the salt of the sea, sharp and wild. Simon's grip faltered for a fraction of a second as thunder cracked overhead. I took it. I twisted hard, ducking beneath his arm, and bolted not towards the door we'd entered through. I know that one's locked, but towards the back. My bare feet slap against the wet stone, slipping once, catching myself on a rusted doorframe. I don't look back. Don't you dare run from me, he roared. I ran anyway. The hallway is narrow, half collapsed, the ceiling sagging with rot. I flashed back to another building, not that different from this. How he'd taken me there once told me it was ours, a sanctuary, a prison more like. I stumble over debris, heart hammering, lungs burning. Behind me, Simon's footsteps pound like war drums. Another flash of memory, me curled on the floor, apologizing for breathing too loudly, him pacing like a caged animal, muttering about loyalty and betrayal. I reach an outdoor stairwell, hoping it will hold my weight after years of disuse. The storm is louder now, a crescendo of fury. Something is coming, I can feel it in my bones. I'm drenched, water flooding down into my eyes, making it hard to see. I descend, slipping, catching myself on the railing before I slip to my doom. Simon's voice echoes down the stairwell. You think he'll save you? You think he's coming? I don't answer. I don't dare. The wind shrieks louder, and for a moment I think I see a flicker of gold in the sky beyond the cliff edge. But then it's gone. As I reach the midway landing, I feel immense pain rip through my head and my neck snaps backwards. He has my hair gripped in his evil hand, and a satisfied grin pulls at his mouth. He has me, dragging me back up the rickety stairwell. I vow to survive. Dre will come for me, I know he will. I have to survive until then. Draven. The storm that's been threatening since I arrived back in Wavecrest finally breaks. But I don't think it's natural anymore. The weather bends to my fury, responding to dragon rage the way it hasn't in generations, hiding me from human eyes. Thunder cracks across the sky like artillery, and I roar back, challenging it, my voice deeper and more terrible than any storm. The wind whips against my scales, but I barely feel it. I'm flying faster than I've ever flown, pushing my body past safe limits, past reasonable speed, into something desperate and reckless. Each beat of my massive wings creates a downdraft strong enough to flatten the scrub brush below. I'm leaving a trail. Broken branches, disturbed sand, the physical evidence of a dragon in flight. The humans will see this. Will they blame the storm? I don't know. I don't care. Let them know. Let the whole world know what happens to anyone who touches what's mine. The bond pulls tighter with every minute that passes, the golden thread between us vibrating with her terror. I can feel her now, her emotions bleed through the incomplete bond. Fear, pain, desperation, and underneath it all a stubborn core of defiance that makes my chest swell with fierce pride. She's still fighting, still resisting. The rage that fills me transcends thought. It's primal, ancient, the fury of dragons who ruled this world long before humans learned to make fire. The storm intensifies. Rain lashes down in sheets, wind howling, but I barely notice. The weather is responding to me, amplifying my rage, becoming an extension of my will. Thunder cracks so loud it feels like the sky is splitting open. Lightning strikes close enough that I feel the electricity arc across my scales. Ocean below churns into white-capped fury, waves crashing with enough force to shake the foundation of the cliff. I am the storm now. I am wrath given wings and fire. I'm coming, I send through the bond, knowing she can't hear me but needing to say it anyway. Hold on. I will find you. Chapter 14. Draven. The mate pull suddenly hit me hard, a crushing psychic pain that left no room for anything else. The bond didn't just tell me she was afraid. It started whispering details: metallic rust on the tongue, the suffocating scent of concrete, the ceaseless roar of the ocean. It gave me directions and texture, not coordinates. North to the cliff, elevation, and the overwhelming sense of concrete rust and salt. I land near the cliffs. The bond is pointing me towards the general area, near the ocean, no, up, towards stone and industry. It's a compass, not a map. I'll have to climb on foot the rest of the way. Naked, I steal jeans and a shirt from a clothesline in someone's garden to cover myself. The homeowner will find talon marks in their fence tomorrow and wonder where they came from. I run, not as a dragon now, but as a man fueled by desperate, raw, primal strength. My feet chew up the asphalt, then the dirt tracks, and finally the crumbling gravel leading to the cliff top. Every stride is a fight against the agony ripping through the mate bond. My lungs burn, my ribs ache, as if separating, and the only thing pushing me forward is the absolute conviction that if I slow, I will lose her forever. The path narrows as I climb, loose stones skittering beneath my feet. The ocean wind is ferocious up here, carrying spray from the waves crashing 100 feet below. The abandoned mining structure looms ahead, concrete walls stained with rust and salt, half the roof collapsed, windows like empty eye sockets staring out at the sea. I reach the top of the cliff, leaping the final gap and landing hard on the uneven stone. I'm soaked in sweat and rain from the sprint, utterly exhausted from days of battle and the desperate flight south. I don't feel the psychic drain yet, only the fire of knowing she needs me. The scent hits me like a physical force, overwhelming now. Beneath Seraphine's distinctive smoke and honey, the air is tainted by the metallic tang of blood, her blood. And underneath that, Simon's cold, possessive sickness is clinging to the space like a shroud. The dragon inside me stops, whispering. He roars, demanding blood, demanding justice, demanding I tear this human apart for daring to touch what's ours. I force myself to slow, to assess. The building's entrance is a solid metal door. I could pound my way through or melt it from its hinges. But there's another opening, a collapsed section of wall on the ocean side, where the structure has been slowly crumbling into the sea. Voices carry on the wind, his, cold, commanding, threaded with manic triumph. Hers, smaller, but defiant, still fighting, still resisting. My heart, which had been hammering with fear, steadies slightly. She's alive, she's conscious, she hasn't given up. I move towards the oceanside breach, feet silent on stone despite my size, and peer through the gap. Simon stands near the crumbling edge of the cliff, one hand gripping Seraphine's arm hard enough to leave bruises I can see from here. The other holds a blade, a large hunting knife with a serrated edge, glinting in the dim light, just cold steel, wielded by a man who knows how to hurt people. He's planned this, studied her patterns, waited for the perfect moment. Seraphine is frozen, eyes wide, breath shallow, a slow trickle of blood running down her neck from where the blade nicked her. But she's not cowering. Her jaw is set, her free hand clenched into a fist, and even through the bond I can feel her burning rage beneath the fear. She's not broken, not yet, not ever if I have something to say about it. Simon turns slightly, and I see his face clearly for the first time. The scar across his temple is livid, purely healed, a testament to Seraphine's desperate blow weeks ago. But it's his eyes that chill me, dead grey, utterly cold, the eyes of a zealot who convinced himself that his cruelty is holy. You should have stayed dead, I say, stepping through the breach. Both of them whip around. Seraphine's face floods with relief so intense it makes my chest ache. Simon's twists into something between fear and fury. Ah, the hero arrives, he says. His voice carries false bravado. He's terrified, I can smell it, acrid and sharp, but he's committed now, nowhere to retreat. Come to claim what you think is yours? I take a slow, deliberate step forward, the air crackling around me with barely controlled power. Heat shimmers off my skin, making the air between us ripple. Let her go. He laughs, a dry, rattling sound. She's mine, my wife, blessed by God and the congregation. You think you can just take her, claim her like some prize? She was never yours, I growl, my voice thick with the low, grinding sound of my inner dragon pushing against human vocal cords. She was surviving you, and she's not a trophy to be taken. She's a queen. Queen? He spits the word. She's a murderous whore who tried to kill her husband and ran into the arms of the first demon who would have her. The insult barely registers. I'm too focused on the way his grip on her arm has tightened, the way the blade has shifted closer to her throat. Last chance, I say, and I let a hint of the shift show. Eyes glowing gold, steam rising from my clenched fists. Let her go, or I will end you. Simon's response is to shove Seraphine hard towards the cliff edge and lunge at me. The blade slices through the air, aimed for my throat. I twist, my enhanced reflexes making his attack seem slow, almost clumsy. My hand catches his wrist, and I hear the bones creak under my grip. He cries out, and for a moment I think it's all over. But Simon is cunning. Must be, to have accumulated so many followers. He uses my forward momentum against me, dropping his weight and twisting, and suddenly we're both off balance, grappling near the crumbling edge. His free hand claws at my face, going for my eyes. I grab his other wrist, trying to control the knife, but the cliff beneath us is unstable. A chunk of stone breaks away. We both stumble. I try to regain my footing, but Simon, desperate and manic, throws himself at me with suicidal determination. His weight, combined with the crumbling edge, sends me over, and I see his cruel smile as he rolls away from the edge to safety. For one heart-stopping moment, I'm falling. The ocean rushes up to meet me, and I have a split second to make a choice. Let gravity take me to the rocks below, or shift and reveal everything. Show Seraphine the dragon in all his glory, potentially scaring her enough that she decides I'm too much to deal with, too much to love. But Seraphine's scream from above decides it for me. With a concussive roar that drowns out the sea, the change rips through me. The shift is explosive, less controlled than any transformation I've done in decades. Wings burst from my back with enough force to create a shockwave. My body expands, muscles multiplying, skin giving way to scales that gleam bronze and gold, even in the dim light. Heat erupts in plumes of steam and fire replaces blood. The Dragon King returns to the world. I slam onto the remaining cliff top with enough force to crack the stone beneath my claws. The impact sends tremors through the ground, and I hear the concrete structure groan as chunks of it crumble into the sea. Simon is moving, striding away from me towards Seraphine, somehow still clutching that damned knife. He turns, looking towards the thing he can't begin to fathom. I see the moment his shock transforms into something worse. manic determination. I'm 40 feet of scaled muscle and controlled fury, eyes burning with flames that could melt steel, every line of me radiating lethal intent. Impossible, he whispers. Dragons aren't real. You're not real. You can't be. I roar, liquid flame erupting from my mouth, not at them, but at the ground between us. The stones scorch black, and the heat is intense enough that Simon stumbles backward, grabbing Seraphine's neck and putting her in front of him as a shield. Let her go. My voice in dragon form is layered, human words wrapped in bestial resonance, the sound of mountains grinding together and fire-consuming forests. But Simon's shock is transforming back to zealot rage. He doesn't retreat from what he sees as a demon. He fights harder. She's mine, he screams. He swings the knife in front of them. If I can't have her, neither of us will. I move faster than anything my size should be able to move, claws reaching, but he is small and quick and desperate. And then I see what he's really doing, not trying to take her, but driving her towards the edge, forcing her to choose between him and the terrifying fall. I roar and lunge, but the cliff top can't support my full dragon weight. The rock cracks beneath my claws, and I have to pull back or risk bringing the entire cliff face down beneath all of us. Simon sees my hesitation and grins, bloody and manic. Not so powerful now, are you? Can't use your size, can't use your fire without killing her too. He's right. In this confined space between the cliff and the derelict building, my dragon form is a liability. I'm too large, too destructive. Every movement risks collapse. So I shift back to human form. The transformation so fast I almost black out. I'm vulnerable now, exhausted from days of battle and the desperate flight here, bleeding from a dozen small cuts from our grappling, naked and weaponless, except for my bare hands. But I'm also fast and precise. Simon lunges at me with the knife, and this time when I dodge, the confined space works in my favour. I'm inside his reach before he can adjust, my hand closing around his wrist, twisting until the knife clatters to the ground. We grapple, rolling across the broken concrete of the derelict building. Simon's strong for a human, fueled by madness and righteousness, but I'm still a dragon, even in my human skin. Then Seraphine screams, not in fear, but in fury, and launches herself at Simon from behind, trying to pull him off me. He backhands her without looking, and she goes sprawling. My vision goes red. The dragon surges forward, demanding blood, but I force it down. Not yet. Control. But Simon takes advantage of my moment of distraction. His hand finds the fallen knife, and before I can react, he drives it up and under my ribs. Pain explodes through my side, sharp and immediate. The blade is deep, angled upwards, and I can feel the hot rush of blood pouring down my side. He twists the knife before yanking it out, and I collapse, one hand pressed to the wound, trying to stem the bleeding. Simon pants, standing over me with the bloody knife. You're just a man, just flesh and bone like anyone else. He's right. In human form, I'm fragile, vulnerable. The wound is substantial, deep enough that I can feel my strength draining with every heartbeat. Simon raises the knife for a killing blow, aiming for my heart. And then Seraphine moves. Seraphine. I watch them clash, Draven's raw power against Simon's cold, calculated malice. When Draven shifts to his dragon form, magnificent and terrifying, I think it's over. Nothing human could stand against that, but Simon is clever, has always been clever. He doesn't fight power with strength, he fights it with cunning, using the unstable building and confined space against Draven's massive form. When Draven shifts back to human to avoid causing the cliff to collapse from beneath our feet, I see the exhaustion in his movements, the way he's favouring his left side. He's been fighting for days before this, I can see it in every line of his body, and Simon sees it too. When the knife plunges into Draven's side, when I see the blood, so much blood, pouring from the wound, something inside me snaps, not shatters, transforms. My heart, which had been a drumbeat of terror, suddenly becomes a silent, steady engine of defiance. I've been frozen for too long, watching, waiting for someone else to fight my battles. Not any more. Simon advances on Draven, raising the blade for what he clearly intends to be a killing strike. His face is twisted with manic joy, the face of a man who thinks God is on his side, who thinks killing a demon makes him holy. I step forward, my hands finding the broken branch I'd spotted earlier, a piece of weathered wood, jagged and heavy. Not much of a weapon, but enough. "Stay back," Simon snarls without looking at me, all his focus on Draven. "This doesn't concern you." The word triggers something in me, a fury I didn't know I was capable of. All the years of being told to stay quiet, stay small, stay obedient. All the times I've swallowed my voice because speaking meant punishment. "No," I say, and my voice is steady, despite the shaking in my limbs. "You don't get to command me anymore. You never did. You just made me think you did." He turns then, his grey eyes narrowing. "You think you're strong now, because you have him?" He gestures dismissively at Draven, who's struggling to stand, blood streaming between his fingers as he presses them to the wound. "You're still the same weak, pathetic girl who couldn't even kill me properly the first time." "I'm strong because I survived you," I say, and the words come out as a yell, years of pain and resentment fueling the sound. "I'm strong because I got up every day knowing you would hurt me, and I got up anyway. I'm strong because I ran even though I was terrified. I'm strong because I'm still standing here, still breathing, still fighting when you tried so hard to break me." Behind Simon, I see Draven trying to rise, trying to shift so he stands between me and danger. But the wound is too severe. His eyes meet mine, and through the bond I feel his fear, not for himself, but for me. "Trust yourself," his presence seems to say through the golden thread connecting us. "You can do this." Simon lunges towards me, fury overriding whatever cunning strategy he might have had left. "Ungrateful bitch! I gave you everything, a home, a purpose, a place in God's plan." I swing the branch with every ounce of strength I possess. It connects with his temple, the same place I hit him weeks ago, the scar tissue that never fully healed. The sound is sharp, satisfying, the crack of wood against bone. He stumbles back, teetering on the edge, eyes going unfocused, the knife slipping from his fingers. But he doesn't fall, not yet. He's conscious still, but barely, swaying unsteadily on his feet. I realize with cold clarity that I have a choice. I could hit him again, finish it, make sure he never gets up, or I could let him fall on his own terms. "You don't own me," I say quietly, and I lower the branch. "You never did. I don't need to kill you to prove I'm free." Simon's eyes focus on me one last time, and I see the moment he truly understands he's lost. Not just the fight, but his power over me, his control, everything he built his identity on. He takes a stumbling step backwards away from me, and his foot finds only air where the cliff edge has crumbled. For one suspended moment, he hangs there, arms windmilling, his mouth opens to curse me, to beg. I'll never know. Then gravity claims him. He falls without a sound, disappearing into the churning waves below. I stand frozen, chest heaving. The silence after his fall is absolute, broken only by the crash of waves and Draven's laboured breathing behind me. Seraphine. Draven's voice is weak, strained. I dropped the branch and rushed to him. He slumped against the concrete wall, one hand still pressed to the wound in his side, blood seeping steadily between his fingers. His skin, usually radiating heat, is alarmingly pale and cool to the touch. "You're hurt," I say stupidly, my hand hovering over the wound, afraid to touch it. "You're bleeding so much." "I'll heal," he grits out, but his eyes are losing focus. "Dragon metabolism. Just need time." "How much time?" My voice cracks. "Draven, how much blood can you lose?" "More than this," he admits, with a weak attempt at humour. Then his eyes sharpen, finding mine with desperate intensity. "You did it. You saved yourself. I'm so proud." His eyes roll back, and he slumps sideways. "Draven!" I catch him, barely keeping his much larger frame from hitting the ground. No, stay with me. You don't get to save me and then die. This is not how this works." Through the bond, I can still feel him, a flickering warmth that's fading too fast. I press my hands over his wound, trying to stem the bleeding, and something inside me, some instinct I don't understand, reaches through that golden thread. "Heal," I think desperately. "Come on, Dragonfire, heal him, please." And miraculously, I feel something respond. Not my power, I don't have power, but the bond itself seems to pulse, and beneath my hands I feel a flicker of heat. Not enough, not nearly enough, but a spark. "That's it," I whisper, pressing. "Come on, Draven, your people need you, I need you. You don't get to leave me now." The heat beneath my hands grows stronger. The colour begins to return to his face. He's going to make it. We're both going to make it. Draven. I wake to warmth and the scent of smoke and honey. For a moment, I think I'm dreaming. The bond is so strong, so present, wrapping around me like a blanket. When the pain in my side registers, sharp but manageable, I realize I'm lying on cold concrete with my head in Seraphine's lap. She's crying, I realize. Silent tears stream down her face as she keeps one hand pressed firmly to my wound, the other stroking my hair. "Hey," I manage, my voice rough. "Don't cry, I'm okay." "You're not okay." She glares down at me through her tears. "You almost died. You were so pale and there was so much blood and—" Her voice breaks. "But I didn't die," I point out. "Dragon constitution, hard to kill." "That knife went deep, Draven. If I hadn't—" She can't finish the sentence. I reach up with my free hand, cupping her face. "You saved me. You fought him. You won. And then you saved me. You're incredible." "I let him fall," she whispers. "I could have hit him again, but I just let him fall." "That was your choice to make," I say gently. "And you made it. You chose not to kill him in cold blood, but you also chose not to save him. That's not the same as murder, Seraphine. That's justice. Even a prophet's story has to have an ending." She's quiet for a long moment, then nods slowly. "He's really gone." He's really gone. I wince as I try to sit up, and she immediately helps support me. "And you're free. Truly free." The wound in my side is still bleeding, but slower now. The dragon healing is working, just hampered by exhaustion and blood loss. I need rest, need time, but I'll survive. "Can you shift?" she asks. "Would that help you heal faster?" "Probably, but I'm not sure I have the strength right now." I lean heavily against her, and she doesn't complain about my weight. "Just need a few minutes." "Take all the time you need," she says fiercely. "I'm not going anywhere." I'm wrapped in her arms on a crumbling cliff top, with her abuser dead somewhere below us, and my wound slowly closing. I realize she's right. We're exactly where we need to be. Together. Chapter 15. Seraphine. I was still trembling when Draven lifted me into his arms, the blood from his side a stark, dark stain against his heated skin. was the only proof that what had just happened was real. He was injured, majestic, and terrifyingly powerful. He shifts fully. The colossal form that had terrified Simon doesn't scare me. I saw the protective man within the myth. His skin is sheathed in a faint gleam of scales, and his eyes burned with fierce protective liquid flame. His teeth glinting in the light, almost as long as my arm. We need to move. Can't have the humans seeing me as a dragon, or a naked man. His voice is a low rumble in his chest. I can heal faster at the palace. We have healers. Before I could protest, the world dissolved into motion. He secures me tightly against his massive chest, held cradled in talons that could rip and tear, but with me were gentle. In one staggering leap, he was at the very edge of the cliff. Hold on, he commands, and then leaps into the vast, stormy night. I squeeze my eyes shut, my heart momentarily forgotten in the sheer terror of falling. But we didn't fall. With a deafening rush of wind, his huge golden wings unfurl. The sound is like thunder tearing through the night. We soar. The sensation is beyond anything rational. We fly above the raging storm that has blown out to sea, above the crashing waves, a being of fire and myth carrying me towards safety. I risk a look down. The world is a blur of black ocean and silver lightning. I cling to him, pressing my face into the hot curve of his arm. Open your eyes, Seraphine. Draven's voice cut through the wind, softer now, resonating directly through his chest and the mate bond. Look at me. Look at what I told you I would do. I hesitantly open my eyes. He is looking at me, not the path ahead. His face, shifted but still familiar, is etched with concern. I told you I wanted to see you fly, not cage you, he reminds me, the sentiment cutting through the wind. This is freedom, Seraphine. I will not hurt you, he promises, his voice carrying an ancient sincerity that cuts deeper than any words. This power is yours to command, as much as it is mine. I stare at the town lights twinkling below, then up at the dragon's face, golden eyes still his own, who had just risked revealing his truest self to save me from the darkness. Simon is the past, small and brittle. Draven was the impossible, brilliant future, a creature of raw power who chose restraint and shared his wild strength. The feeling of the wind rushing past, the sheer, intoxicating height, is the most profound sense of release I have ever known. I am flying, physically and metaphorically. The fear didn't vanish. It folded into awe, then finally into a choice. I nod, letting my grip tighten, no longer clinging in terror, but holding on in trust. I lean back slightly, letting the wind truly hit my face. I let the man hold me, even if he looks like a dragon. We land with the quiet grace of a falling feather onto the beach terrace of the castle. KL is there instantly, his deep teal eyes wide with relief, though tired-looking from battle. The elders have a healing draft ready, Majesty. We saw the shift. You're pushing the limits, Dry. Later, Kael, Draven says, his voice ragged, thick with exhaustion and lingering fire. Just give us privacy. Kael's eyes flick to me, then back to Draven, and something passes between them, some wordless communication that speaks of years of friendship. He nods once, squeezing Draven's shoulder briefly before disappearing into the castle. Then know the Northern Territory is safe. For now. Draven carries me inside, through silent marble halls that echo with our footsteps, until we reach a bedchamber that feels sacred and impossibly warm. The room is enormous, with high ceilings, walls of dark stone, softened by tapestries, and a massive bed that could comfortably fit 4 people. But what strikes me most is the warmth. Not just temperature, though the air is pleasantly heated, but something deeper. This room feels safe. He sets me down gently on the edge of the enormous bed, and I immediately see him sway slightly, catching himself on the bedpost. "You're hurt," I say, standing quickly. "Sit down, let me see." "I'm fine." "Draven," I use the tone I hope works on him, not commanding, but firm, concerned, a tone I would never have used with Simon. "Sit, please." He sits, and I kneel between his legs, hand hovering over the injury. "May I?" The fact that I'm still asking for permission, community lessons learned the hard way, makes my chest tight. "Yes," he says softly. I carefully touch the wound. It's deep, still seeping blood despite his dragon healing. The edges ragged where the blade tore through muscle. "This needs to be cleaned." "Where's the healing draft Kael mentioned?" He gestures to the ornate glass bottle on the bedside table. I retrieve it, studying the amber liquid inside. It smells of herbs and something metallic, iron maybe, or copper. "You drink this?" I ask. A little of my disgust seeps through to the words. "It speeds the healing. Dragon metabolism does most of the work, but the draft helps with severe wounds." I hand it to him, watching as he drinks it down in one long swallow. The motion is graceful despite his exhaustion, the column of his throat working, his eyes closing briefly as the magic takes effect. "How long until it works?" I ask, sitting beside him on the bed now, close enough that our thighs touch. "Already working." He covers my hand with his, and I feel the heat of him, still intense, but less feverish than the other times we have touched. Can feel it knitting the muscles back together. Burns a bit, but it's a good pain, healing pain. We sit in silence for a moment, and I realize we're both shaking, him from blood loss and exhaustion, me from adrenaline crash and the surreal nature of everything that's just happened. "He's really gone," I whisper. "He's really gone." Draven's arm comes around my shoulders, pulling me against his side. "You're free, Seraphine. Truly free." I let him fall. The words come out small, uncertain. I could have tried to save him, could have reached for him, but I just watched him go. I lean my head against his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, smoke and spice and something wild. Does that make me a bad person? No. His voice is absolute. It makes you human. It makes you someone who survived hell and came out the other side, still capable of mercy. You didn't kill him in rage or vengeance. You defended yourself, and when he fell, you let justice take its course. "The bond," I say suddenly, needing to understand the thread that links us before this goes any further. "What is it? Will it force me to want you? Will I lose my ability to choose?" His expression sobers instantly. "No, never. The bond amplifies what's already there. It doesn't create feelings from nothing. If you didn't want me, truly, it couldn't make you. Separation might ache for some time, but it won't override your will." "What if I want to wait?" I ask quietly. "What if I need some more time before we try a relationship?" "Then we wait," he says without hesitation. "Seraphine, you could walk away right now and live your entire life without sealing this bond. It would twinge for both of us, but it wouldn't destroy you. The bond doesn't cage. It connects, but only if both people choose it." "And if I choose it now, but later regret it?" Pain flickers across his face, but his voice stays steady. "Then we figure it out together. Breaking a sealed bond is hard, but not impossible. I'd feel the loss, but I would survive, and more importantly, I would let you go if staying meant your unhappiness. He cups my face gently. I don't want you because destiny says I should. I want you because you're brave and fierce and you've survived hell and came out still capable of kindness. I want you, but only if you want me back, freely, without coercion or fear. I search his face for any sign of manipulation, any echo of Simon's false promises. All I see is sincerity, patience, a willingness to wait forever if that's what I need. I want to try, I whisper. I want to be with you, but I need you to be patient. I need to know I can stop if it's too much. He exhales, the tension in his shoulders easing. You can, always. The bond forms gradually, strengthening with proximity and trust, and eventually through physical connection. His cheeks flush slightly at that last part, and the sight of this powerful king blushing makes me smile despite everything. What does it do? I ask. Besides let me feel when you're hurt. When it's fully formed, we sense each other's emotions, not thoughts, your mind is still yours, but feelings. If you're afraid, happy, angry, I'll know, and you'll know mine. He pauses. We'll also sense each other's location, roughly, so if we were ever separated, we could find each other. That's how you find me, I realise, softly. On the cliff, you followed the bond. Yes, it was screaming your distress. I thought I was too late. His arm tightens around me. Thought he'd... His voice breaks. But you weren't, I say firmly. You came, you fought for me. You let me fight for myself, and we won. He presses a kiss to the top of my head, a gesture so tender it makes my eyes sting. We did. Is there more? I ask. To the bond. When it's fully sealed, which happens through intimacy and trust, there will be a mark, physical proof of the bond. It appears on the mate's body, usually somewhere visible, collarbone, shoulder, sometimes the wrist. He looks away, giving me space. It's not something I control. The dragon chooses where to mark, and it's permanent. A brand, I say, unable to keep the edge from my voice. No. He turns to face me fully, his golden eyes intent. Not a brand. A brand is ownership imposed by force. It's recognition, acknowledgement. It says this person chose me and I chose them. And that choice is sacred. The mark protects you. Any shifter who sees it knows you're under my protection. That harming you means war with the Dragon King, but Seraphine, he cups my face in his hands. It only appears if you want it, if you truly, fully choose this. The bond can't be forced. If you have doubts, if you're not ready, the mark won't form. Your choice is everything. I search his face, looking for any sign of deception, any hint that he's like Simon, claiming to give me choice while actually manipulating me into one decision. But all I see is sincerity, patience, a willingness to wait forever if that's what I need. What if I'm broken? The question escapes before I can stop it. What if Simon damaged me so much that I'm not capable of being a real mate? You're not broken. His voice is fierce. You're healing. There's a difference. And Seraphine, I don't need perfect. I don't need undamaged. I need you, exactly as you are, with all your scars and fears and strength. You've already been through hell. I'm not going to demand you be anything other than yourself. Tears spill over, and I don't try to stop them. I don't know how to do this, how to be with someone without fear, without waiting for the hurt. We'll figure it out together. He wipes my tears with his thumb, so gentle despite his size and power. And if you need to stop at any point for any reason, you just say the word. No anger, no pressure, no consequences. Your no is absolute, Seraphine. It's sacred. I would rather die than make you feel trapped. The intensity in his voice, the absolute conviction, breaks something open in my chest. This is what safety feels like. Not the absence of power, but the presence of someone strong enough to control their power, strong enough to give me the choice. I want to tend your wound properly, I say, changing the subject, because I need time to think, to process. Before the draft finishes healing it, let me take care of you. He nods, understanding that I need to do something, need to feel useful after hours of helplessness. I fetch warm water from the basin in the corner and clean cloths. When I return, he's pulled the blanket over his lap, saving me from seeing him completely. And it's only then that I realize we have been talking while he's sitting completely naked. The wound is already closed, new pink skin in the middle, the healing draft working its magic, but there's still dried blood and dirt from the fight. I kneel between his legs, dipping the cloth in warm water, and begin carefully cleaning around the wound. His muscles jump under my touch, and I freeze. Did I hurt you? No, he says, voice rough, opposite of hurt, just sensitive. Your touch is different than anyone else's. The bond makes it more intense. I continue carefully, wiping away the blood, revealing the hard plains and valleys of his side. His body is a map of scars, some old and silver, some newer and pink. Each one tells a story of a battle fought, of a king who doesn't send others to fight his wars, but stands on the front lines alongside them. You're beautiful, I say without thinking. He laughs, surprised. I'm scarred and battered. You're stunning, I insist. Strong and real and alive. You're everything he wasn't. The comparison to Simon hangs in the air between us. Draven catches my hand, bringing it to his lips. I'm not him, he says quietly. I will never be him. And I need you to know, if this happens, if we seal the bond, it doesn't mean you owe me anything. It doesn't mean you have to stay if you're not happy. I rinse out the cloth and set it aside, my hands finding his face, tracing the strong line of his jaw, the faint scar that disappears into his stubble. I know, I whisper, I can feel it. Through the bond, through everything I know, you mean it. So, what do you want? He asks, right now, in this moment. Not what you think I want, not what you think you should want. What do you want? I close my eyes, checking in with myself. The fear is still there. Years of trauma don't disappear in a night. But beneath the fear is something else. Desire, curiosity, a desperate need to reclaim my body, to learn what intimacy can be when it's not wrapped in pain and control. I open my eyes, meeting his golden gaze. I want to try. I want to be with you, but I need you to be patient. I need to know I can stop if it's too much. You can, he promises immediately. Anytime, for any reason, I swear it. Then I choose you, I say, and the words feel like both a revelation and a homecoming. The man, the king, and the dragon, all of it. I choose this. I lean in, pulling his mouth to mine. The kiss was the first I had ever truly given. It wasn't soft, it was deep, demanding, a declaration of my choice. His lingering restraint finally vanished, replaced by fierce, demanding hunger that felt like a homecoming. He groaned, a sound torn from his chest, pressing me back against the pillows. The sheer heat of him enveloped me. The air itself grew thick, humming with the energy of the sealing bond. Are you certain? He growled, the vibration echoing with the low roar of his dragon. He didn't rush, even now, with his body trembling with need. Tell me you want this, Seraphine. Tell me, and this is yours. Yes, I gasped, Clutching his dark, thick hair, pulling him closer, I choose the fire. Sex had never been pleasurable before. In fact, it was something to be endured. The moment his weight settles over me, something in my body tenses, not consciously, but deeply ingrained, years of associating this position with pain, with violation, with Simon's cruel hands and crueler words. Draven feels it instantly. He goes completely still, his body hovering over mine, but not pressing, his eyes searching my face. "Hey," he says softly. "Where did you go?" "I'm sorry," I whisper, hating that tears spring to my eyes. "I want this, I do, but my body, it remembers." "Shh, no apologizing." He shifts his weight off me completely, lying on his side instead, one hand gently stroking my hair. "We don't have to do anything. We can stop right now." "I don't want to stop," I say, frustrated with myself, with the trauma that won't let me go even now. I need... "Tell me what you need," he prompts gently. "Do you need me to move slower? Talk to you more? Would it help if you were on top in control?" The suggestion catches me off guard. Simon had never allowed that, had insisted that wives submit, that anything else was unnatural, sinful. I trail off. He pauses, sensing the hesitation in my muscles. His fingers trace my eyebrows, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, and the warmth of his touch spreads and relaxes me. He kisses slowly along my hairline, and I exhale a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "We can stay just like this," he murmurs against my temple. "Doesn't have to go further. Just being here, together, that's enough for me." But I don't want to stop. For the first time, I want to continue, not out of obligation, but out of a genuine desire. "Don't stop," I whisper. "Please, I want this. I want you." "Then I'm yours," he says, gently kissing and relaxing my tense muscles. I tip my head back, giving better access to my neck, allowing his gentle, warm lips to move further down, spreading licks of fire through my body. His strong body hovers above me, his molten gaze piercing as it looks into me. I tentatively reach up, lacing my fingers through his hair and sliding down towards his neck. His eyes close for a moment, a look of unimaginable, restrained pleasure passing over his face. I had never been active in lovemaking, but this reaction, this need I elicited, made me feel powerful. I gently pulled him down to me. "Kiss me," I whisper. He didn't release a ravening beast. Instead, he dropped delicate kisses at each corner of my lips before our mouths fully connected, and we became one slow, consuming pressure. There was a pulsing deep in my core, and I raised my hips against him, seeking friction. Something primal was stirring in me, a sensation I had never experienced. His large hands skimmed down my side, cupping half of my body in their heat. He traces down my leg before lifting the hem of my ruined sundress to my hip. Then he was tracing the edge of my simple underwear towards the apex of my legs. As he touches me, so gentle and warm, my breath stutters out and my head and arms press into the soft bedding below me. "So responsive, so sensitive," he whispers in my ear before he starts kissing down my body. He pauses on my hip, alternating between small kisses and light nips, heightening the raw sensation before moving over to my belly button. Here, he pauses again, looking up to my eyes as if judging the fragile state of my mind. I nod, ever so slightly. He reaches up, hooking his hands around the delicate fabric of my underwear, and slowly, with agonizing care, pulls them down my legs. He kisses my left ankle, placing my foot flat on the bed, and then does the same with my right. I try to press my knees together, worried about what he would see, No man has ever been this close to the center of me. My excellency reciprocation as a necessity. What if it's ugly? What if it smells? Oh God, what if I don't like it? What if I do? My thoughts run wild until I hear, "So beautiful," said with reverence, and the warm air of his breath tickled the inside of my thigh. His head is resting, nestled against my knee. He had stopped, waiting patiently for me to come back to him. He must have seen a change in my breathing or something in my eyes, because he reaches up a hand, gently moving my knees apart, tickling fingers moving along my skin until a thumb is tracing down my center to the dampness already there. He moves the thumb back up, circling my clitoris before returning to the wetness again. My breath hitched, and he does it once more. "Do you like it gentle, like this?" His thumb moves almost, not touching at all. "Or firmer, like this?" The same movement, but with more pressure, and fireworks explode behind my eyes for a moment. "Firmer, oh God, yes, firmer," I respond, thrusting my hips into his touch. A low, masculine chuckle is the only response until his thumb is moving in circles, fanning the growing flames inside me. He gently bites the inner thigh, a shocking sensation, before his lips replace his thumb, licking and circling, applying pressure and then teasing me with his tongue. My hands instinctively reach for his head, grasping his dark hair, holding on to something solid so that I didn't simply fly away. Then a finger enters me, thrusting slowly in and out in time with his tongue. A second finger joins it, hooking at that magical spot I had heard about but never felt, stretching me on the way out. "I don't want to hurt you, my queen. We need to make sure you're ready for me." There was something about the rhythm, the warmth, the licking and flicking that had me writhing below him, unintelligible words slipping from my mouth. My hands tightened in his hair, and then he sucked hard, and I exploded. White light bursts behind my eyelids. My body feels weightless, as if floating. Heat bursts through me, leaving only a shell behind. Slowly, I come back to myself. My arms and legs are carelessly thrown across the bed, my hair a mess. But Draven is resting his head on my hip, looking up at me adoringly. The wetness around his mouth was the only evidence of the life-changing moment I had just shared with him. He shifts, his body's heat a searing comfort. He strips the dress away, his eyes tracing the pale, scarred skin of my body, but there is no pity. Then he pulls the dark sheets he had used to cover himself away, revealing every inch of him. His chest is broad and hard, a landscape of defined pectorals and corded sinew, still radiating the aggressive heat of his recent healing. The skin stretched taut over his steel-like abdomen and the thick, powerful columns of his neck, hinting at the raw, untamed force he usually contained. Every scar, every ridge of muscle speaks of a life spent in battle. Yet the size of him, his immense breadth and height, was utterly captivating. A protective fortress of flesh and fire. My breath stopped as I glanced down. He was huge everywhere. Simon had been cruel during sex, enjoyed the pain he caused, but his sheer physical size didn't even compare to what I saw on Draven. A wave of panic rose. How would it even fit? Then we were skin to skin, the immense heat of him enveloping me. His touch was both tender and utterly fervent, and the immediate fear was swept away by the consuming warmth of his embrace. He explores me patiently, using his mouth and his hands, driving me to the brink repeatedly. The dragon's intense fire isn't just passion, it's healing. It burns away the hollow spaces Simon left behind, filling them with something solid, fierce, and connecting. When he finally drives into me, slow, deliberate, filling every empty space. I cry out, not in pain, but in overwhelming pleasure. It isn't just sex, it's the sealing of the mate bond, the merging of our souls. He claims me with a powerful, rhythmic thrust that takes my breath away, and as the world dissolves into a blinding wave of pleasure and belonging, I know the bond is sealed. The immediate aftermath is silence, broken only by our ragged breaths and roaring heat of the dragon's fire fading slightly to a comfortable simmer. Draven pulls out carefully, and I feel the loss immediately. Not painful, just empty where he'd been. He shifts to lie beside me, pulling me against his immense, sweat-slicked body. The warmth is now pure, healing comfort rather than demanding heat. Are you okay? His voice is rough with emotion, one hand stroking my hair with infinite gentleness. Did I hurt you, was it? You didn't hurt me. My voice cracks and I realize I'm crying. Not sad tears, but cathartic ones. Relief, joy, disbelief that something I'd feared for so long could feel so different, so right. You made me feel powerful, chosen, safe. You are all those things. He kisses my forehead, my cheeks, wiping away the tears with his thumbs. You were incredible, so brave. Thank you for trusting me with this. I laugh through the tears, the sounds slightly hysterical. I'm crying all over you. Cry all you want. His arms tighten around me. You've earned 1,000 tears. Whatever you're feeling right now, it's all okay. All allowed. I press my face into his chest, breathing in the scent of him, smoke and spice and something uniquely Draven. Through the bond I feel his emotion, staggering tenderness, fierce protectiveness, and a deep reverent gratitude that I chose him. What happens now? I ask after my tears slow. With the bond, I mean. Now we just be together. He strokes my hair rhythmically, soothing. The bond will settle, strengthen over time. You might start feeling my emotions more clearly, especially when they're intense, and I'll feel yours, but it could take some time. And if next time I need to stop, then we stop. He pulls back slightly so he can look into my eyes. The bond makes me want you more, but it doesn't make you obligated to give in. Do you understand? Your no is still absolute, still sacred. Fresh tears spill over at that, the relief of knowing that even now, even bonded, I haven't lost my autonomy. I understand. Good. He kisses me gently, then reaches for a cloth from the bedside table, dampening it in the water basin. Let me take care of you. I tense slightly, old habits, but force myself to relax as he gently cleans between my thighs, his touch clinical and careful. There's no shame in his eyes, no disgust, just care. Thank you, I whisper when he's finished. For what? For being nothing like him, for making this beautiful instead of frightening, for giving me back something I thought he'd destroyed forever. Draven sets the cloth aside and pulls me close again, tucking my head under his chin. You gave that back to yourself by choosing to try. I just provided a safe space for your courage. We lie there in comfortable silence, skin cooling, heartbeats slowing to sync with each other. And that's when I feel it, the strange, intense prickle of heat just above my collarbone. It isn't the residual fire from his skin. It feels internal, like a tattoo needle running over bone. I reach up, my fingers finding the sensitive spot. Draven, sensing my shift in focus, stops his gentle rubbing over my arm and shoulder, and pushes himself up on an elbow, his unflinching, tender eyes searching my face. What is it? Did I hurt you? Something, a burn? I whisper, but it isn't painful, just profoundly hot. His gaze follows my hand to my collarbone, and his expression softens into something reverent and possessive. He gently brushes the damp hair away from my neck. "It's the mark," he murmured, his thumb tracing the new design. "The bond is absolute, Seraphine. My dragon has acknowledged his mate, and you have accepted him in return." "The dragon chooses where to place the mark," Draven explains, his thumb still tracing the golden scales on my collarbone. "The magic picks the location based on what it means, what it represents." "What does the collarbone mean?" I ask, fascinated by the idea that even this carries meaning. His gaze softens. Voice. Choice. The ability to speak your truth and stand up for others' truth too. His fingers trace the mark lightly, reverently. "You spent years having your voice silenced, your choices stolen. The bond recognized that. It marked you here to reclaim what was taken, to declare that you have voice, that you have choice, and no one will ever silence you again." My throat tightens. "It's perfect." "You're perfect," he corrects softly. "The mark only reflects what was already true. You were never voiceless, Seraphine. You were only waiting for someone who would finally listen." I glance down. Just below the curve of my collarbone, perfectly centered, gleams a new mark, a small dragon with its wings flared wide, rendered in shimmering, burnished gold. The symbol seems alive, pulsing faintly with the same deep warmth that glows in my chest. "It will never fade," Draven murmurs, pride threading through his voice. "Every shifter, every rival, every soul in this world will see it and know. You are a true queen, and you are mine." I reach up carefully, touching the golden scales of the tiny dragon. It isn't a brand of ownership like Simon had tried to inflict with his control. It is a mark of belonging, a visible sign of the fierce, healing fire that had just claimed me. "Good," I say, pulling his mouth down for a satisfied deep kiss. "It shows the world that you are mine, too. I wouldn't have it any other way." Draven. Hours blur with gentle touching and conversations into the deepest part of the night, then slowly bleed into the silver-grey dawn. The storm has passed, leaving behind a world washed clean. I lie with Seraphine curled against my side, the immense chaotic power of the mate bond now settled into a deep, steady thrum of absolute rightness. The sharp, vigilant edge I wore as king is now completely gone, replaced by a sluggish, tender honesty, a profound, almost disorienting state of peace. For years my soul had felt like a fractured jewel. Now I feel whole, anchored and overflowing with the fire my people desperately need. This isn't just physical contentment. It is the clicking of destiny finally falling into place. I watch her sleep, her breath soft against my chest, her collarbone exposed in the quiet light, bearing the proof of our union, a small, perfect representation of the dragon within me, with his wings flared wide, shining with burnished gold. The mate mark is a declaration, a claim I am immensely proud of, and it would keep her safer than any wall I could build. It had been so long since we saw a true mate mark that no one could reject her now, even if they disapprove of a human queen. She is the undeniable source of our future. When Seraphine finally stirs, she moves with a new confidence, her fear replaced by a quiet, fierce self-possession that bolsters my protective fire. "We need to get up," I murmur, my voice still rough with sleep and satisfaction. "I'm starving, and KL will be wanting to give me reports on the wolves." We dress quickly. When she pulls on the simple tunic and trousers I offer her, the golden mark sits clearly above the neckline. She glances at it, running a tentative finger over the tiny scales, and then meets my eyes, a faint, revolutionary smile curving her lips. "Ready to face your kingdom?" I asked, taking her hand. "Ready as I'll ever be," she replies, smoothing the fabric over her waist and hips. "I will be their queen, but first I must earn their trust." We walked down the corridor towards the main receiving hall. The palace was just beginning to stir, but the air felt different, thrumming with a hopeful, quiet energy that had been absent for centuries. The marble floor gleamed in the developing light, and the silence, usually heavy with the weight of my responsibilities, now felt expectant. The first person we encounter is a young housekeeper, scrubbing a marble table near the stairwell. He glances up, ready to offer a quick bow, but freezes when his eyes land on Seraphine. He doesn't look at her face or the nervous way her hands play with the hem of her top. His gaze is riveted to the golden sigil above her collarbone. His mouth falls open. He drops his scrubbing brush with a clatter that echoes in the quiet hall. He doesn't see the king, demanding respect just by being there. He sees the mark of the true mate. The sight hits him with the force of myth made real. He slowly sinks to his knees, not in the formal bow given to a king, but in a gesture of profound, desperate reverence offered to the life force of the realm. His people had been fading. Now, their fire stood right there. I pull Seraphine closer to my side, hoping my warmth will be a steadying anchor. I see the flash of surprise in her eyes that her presence would have such an effect, quickly followed by a graceful acceptance of her new reality. The next is KL, who meets us at the entrance to the main lounge, concern etching his face. He looks towards my almost healed wounds, then my eyes, which are no longer shadowed by loneliness, and finally, his sharp, deep teal gaze goes directly to the golden dragon on Seraphine's neck. His breath hissed out a sound of deep, overwhelming relief. KL, whose quick wit is usually ready with a joke or a distraction, didn't move or speak for a long moment, the gravity of the true mate mark erasing any trace of his usual sarcasm. He slowly, deliberately, bowed low. "Majesty," he said to me, the relief in his voice palpable. Then he looked up at Seraphine, and his tone shifted to genuine, unresolved respect. "Welcome home, Queen Seraphine. The fire has returned." He then rises and, with a broad, genuine smile, took her hand. "And welcome to the family, sister. Though I should warn you, Dre's healing draft works better if he doesn't use all his stored energy on, well, prolonged exercise." KL gave me a meaningful, exasperated look, finally cutting the tension with a wary smirk. A fierce blush rushes up Seraphine's neck to her cheeks, but she doesn't let it faze her. She playfully replies, "I'm sure that's true, KL, but in my defense, Dragon Kings don't exactly inspire short workouts. We were sealing a deal." I wrapped my arm around Seraphine's shoulder, feeling her new power settle around us like a mantle. Simon had tried to break her, but the mate bond had revealed her unshakable, chosen, and whole. I had found my queen, and the kingdom would now know it. Chapter 16. Draven. The sun streamed through the arched windows of the newly commissioned council room here in Wavecrest. We had settled here, not in Montview, because my queen loved the restless pulse of the ocean, a small concession that felt monumental to our people. I sit at the head of the table, Seraphine at my right. The golden dragon mark on her collarbone is visible even beneath the light silk of her gown, drawing the eyes of every elder in the room. It is the focus of all their hope, the physical symbol of the kingdom's resurgence. But not everyone's hope, I'm beginning to realize. Elder Thaddeus recently arrived from Montview, sits stiffly at the far end of the table. He is ancient even by dragon standards. His scales, when shifted, are nearly black with age, and his human form is gaunt, weathered. He hadn't attended the bonding ceremony, citing his health, but his presence now feels pointed, calculated. "The reports are positive, Your Majesty," Elder Rhiannon says, her voice gruff but threaded with hope. "The flame is reviving. Where we had only dying embers, flames now flicker to life. The land responds to its ruler's happiness." I listen, absorbing the reports, but concentrating on work is a continuous, blissful struggle. My dragon senses, once stretched across the entire kingdom in stressed vigilance, are now acutely focused on the woman beside me. I can smell the faint smoke and honey of her natural scent, the underlying floral tang of her excitement, and feel the steady, reassuring, quiet warmth against my side. "And the dragon fires?" I asked, leaning forward. My own internal fire is stronger than it's been in decades. A steady, demanding inferno, fueled by Seraphine's presence. "They burn steady, but not bright in the younger generation," a junior elder admits. "The immediate despair is gone, yes, and we are blessed by the Queen's presence, but the visions, the true, deep dreams of the future that guided our ancestors, they are still absent." A low murmur ripples around the table. This is the core problem. The mate bond has stabilized the king, but the kingdom's deepest magic, its ability to thrive, remains muted. "Perhaps," Elder Thaddeus says, his voice dry as old paper. "The visions remain absent because the bond is incomplete." The room goes silent. I feel Seraphine stiffen beside me. "Explain yourself, Thaddeus," I say quietly, but there's steel beneath the words. He spreads his gnarled hands on the table. "No disrespect intended to the Queen," which always means disrespect is coming. "But the ancient texts are clear. The promise of the flame requires balance. Dragon fire matched with dragon soul. The Queen is human. Admirable, certainly. Brave, undoubtedly. But human, nonetheless." "The mate bond doesn't lie," Rhiannon interjects sharp. "The mark is genuine. We all see it." "Oh, I don't doubt the king's attachment," Thaddeus continues, and the word choice makes my blood boil. "But attachment and destiny are not the same thing. Perhaps the vision remains dormant because the bloodline recognizes what we dare not say, that a human queen, no matter how beloved, cannot restore what we've lost." I'm half out of my chair before Seraphine's hand finds mine beneath the table. Through the bond I feel her emotion, not fear or hurt, something sharper, determination. "May I speak, Your Majesty?" she asks formally, her voice carrying across the council chamber with unexpected authority. "The floor is yours, my queen." She stands, and every eye in the room follows her. The golden mark on her collarbone seems to catch the light, glowing faintly, or perhaps that's just the bond responding to my protective surge. "Elder Thaddeus," she begins, her voice steady, "you're right. I am human. I wasn't born with fire in my veins or scales beneath my skin. I didn't grow up in Montview learning dragon lore and ancient prophecies." I can see where this is going, and pride swells in my chest. "But I did grow up surviving," she continues. "I survived a man who tried to break me, a community that tried to cage me, and hunters who tried to silence me. I survived because I refused to give up, even when giving up would have been easier, even when death seemed preferable to another day of fear." She walks slowly around the table, and the elders turn to track her movement. She's commanding the room without raising her voice, without threats or displays of power, just presence, just truth. "You speak of the promise of the flame as if it's about bloodline purity," she says. "But I've read the texts too. Draven made sure I understand what I was ruling. And the promise isn't about dragon matching with dragon. It's about finding the soul that completes your own. Fire needs fuel to burn, it needs air to breathe. Perhaps the reason your visions failed wasn't because dragons weren't finding other dragons. Perhaps it was because you were looking in the wrong place. She stops in front of Thaddeus, and to his credit, he doesn't flinch from her gaze. I am human, she says quietly, but I am also the woman your king chose. The woman who chose him back, the woman who carries his mark and shares his fire. And if my humanity makes some of you uncomfortable, if you prefer a dragon-blooded queen who understands prophecy and politics, then you're welcome to voice those concerns. But know this, I will spend every day of my reign proving that worth isn't measured in scales or fire. It's measured in dedication, in love, in the willingness to fight for people who aren't sure they want you fighting for them. The silence that followed is profound. Then Elder Rhiannon stands, followed by the junior elder, then another and another. One by one, every elder, except Thaddeus, rises, not in challenge, but in respect. Your Majesty, Rhiannon says, her gruff voice surprisingly gentle, we are honored by your dedication. Even Thaddeus, after a long moment, inclines his head. Not a bow exactly, but acknowledgement. Perhaps, he says slowly, I have been too focused on what was and not enough on what could be. Seraphine returns to her seat beside me, and I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. Through the bond, I send her everything I'm feeling, pride, admiration, fierce, possessive joy. Patience, she murmurs, her voice carrying that unexpected quiet weight that instantly settles the room. The flame took centuries to decline. The healing will take time. We will spend the next year traveling the coasts and the highlands. We will visit all of our people, and they will see the truth of the bond. I let my hand rest on hers, confirming her decree. She has become my grounding force, my strategy, my peace. My kingdom is finally secure, if not entirely healed. Very well, I say, allowing a slight victorious smile. The first step of the journey is complete. The second begins at dawn. The council adjourns, spirits visibly lifted by Seraphine's quiet authority, an unflinching response to doubt. As the elders file out, I notice several stop to speak quietly with her, not out of obligation, but out of genuine respect. After they have all gone, I pull her into the quiet solitude of the balcony, the scent of smoke and honey filling my lungs. The constant magnetic awareness of her proximity makes concentration a delightful impossibility. You manage them well, my queen, I say, kissing the tiny, fierce dragon mark on her collar before drifting kisses up her throat, hands exploring the body that I now know every inch of. Thaddeus has been questioning human matings in other clans for 3 decades, yet you silenced him in 3 minutes. I just told him the truth, she replied, her eyes bright with love and just a hint of smug satisfaction. I chose you, and now I choose them. Simple. It is simple for her, but it's revolutionary for a kingdom starved of light. We are free to focus on our future, a future of shared reign, shared passion, and a world ripe for exploration. And if the visions haven't returned yet, they will, because Seraphine is right. The promise of the flame isn't about bloodlines, it's about choice and love and the willingness to burn together. Kay Eldrick. I finished reviewing the logistical plans for the royal tour. Traveling the entire kingdom is madness, but Queen Seraphine is determined to show the people that their king and queen are real, accessible, and bonded. I still haven't gotten used to the quiet reverence in Draven's eyes when he looks at her, or the steady, joyful strength that now emanates from him. No more brooding glares, just adoration. The true bond is absolute and nauseating. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled Dre found his mate. The kingdom is healing, the fires are stabilizing, and my best friend is happier than I've ever seen him in decades. But gods, the scent of them everywhere! The overwhelming contentment, the smell of lust and sex rolls off both of them in waves. It's like living in a perfume shop dedicated solely to blissful mated bond. I climb into my own bed in my apartment within the sprawling wave-crest palace. The first time in weeks, my deep teal eyes close without the usual restless vigilance. I need rest. I need to escape the endless logistical puzzles and the constant reminder that my best friend is finding his happy ending while I'm still. Sleep comes swiftly, cutting off that thought before it can take root. And then the dream hits me. It starts with cold, not the manageable chill of winter in Montview, but brutal, merciless cold that steals the breath from your lungs and turns exposed skin numb in seconds. I'm standing in a blizzard, the air so thick with snow I can barely see 5 feet in any direction. The landscape around me is alien, yet somehow familiar. Massive ice formations rise like crystalline towers, their surface catching and refracting what little light penetrates the storm. The ground beneath my feet isn't snow, it's something harder, almost glass-like, as if the entire world has been frozen solid and polished to a shine. In the distance, I see structures, not the carved stone of dragon architecture, but something more primal. Massive halls built from ice and timber, their roofs thatched with something that might be fur or dried grass. Smoke rises from chimneys, dark plumes that the wind tears apart before they can reach the sky. The wolf realm, some instinct tells me, the northern kingdom, where the wolves rule from their frozen throne. The architecture speaks of a harsh culture, no ornamentation, no wasted space, everything built for survival and function. But there's beauty in its severity, in the way the ice catches light and throws it back in rainbow fractals. And then I see it, in the heart of the storm, barely visible through the swirling snow, stands a creature. Not a dragon, not remotely dragon. It's massive, nearly as large as Dre in full dragon form, but built differently, lower to the ground, muscles coiled for explosive speed rather than sustained flight. Its body is covered in pristine white fur that seems to glow against the grey storm, each hair frosted with ice crystals that catch the light like diamonds. A wolf. But not just any wolf. This is something more, an alpha perhaps, or something even rarer. The creature radiates power the way Dre radiates heat, a cold, controlled authority that demands submission without saying a word. The wolf's head tilts, and its gaze fixes on mine. Ice blue eyes, not the warm blue of summer sky or the deep blue of ocean depths, but the pale, piercing blue of glacial ice, cold enough to burn, bright enough to blind, ancient enough to have seen empires rise and fall. Those eyes hit me like a physical blow. My chest seizes. I can't breathe, can't move, can't think past the overwhelming recognition that crashes through me. Mate. No, that's impossible. The wolves are our enemies, not in open war, but in a tense, fragile peace maintained through strength and mutual respect. We don't share borders by choice. We don't intermarry. We certainly don't. The wolf's lips pull back, revealing teeth that could tear through dragon scales. Not a snarl, a smile. Challenging, knowing. She, I realize with sudden clarity, knows exactly what I'm feeling, knows the mate pull has just slammed into me with the force of an avalanche, and she's amused by it. She takes a step forward, paws silent on the ice despite her massive size. Each movement is fluid grace, the deadly elegance of a born predator. The fur along her spine is longer, almost mane-like, and beneath the white I can see hints of silver and grey, like storm clouds seen through morning mist. She's magnificent, terrifying, completely wrong. The creature doesn't speak, but somehow I hear her anyway. Not words, but emotion was transmitted directly into my mind. Found you. 2 words that carry a universe of meaning. Challenge, promise, and inevitability all wrapped together. Then she lifts her head in a gesture that's unmistakably a challenge. Come find me if you dare. And dissolves into the storm. White fur vanishing into white snow until I can't tell where the creature ends and the blizzard begins. I wake with a gasp, sweat slicking my skin despite the lingering chill of the dream. I sit bolt upright, every muscle locked, heart hammering so hard I think my ribs might crack. My hands are shaking, my whole body is shaking, not from fear, but from the intense, unfamiliar heat that makes the hair on my arms stand on end. It's the unmistakable, terrifying jolt of knowing. The same thing I've watched Dre experience with his obsession with hazel eyes. The same thing I've secretly envied and dreaded in equal measure. No. I stand pacing the room, running, shaking hands through my hair. Impossible! The visions are silent. The pull is dead. That's what we've believed for generations. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. The visions hadn't died. They'd simply been dormant, waiting. And now that Dre's bond had restored some of the kingdom's magic, they're waking up. Lucky me. I stop in front of the window, staring out at the pre-dawn darkness. The image is still burned into my mind. The white fur, the ice-blue eyes, the cold beauty of the wolf realm. The white fur and ice-blue eyes that aren't dragon. Shifter, yes, but the wrong kind. The enemy kind. Draven found salvation in his mate, a human woman who brought balance and healing to the kingdom. I've apparently found a potential disaster, because I'm the pragmatic one, the king's shadow, responsible for fighting the wolves and guarding the northern borders. And my mate, my destined, fated, can't fight the bond mate, is a wolf. A wolf who knows, who smiled at me, who issued a challenge I could feel in my bones. Come find me if you dare. I'm not going, I tell the empty room. I'm not going to the wolf realm to chase after some ice-eyed wolf who probably wants to eat me. This is a mistake, a cosmic joke. The universe is finally giving me my mate vision and making it the one person I absolutely can't have. But even as I say it, the pull in my chest tightens, a golden thread pointing north towards the frozen wastes where the wolves rule, towards her. I run a hand through my hair again, suddenly wide awake, my senses screaming a truth I can't comprehend and don't want to accept. I need to tell Dre, need to strategize, need to figure out how to handle a mate pull towards a wolf without starting a war, or betraying my people, or... The door to my chambers bursts open. Dre stands in the doorway, still pulling on a shirt, hair disheveled, eyes wild. KL. I felt, through the bond I have with the kingdom's magic, something just awaken, something big. We need to find out what happened. I look at my best friend, my king, my brother in everything but blood, the man who has just found his happiness after years of searching, the man whose bond is literally healing our dying kingdom. And I know I can't keep this secret, can't hide this from him no matter how much I want to. I had a dream, I say quietly. Maybe a mate vision, like you used to have? His eyes widen. Kale, that's incredible! The magic is returning faster than we thought. Who is she? Where? She's a wolf. The words land like stones in still water. Dre goes very still, and I watch him process this, the political implications, the potential for disaster, the horrible irony of it all. And surprisingly, he laughs. Not a cruel laugh, but one of genuine, slightly hysterical amusement. Of course she is, he says, coming fully into the room and closing the door behind him. Of course your mate is a wolf, because nothing about this family's love lives could be simple. I get a traumatized human fleeing a cult, and you get our hereditary rivals. The universe has a twisted sense of humor. Despite everything, I feel my mouth twitch. You think this is funny? I think it's terrifying and complicated and probably going to cause 17 new political crises. he says, clapping a hand on my shoulder. But I also think the mate bond doesn't make mistakes. If she's yours, then there's a reason. We just have to figure out what it is. What if the reason is to test whether I'll choose duty over destiny? What if this is the universe asking me to be the one who sacrifices for the good of the kingdom? Then we'll deal with it, Dre says firmly. Together, but KL, you can't run from this. The bond doesn't fade because you ignore it. It just gets worse. Trust me. I spent a decade trying to outrun a vision of hazel eyes. I sink onto the edge of the bed, the weight of this new reality settling over me. Her eyes are blue, ice blue, cold enough to burn, and she smiled at me like she knew exactly what chaos she was about to cause. Then she sounds perfect for you, Dre says with a grin. You always like to challenge. This isn't funny. No, he agrees, sobering. It's not. But it is real, and we'll figure it out after the tour. We'll address it properly. Research, diplomacy, maybe even a delegation to the Wolf Realm. But KL, he waits until I meet his eyes. Don't ignore this. Don't try to be the martyr. You deserve happiness too. I want to argue, want to protest that my personal happiness is secondary to the kingdom's needs. But the pull in my chest disagrees, tugging north towards ice and snow and a wolf with eyes like frozen blue fire, towards my mate. Gods help me. Fire and Fate, written and read by Karen Hunter. Copyright 2026, Karen Hunter. All rights reserved. Unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this recording is prohibited.